In the heart of a world divided by magic and mystery, Shadows of the Gatekeeper weaves a tale of destiny, desire, and the delicate balance between light and darkness. Xavier Layton, a cursed werewolf grappling with his primal instincts, finds himself entangled in a web of fate spun by the enigmatic Sophia Renn, a woman unknowingly holding the key to his salvation and damnation alike. The story unfolds as Xavier, tormented by an insatiable hunger that threatens to consume him, stalks Sophia through the shadowy streets, drawn by an inexplicable force that whispers of a bond deeper than any he has known. Disguised in the anonymity of a fedora and shadows, he observes Sophia's mundane routines, initially dismissing her as unremarkable. Yet fate has other plans. Sophia, a seemingly ordinary woman with dull brown hair and a mundane existence, hides a secret beneath her unassuming exterior. She is the gatekeeper, possessor of a birthmark that marks her as the link to the powerful portal master. Unbeknownst to her, she holds the power to lift Xavier's curse and restore his humanity. As Xavier's obsession with Sophia grows, so does his internal conflict. His primal self hungers for her flesh, yet his human heart yearns for something more profound, a connection that transcends their physical forms. Their paths collide in a charged encounter that leaves both reeling, igniting a spark of recognition neither can ignore. Xavier's struggle intensifies when he discovers that Sophia is his fated mate, the one who can save him from his eternal torment. But convincing her of their bond proves challenging. Sophia, though wary, cannot deny the magnetic pull towards Xavier. Their encounters are fraught with tension, desire, and an underlying threat that looms in the darkness, where creatures hunt, and the line between good and evil blurs. As Sophia learns about Xavier's world and the curse that binds him, she becomes entangled in a dangerous dance with immortals, portals to other realms, and a looming civil war in Musai. Together they navigate treacherous waters, seeking answers from ancient beings like Father Time, who holds the power to grant Xavier's wish but at a steep price. In a race against time, Xavier and Sophia must confront their fears, desires, and the truth about their intertwined destinies. Sophia, torn between her loyalty to those she seeks to protect and her growing feelings for Xavier, must decide whether to embrace her role as the gatekeeper and risk everything to save him. Shadows of the Gatekeeper is a riveting urban fantasy that explores themes of redemption, sacrifice, and the enduring power of love in the face of unimaginable odds. With vividly drawn characters navigating a world rich with magical realism, this novel promises an adventure that will captivate readers from the first whisper of Sophia's name to the final, heart-stopping leap into the unknown. As Sophia and Xavier stand on the precipice of destiny, they must confront not only the darkness within themselves, but also the forces that seek to tear them apart. Will their love be enough to overcome the shadows that threaten to engulf them, or will their fates be forever entwined in the labyrinth of the Gatekeeper's shadows? Chapter 1. Sophia. The whispered name went into the night air unheard while his nose continued to twitch from the sharp scent of wood-burning stoves. He ignored it and pushed further into the shadows of a doorway as she passed. No sense letting her see him until it was absolutely necessary. He considered slipping into his wolf form in order to follow her, but just as quickly banished the thought. Better to maintain full control of his human side for this part of the reconnaissance. Xavier Layton pulled the brim of his fedora lower then slunk out of his hiding place. He frowned. This woman held his fate in her hands? This woman had the power to save him? After watching her for weeks to learn her routine, she didn't appear capable of handling her own life, let alone anyone else's. He wanted to scoff, rage at fate for the cruel trick, but he did none of those things. Instead he studied the woman. Dull brown hair hung limply to her shoulders. She tucked a lock of it behind her ear with a pale hand, the nails clipped short. His gaze focused on the slight sway of her hips as she walked. Xavier scowled. What did her body look like beneath the blazer that obscured her figure? Her height was several inches shorter than his 6 feet, the perfect size to tuck into his arms. His mouth watered, not from lust but from hunger. He hadn't eaten since the day before, and the meal of venison did not satisfy him, would never satisfy him again. Perhaps if the woman did not answer to the title of gatekeeper, he would devour her. The soft parts he could see would keep him busy for a while. He could almost feel the bones snap in his jaws, taste the sweetness of her flesh. All the old admonitions from Hannah warning him not to eat humans came rushing back. He thrust them away, yet the primal urges would not be ignored so easily, neither could his curse. The shrill ring of her cell phone yanked him out of his culinary reflections. Her attention seemed to be occupied with her enormous bag, yet she continued to rush over the darkened sidewalk. He stifled an impatient growl. Women these days had no sense of personal safety. If she had been just an ordinary human citizen, he would have pounced on her right then. He needed proof of her identity before he either disposed of her or saved her. Mona? What happened? You didn't burn the apartment down, did you? Her voice was low, melodious, but tinged with fear. What happened? The woman paused. Under a streetlight, a flash occurred as she turned her head. She wore glasses. An intellectual female. His interest in her rose. However, her next comment chilled his blood. Mona, tell me again what it means when my birthmark glows. A birthmark? Xavier narrowed his eyes. Would she actually give him confirmation without him needing to reveal his presence? His pulse thundered in his ears as she drew her left sleeve up to reveal her wrist. A crown-shaped birthmark glowed eerie red in the darkness. He licked his lips, tasting success. A gatekeeper. Cold dread mingled with hot excitement at the prospect of his quest being over. For the one, his mate and his salvation. He breathed a soft sigh and skulked out of the shadows when she hurried down the deserted street once more. The woman threw her phone into her bag and held the oversized monstrosity close to her side. Xavier wanted to laugh at her poor security clutch. Fate had chosen, and it was his responsibility to carry the plan through. Finally, freedom was within his reach. A crackle of dried autumn leaves nearly gave him away. The woman glanced over her shoulder, but Xavier quickly ducked behind a large oak tree, his chest. Should he reveal his presence now? She was almost at her apartment building. Once she gained the safety of her home and her protection wards, he couldn't approach her. A chilly October wind ruffled his hair. Xavier buttoned his trench coat against the onslaught. He had a matter of days to lift the curse. His lifetime of struggle had come down to this one moment. If he didn't accomplish this goal, he'd be doomed to spend the rest of his life as a werewolf, and that was definitely not on his agenda. It was time. Using his limited magic, he coaxed the bulb in the next streetlight to shatter. After a loud pop, murky darkness claimed the street, and the air stilled. Her face showed in profile now, reflecting sudden fear. He smiled. His stomach clenched with anticipation as he circled her with the silent movements of a consummate predator. She started off once more, seeming to search the shadows. Moments before she smacked into his chest. He grunted. Pardon me. She looked up into his face. Her blue eyes were round and reflected a mixture of fear and resignation. Energy crackled, tensed in her muscles. She would run. He wrapped his arms around her, preventing her flight. The darkness is full of unexpected obstacles, Miss Rains, and we must try to ascertain which of them should be avoided at any cost. Xavier couldn't resist tucking her against himself. Her head did indeed fit neatly under his chin. For one brief moment a wave of calm engulfed him, but then she struggled, and the peace succumbed to the thrill of the chase. Who are you, and how do you know my name? She attempted to jerk out of his grasp, but he merely tightened his hold. As if I'll tell her. Xavier smiled. It's of no consequence at the moment. If you don't let me go, I will call 911. She fumbled in her bag. That would be unwise. He easily ignored her protest and explored her curves with his fingers. Too bad her heavy blazer prevented most things. And that's supposed to make me not do it? A soft chuckle escaped him. No. Besides, you're in no danger from me. Much. Her scent teased his nostrils, and thanks to his being part wolf, he discerned every subtly vanilla, honeysuckle, and the sweet womanly smell that was hers. Alone. Enchanting? He'd been alone for too long. She wasn't his usual style at all. But destiny apparently didn't operate on the physical alone. Then I'll scream until someone comes. That would also be an unfortunate decision. No matter that she had the power to destroy him. The sound of her voice wrapped around him like a fleece blanket to mute his senses. You should practice a bit more caution. She narrowed her eyes. Who are you? That information isn't important at the moment. He dropped his gaze to her lips. The bottom was slightly fuller than the top. Xavier's groin tightened. His mission would be over before it started if he continued down desire's path. What do you mean it's not important? Of course it is. I demand to know your name. Her voice raised an octave tinged with hysteria now. I'm calling the Police. A pretty boy like you will keep the hardened criminals busy in jail. Her single-minded determination made him smile and teased his sense of adventure. I did advise you not to do that. Perhaps this will make you change your mind. Xavier settled her more comfortably in his arms and pressed his lips to hers. For whatever reason, the woman released rivers of need into his blood, a sure sign she was his fated mate, and the only thing he could do was answer nature's call. He nibbled her lips, savoring their velvety softness. Wanting to taste more, he ran his tongue along their crease. Would she invite him inside? When she didn't, he grasped her hips and pulled her flesh against the hard wall of his body with a low growl. In response, the minx sucked his bottom lip into her mouth, turning his blood to liquid fire and leaving behind rampant arousal. He wanted her in a primal, earthy way, but a warning crept into his lust shrouded brain to urge caution. He needed her connection to the portal master more than he needed her warm in his bed, and she would eventually join him between the sheets. He just needed to convince her they were life mates. Those thoughts fled in the face of sharp pain when she bit down hard on his bottom lip. What did you do that for? It was no love bite. She did it on purpose with malicious intent. He set her at arm's length, then put a hand to his mouth. Enough. You need to come with me. What the hell is wrong with you? She grasped the lapels of his trench coat until she could stand upright, then shoved her wire-framed glasses up the bridge of her nose as a satisfied smile played about her lips. What was the point? You kiss me, then when it starts to get interesting you stop. Her eyes spat blue fire as she planted her fists on her hips. You can think again. Buddy, I'm not going anywhere with you. His soft laughter rang through the quiet streets. She would be a challenge, and one he looked forward to meeting. If you'd like to see how interesting we can make it, I'm willing to continue. When she blew out a breath, he grinned, feeling very much like the wolf he was. Hurry home, Sophia. The things that walk the darkness are oftentimes not benevolent creatures. You have my word on that. Xavier gazed after her as she ran down the sidewalk. Regardless of how the woman made him react, he had the proof he needed. The birthmark confirmed her as a gatekeeper, and her reaction to his kiss cemented the fact she was his mate. Now, how to convince her to bring him to Elias' realm? Sophia whimpered. Her hand shook as she attempted to jam her house key into the lock. Is he still behind me? She wasn't necessarily afraid, just anxious, and creeped out that some random guy on the street would come up and kiss her. Finally tumbling over the threshold, she shut and locked the door behind her. But what a kiss it was! Annoyed when her cheeks heated, she dropped the keys in the basket on a low table nearby. Even in her strange life, that sort of event was weird. A nice comforting evening of home sweet home relaxation wasn't on Sophia's agenda. No sooner had she slung her bag on the floor than a glob of flying mashed potatoes slapped her in the face. That was the least of the food offering stuck in random streaks and piles around the kitchen. Mona, you've got a lot of explaining to do. She snickered when the exclamation brought back flashes of I Love Lucy reruns. The semblance of comedy shook the last vestiges of the kiss from her mind. Yes, she'd been assaulted by an unknown man on the street, but he didn't give off an overly threatening vibe, and Sophia was in tune enough with the subtle nuances of the paranormal to know the difference. Just another weird occurrence in her already bizarre life. Gee, thanks fate, I was running low. She zipped through the kitchen, then into the living room, yanked 2 yellow imps from their hiding place in a large potted fern, and held them in mid-air by their possum-like tails. How did you 2 get out? It was more of a rhetorical question, since in her association with imps, she found they really didn't communicate with words. One look at the identical evil smiles on their waxy, brown-spotted faces assured her they weren't going to educate themselves in the English language anytime soon. Mona. Sophia, is that you? I'm locked in the pantry again. The woebegone sound was muffled and distant. Please hurry. Thrusting the 2 renegade imps into the liquor cabinet turned holding unit, Sophia secured a feather duster through the handles, effectively blocking another breakout attempt. How did you get into the pantry this time? Her patience ran thin at the regular chaos that reigned in the household, especially after the run-in with the mystery man. Who the hell was he anyway? She unhooked the latch of the pantry door and her roommate stumbled out. Frida said she was hungry, so I came in here looking for something to cook. She shoved me in here and locked the door. Mona shrugged delicate shoulders, then wiped at the mass of cooked spaghetti tangled in her dark curls. She was the one who let the imps out. You know better than to let your guard down around Frida. What happened to the wards I put around the door? Sophia glanced around the small kitchen, warily for any movement of the pixie. Where is she? I don't know. Her voice wobbled again. I'm really sorry. I try to take care of the things you tell me, but sometimes I can't handle the chores plus the daily care of the magical beings we've got stashed throughout the house. She sniffed. I think I accidentally unworked the wards. It's okay. Her anger melted away as her friend's big lavender eyes filled with tears. Mona's lack of grace was often a source of contention and embarrassment, being the illegitimate great-great-great, too many greats to count, granddaughter of a muse was bad enough, but Mona had been disowned from her illustrious heritage, simply for her inadequacies. At least that was the story she told. She couldn't dance without hurting herself or others, she couldn't sing without shattering glass, and she most certainly had never inspired anyone, human or otherwise, into doing any feat of wonder. Sophia had come upon the girl in a low moment of her life 3 years ago, and they had been best friends ever since. I'm sorry. Handing her a dry dish towel, she patted Mona's shoulder, then slumped down at the kitchen table. It's my fault for bringing them into the house. I should have taken them directly to Sterling when I had the chance. Now I'm stuck with them. She buried her head in her hands, smearing the mashed potatoes on the tabletop in the process. You can't help feeling sorry for them. Mona dashed the tears from her eyes and cleaned up the food bits closest to her. Besides, what would Sterling have done with 2 imps and a pixie? She glared as Frida came out of her hiding place under the sink to perch on a sack of flour on the counter. He would have consigned the lot of you for deportation to the Arkadva mines. That's what. The portal master should be respected at all costs, and both of you will rue the day you didn't submit me for his judgment. Listen, Frida, Sophia rolled her eyes. Believe me when I say the portal master would have taken one look at you and your list of crimes against various beings, and he would have decided to dispose of you at once. Remember that debacle with the baby and the hiccups? The judgment panel is still upset about that stunt. She bit her lip to keep from laughing. The pixie crossed her legs at the knee and swung a delicate foot in the air. Sterling only concerns himself with the high-profile offenders now. She shivered. He was a difficult man to please, and she'd seen firsthand how he carried out his iron-handed rulings. He'd reneged on his promise to release her from her birthright for years, leaving her his servant. Be that as it may, once I am presented at his court I will have no problem telling him you locked me in the vegetable bin. Glancing at the spiky purple hair that framed the pixie's face, Sophia sighed. In defeat. I wouldn't have to keep you locked up if you would behave yourself. When you're left alone. We've been over this too many times to count. She picked crusted potatoes from her cheek and stared into the middle distance. I'm not scheduled to make an appearance before Sterling for another month, but I promise you I'll plead your case. Would that make you happy? Yes, even though I don't hold much stock in human promises. Her eyes sparkled beneath the heavy ring of eyeliner. I'm off to the linen closet. With a wiggle of her nose, pots, pans, and food items flew about the kitchen in a vortex of sparkly wind. Frida's mischievous laughter rang eerily in the air as she disappeared into the nether regions of the apartment. This, coupled with Mona's attempt at domestic helpfulness, equaled a messy dwelling. She glanced at Mona and shrugged. I try to be nice to her, and this is what I get in return. Not for the first time, she silently cursed the life she'd been born into. Being a gatekeeper for one of the portals of the mortal realm wasn't the picnic everyone thought, especially when she also had the unfortunate stigma of being half gargoyle on top of it. Her thoughts zeroed in on her boss, Sterling. Tears crowded her throat. No matter, she despised bringing paranormal beings before the man for his judgment. His grudging benevolence was what kept her from spending her life as a pile of rock. Sometimes she felt living as garden statuary would be infinitely better than being consumed by guilt and self-loathing most of her waking hours. Sophia stood and drifted to the refrigerator for a bottle of water, dodging the utensil tornado in the process. At times I wish I was another person. Sterling didn't hold so much power over me. I could finally be free. Free to do what? Turn into a living statue while you're at the mall? Face it. Without Sterling you would have no choice but to give in to your birthright. At least this way, and with Sterling's tinctures you stand half a chance of being normal. Just like your dad. No way was she willing to discuss her father right now. I don't know what normal is. Her life had essentially crashed around her feet the day she'd come home from second grade complaining of a skin rash that resembled a pebble-covered walkway. Her father had taken her aside and told her it was a normal occurrence for those with gargoyle genes and that there wasn't anything she could do about it. Of course, much later in life she discovered she'd gotten into the ugly end of the gene pool and had to rely on magical medicine to prevent fully becoming a stone statue. For years she'd wished she were one of the other. Fully human or fully a gargoyle, since mixed genes meant a 50-50 chance she'd get the crap end of the stick. True to her luck, she'd never seen the greatness of either species. She'd gotten the drawbacks of both and no way to fix it. Sighing, she wanted to give in to the bitterness lurking deep down within. A determined hammering on the front door prevented her from delving into self-pity. What now? Sophia quickly scanned the immediate area for any sign of paranormal disturbances. She frowned as the vortex stopped abruptly with a clatter of pots. Where's Calvin? I think he's taking a nap in the upstairs bedroom. Satisfied the resident ghost wouldn't make an unexpected appearance, she strode to the door and yanked it open. The admonishment died on her lips when she came face to face with the man who'd kissed her. You. Excitement prickled her skin, and for a brief moment, her world slid sideways. I expected a much different welcome, but there's always time to work on your manners. Honey-colored eyes winked with mockery as he removed the gray fedora, freeing a halo of blonde curls that fell to his shoulders. Are you going to invite me in? I oppose to airing dirty laundry in public. Chapter 2. As the man stood in the doorway, Sophia stared at him. Her stomach pitched with queasiness. Something about him screamed paranormal power, though his appearance didn't give anything away. And she wanted no part of it. Go away. Backing off a few steps, she shook her head. For your sake and mine, please turn around and go home. I wonder if there's more to your statement. His voice, well modulated and full of mockery, slid over her skin with the softness of satin. Can I come in? It's not a good time. Her gaze faltered from the heavy brilliance of his. She heaved a sigh and her shoulders drooped. Damn it. She hated it when special cases crossed her path. We're having a bit of difficulty just now. Trust me when I tell you nothing will catch me off guard. He fingered his blonde goatee as he grinned. Why should I trust you? Because I have to say, an assault on the street doesn't exactly do it for me. She heard the quaver in her voice despite her intentions to maintain a strong front. Because you don't have a choice. That's debatable. Then how about this? You need me as much as I need you. I don't need you. I don't even know you. Don't want to know you. She couldn't stop the sigh that escaped. Seems like I never have a choice with anything anymore. I know how you feel. Not knowing how else to get rid of him, Sophia ushered him inside the apartment. No doubt it was the beginning of the end for him. Mona, we've got company. You don't live alone? At his shock, she smiled. Sorry to disappoint you. Guess it puts a damper on further lip-locking attempts, huh? Thankful for Mona's presence, she led the way down the short hall to their small living room decorated in muted hues of browns and golden tones. He no sooner settled into a comfortable love seat when her roommate glided into the room fluffing a mass of black curls. Mona, this is... Sophia's words drifted to a halt and she transferred her gaze to her uninvited guest. Actually, you never did give me your name. An accusatory tone ate up the previous bewilderment. I guess there wasn't time between the assault and the kiss. An amused expression brightened his face. My name is Xavier Layton. He stood in one smooth motion and shook Mona's hand. What a vision of loveliness. You are. Sophia rolled her eyes. If he thought kissing up to Mona would make him more palatable to her, he was sadly mistaken. No one got close to a gatekeeper if they wanted to continue to live. Mona's tinkling laughter cut through her thoughts. I'm Mona, Sophia's roommate. Charmed. Xavier released her hand. Luck must be with me to find two such fascinating women under the same roof. Perhaps you could tell us why you're here before my roommate dissolves into a puddle of goo on the carpet. Sophia glared. I'm already up to my neck in housework as it is. She crossed her arms over her chest. I was referred to you by a friend. He grinned as Mona continued to regard him with awe. Why would anyone refer you to me? I work in a gourmet grocery for Pete's Sake. I have a question. He smacked a palm against his thigh. Perhaps you can help me with a problem I've been struggling with for the past few months. Can you recommend a side dish that will complement venison? It's become rather dull for my palate. She frowned. I have no idea. I'm a vegetarian. Interesting, albeit somewhat disappointing. He assumed a crestfallen air before drawing a deep breath and letting it out slowly. Food is not something we have in common, but it's not a deal breaker. For what? She shook her head. Forget it. I don't want to know. Sophia moved a few steps away. Look, I'm tired and not in the mood for small talk. I only let you in because I felt sorry for you. Poor girl, she's obviously overworked and stressed out, Xavier said in. Aside to Mona, maybe some wine would help. Sophia clearly has issues. She gritted her teeth at Mona's defection to the stranger's side. I do not. Besides, I'm the one he attacked. If I recall correctly, you didn't object to the embrace. He stroked his goatee, lifting an eyebrow in challenge. Annoyed, she curled the fingers of one hand into a fist and squashed the urge to smack him. That's you, she huffed, tongue-tied as heat rose in her cheeks. Play nice, kids. Mona smiled, but when she caught Sophia's dark look, she cleared her throat. Things around here haven't been right for a few days. In fact, they haven't been right for a few weeks, ever since that evil pixie came to live here. Ah, then it was the pixie who decided on the decorating scheme? Early garbage dump. Xavier shot his gaze around the kitchen, taking in the splotches of crusty food and drying pasta noodles. I was beginning to wonder if it wasn't some sort of modern art project. He ignored the frosty glare Sophia tossed him. Mona snickered. When she gets irritated, Frida has a tendency to throw things and curse things. Sophia frowned at the pile of pots and pans. The cleanup alone would take hours. I see. I assume Frida is the pixie. He rubbed the skin between his eyes. Secretly, Sophia hoped he had a headache. It would serve him right for barging into their lives. We have a terrible time keeping glassware. Mona touched his arm. She's got a temper that matches Sophia's. Like the mess is all Frida's fault. You've broken more glasses than anyone I've ever known. Sophia narrowed her eyes, cleared her throat and redirected a glare to Xavier. Cut to the chase, please. This isn't a coffee shop where you can banter about stupid things for hours. Certainly. He winked at Mona. It wasn't your knowledge of vegetation and culinary dishes that interested me. Xavier paced around the small room. It's because of your association with the portal master that I sought you out. You see, I suffer from a curse of the shape-shifting variety. Is that all there is to your statement? Sophia ran a hand through her hair and dislodged a slurry of peas and carrots. Please don't say what I think you're going to say. He reached out and removed a bit of mashed potato from her forehead. My malady asserts itself in the form of lycanthropy. He wiped his hands on a white handkerchief he procured from a pocket inside his suit. I didn't quite remove it all. Would you like this? He dangled the handkerchief before her, lifting a brow in question. Or I would be quite happy to kiss it away. That's not necessary. Not wishing to feel his warm lips on any part of her body lest she forget exactly who or what she was, Sophia yanked the handkerchief from his fingers, then scrubbed at her burning cheeks. What part of following orders do you not understand? I told you not to tell me anything about yourself. It's for your own good. He executed an old-fashioned and elegant bow from the waist. I'm a werewolf. But perhaps the more politically correct term would be werperson if you're uncomfortable calling me the first term. Oh, damn it all to hell and back. Part of her wanted to plug her ears with her fingers and sing a string of I can't hear yous until he stopped talking. The last time she'd resorted to the childish stunt was as a 10-year-old. Now, when stressed, she internalized it until an ulcer grew. Why the hell did he have to show up at her home and tell her about his status? Now Sterling would. So complete was her terror that for a few moments she slipped into her past, to the day when she first became aware that her life was hopeless. A memory of herself as a little girl swam into her mind. Hair and mousy pigtails, one higher than the other. She stood at the fence of their backyard, in tears once again because she'd been teased at school. They'd recently moved into a new district due to her father's job. Being a gawky preteen with glasses and a secret didn't allow her to blend well with others. Her father came up behind her and wrapped her in his arms. He was a big burly man who always smelled like shaving soap and pipe tobacco. That scent didn't comfort her this time. What has brought on the new deluge of tears, little one? He'd asked. My skin did that stupid rocky thing again. I was so scared I almost changed. Right there in front of my English class. What made it even worse was the fact she'd been talking with one of the most popular boys in her grade. When her weirdness made itself known, he'd looked at her in horror, called her a freak. Then the rumors started to fly. I'm sorry for your trouble, but these are the things you must become used to. The life of a gatekeeper is not an easy one and does not come with happiness. Sophia pulled away and looked into her father's rugged, handsome face. What if I don't want to be a gatekeeper? What if I don't want to have to track people down and turn them into the portal master just because they're different? She didn't understand a whole lot of what her father did for his business, but she did know the cost of betraying his friends had had a lasting effect on his once jovial demeanor. He never laughed anymore. Ever. Listen, honey. He lifted her chin with a hand so she'd stare into his stormy blue eyes. You can't change what you are. I'm a gatekeeper and will be for my whole life. Once I'm gone, you'll continue my work. It'll be your responsibility to ferret out the more dangerous paranormals and turn them into the portal master for rehabilitation and reassignment. This is how it has always been. If you fight your destiny, you'll be miserable. The key is to accept things as they are and move on. She shook her head and looked away, not able to bear the infinite sadness in her father's gaze. That's not fair. Why can't I choose what I'll be? Isn't it enough I'm stuck being a gargoyle? Sometimes fate doesn't let you choose. You're given a job for a reason, either to learn something or develop into a better person. Why do you fight it? Because I want to be normal. The tears started again. She wiped them away with her sleeve. I want to choose my job. I want to be able to talk to a boy without grossing him out because of my skin. I want to make friends and keep them. But Sophia. No, Dad, you don't get it. Hopping the fence, she angrily swung around to face her parent. This is your fault. You never stood up to your boss and demanded anything else. You let people push you around and now you want me to do the same. That's not fair. Why can't someone else be a gatekeeper? Why does there need to be a gatekeeper in the first place? Anger shadowed her father's face. You were born into this life just as I was. It's what you are. The sooner you realize there is nothing else, the better off you'll be. Trying to be something you're not will cause more heartache and drive you to the darker side of this world. At all costs you want to avoid that. It's a hard road and one you won't easily get away from. Above all, guard your soul, Sophia. It's the only thing of value a gatekeeper owns. You don't understand anything. You never listen. Heartbroken and angry, Sophia ran through the fields that backed their property. She kept going until she couldn't breathe anymore, and then she fell to the ground and wept. Sophia? Hello? Are you still with us? The sound of someone snapping their fingers near her ear yanked her back to the here and now. She blinked into Xavier's concerned face and for one stopping second met his intense honey-colored gaze. Swallowing, she shivered, trying to shake off the memories. Her father was right. Instead of following his advice, she'd essentially made a deal with the most evil man she could find, Sterling. When she'd realized he possessed the brand of magic capable of staving off her change, instead of alleviating her angst at being a gargoyle, it increased tenfold. You have to leave now. She grabbed his hand and tugged him toward the front door. The less she knew about his life, the better off they'd both be. Don't tell me any more of the story, just leave. I'm not sure you understand my situation. Xavier crushed the brim of his fedora with his fingers and firmly planted his feet in the entryway. I won't leave your home until we have worked out a plan. No more talking. Get out. Accompany me to Sterling, and then we can discuss our future plans. Are you crazy? We have no future. I have no future. She fumbled at the lock on the door, crying out in frustration when the chain slipped out of her fingers. If he finds out you're what you say, he'll summon us both and he won't be happy, which means I won't be happy, which means you'll be miserable. Near hysteria elevated her voice. And he'll do unspeakable things to me after hurting you. Just the thought of a summons envelope arriving magically into the apartment gave her cold sweats. Every time one of them appeared, it meant Sterling was displeased and there'd be a lecture or worse at the other end. Sure, the recipient could deny the request for an appearance. In those cases, if Sterling was beyond angry, he'd issue an imminent summons, and that one couldn't be ignored. Once the black envelope arrived, it immediately transferred to the person who broke the seal as well as the person it was meant for to wherever the portal master happened to be. She didn't want that to happen, especially since she was with an alleged werewolf. Sophia, stop. He turned her around to face him. The portal master doesn't have the power to force either of us to go to him. He can summon us all he wants, but unless we choose to go to him, he'll be destined for disappointment. What if he uses an imminent summons? Fear sat at the back of her throat and refused to go away when she swallowed. What if he does? Xavier shrugged and his easygoing smile returned. We'll deal with it at that time. He's right, Sophia. Sterling won't find out about Xavier unless you tell him. He's a pain in the ass, but he's not a mind reader. Mona joined them in the tiny entryway after tripping over a corner of the hallway runner. You said yourself you don't have an appointment with him for a month. He will find out. Look. She shrugged out of her blazer. The crown-shaped birthmark on her left wrist gave off a red glow, a direct contrast against the paleness of her skin. He's probably already been alerted I'm having issues. The detested birthmark only heated and glowed if the portal master was displeased or impending danger to herself threatened. Does it matter? Xavier met her gaze. He'll want to see me. I wish to see him. You're the only stumbling block in this equation. He reached out as if to take her into his arms. She backed away, still clutching the blazer. She moistened her lips with her tongue, ignoring how his eyes darkened as he watched the movement. You've only told me you're a paranormal being. Let's keep it that way. Right now, it's your word against mine. She tapped her chin, as if he'd never spoken. According to the laws of the court, I have to acquire actual proof the being in question is of an acute and dangerous paranormal nature before I'm obligated to bring you to Sterling. But no, this will work. She smiled and nodded. You look like a good person. Let's keep it that way. We're just having a conversation. Why don't you leave now and we can all forget this whole incident? Oh, please go. Mona jumped up and down, delight on her face. I knew you'd work it out. She placed a delicate hand on Xavier's sleeve. Sophia knows all sorts of loopholes for her job. You'll be safe now. Like I've already stated, that's going to be a problem. Xavier gently detached Mona, then set her aside. Sophia frowned. What do you mean? I need to speak to the portal master urgently. His gaze locked with hers. I believe he has knowledge of how to break the curse that binds me. No, she shook her head, fumbling with the door latches again. I won't do it. And besides, without concrete proof, I don't need to. She cried with triumph. As the door finally opened, he'll find creative ways to detain you before forcing you through the portal and make you do things you don't want to do. Trust me on this. Her eyes widened. Sterling has a rather interesting sense of humor. Who knows, he might send you to the demon realm, or he might hit you with a death glare and reduce you to ash. Xavier sighed, exhaustion evident in the sound. We can't settle on a course of action while you're so upset. He drew a business card from a pocket of his trench coat and handed it to her. I'm hosting a dinner party tomorrow evening with a few close friends. Please join me so I can explain my case to you in more detail. Fingering the gold embossed card, Sophia slid her gaze to Mona. I suppose that would work. But I need to impress upon you, your presence here is dangerous. You should never have sought me out. She didn't want to acknowledge the tickling sensation in her chest whenever he looked at her. Nothing could come of it. Her life was too dangerous. I've managed to elude Sterling this long. I think I can manage for another 24 hours. This time he stroked his fingers along her arm. Thank you for your concern. She nodded. You're welcome. Please don't hesitate to call for directions or any other concerns that may arise. I'm at your disposal in every conceivable way. Her cheeks blazed again. Damn the man and his incessant charms. I doubt it'll come to that, but be careful just the same. Before Xavier had the chance to say anything else, Sophia shoved him out the front door. He stumbled off the porch step and into an evergreen hedge. For both their sakes, she hoped he'd forget about her as his one-way ticket to the portal master, and as a woman, both avenues would only end in heartache. Chapter 3. Sophia gnawed on a thumbnail until a glare from Mona made her stop. I can't do this. Plush cocktail parties at lavish homes did not make for a comfortable situation. Not to mention the intense interest shot her way from the red-haired pregnant woman in the room. She'd even asked Sophia how she felt about Xavier. How the hell was she supposed to feel about him? She'd barely met him, and even that could be considered questionable. Shrinking back against the silk throw pillows covering the colonial American sofa, she tried not to become immersed in the conversation around her, but it was impossible. Being in the midst of this eclectic mix of people was like being picked up in a tornado, shaken around a bit and dropped in a strange land far from home. I think perhaps we should let Sophia acclimate herself to us before starting the interrogation. She threw a grateful glance at the dusky-skinned man seated opposite her on another sofa. He wore his shoulder-length black hair held back at the nape by a ribbon tied in bow a la early American explorers. The most striking thing about him was his startling blue eyes. Sophia did a double take. Thank you. He gracefully stood, then drifted to a halt just behind his wife at the other end of the sofa. You're welcome. The low lamplight cast soft shadows on his brilliant ruby button-down shirt. Allow me to perform the introductions that have been sadly neglected by my wife. He bestowed a tender glance on his mate, then returned his attention to Sophia. My name is Edwin. Obviously this is my wife Hannah. Since she found out about her pregnancy, you will find most of her brain cells are useless. That could explain her haste to learn of your background in the scant 15 minutes you have been here. I can't help it. I'm interested, and I did have that vision about her. Sophia blinked at the woman's off-putting demeanor. She also has an unhealthy interest in meddling. Edwin glossed over his wife's outburst. Seated in the wingback chair is our good friend Duncan. Although he doesn't look it, he really is one of the nicest people you could meet. His undead status aside, his thunderous and foreboding expression just means he has not properly woken up yet. Vampires dislike rising before midnight, but I convinced him to join us. He needs to mingle. He chuckled at his own joke, and when the rest of the room didn't, he continued. Beside you is our esteemed host, Xavier, who I hear you've already been acquainted with. Despite his love of expensive things, he is a genuinely pleasant guy when he's not growling. He chuckled again, then covered it with a cough. You'll have to excuse my friend. Xavier's baritone voice resonated in Sophia's chest. He's recently decided to try his hand at humor and hasn't quite grasped the concept. The werewolf's lips twitched with amusement as the tips of Edwin's ears turned pink. It seems the countless hours of watching sitcom reruns and comedians haven't had the desired effect. She ignored the man who shared the sofa with her. His occasional rumbles of laughter wrapped themselves around her like invisible thread. She did not intend to learn more about him, no matter how drop-dead gorgeous he was. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm a tad overwhelmed. I still have no idea why Xavier invited me. Because you're his mate, duh. Hannah rolled her eyes. It's not a hard concept. What? Sophia threw a helpless glance around the room, studiously ignoring the rude woman. I'm afraid I can't help him with the curse, so I brought my friend Mona along to explain the situation. She's better at tact than I am. Before Mona could make use of the segue, the red-haired woman interrupted. How long have you known Sophia, Mona? Hannah shifted her weight and clutched a pillow over her pregnant belly. Would you say she's a dependable, trustworthy type of person? Does she perform well under pressure? Would there ever be a situation in which she could do harm to herself and others? I don't see how my personality is any of your business. Sophia glared. Saying Hannah was meddlesome was like comparing a hurricane to a gentle summer breeze. We met 3 years ago under trying circumstances, Mona interrupted. A grin lit her face as she popped a cheese puff into her mouth. I would trust Sophia with my life and have done just that, actually. She swallowed with some difficulty and resorted to downing a healthy gulp of wine to dissolve the treat. If you need Sophia for a job, she's the best, and she's really smart. Xavier's laugh hummed in the air between them once again. Did you really think you needed a character reference? His whisper caressed her cheek. The girl obviously adores you. Think of her more as a buffer if you will, Sophia muttered and glanced at the shredded mess of a napkin in her lap. Her senses were on overdrive at his nearness. She didn't want to be there, didn't want to feel anything for him. My friends can be a bit overbearing at times, but they mean well. He shot Hannah a look of gentle reprimand that caused her cheeks to turn pink. If you require it, they can vouch for my sincerity. Sophia brushed at the napkin confetti. How soon could she leave without seeming rude? She picked up her plate from the coffee table. That's not necessary. A delighted laugh from the pregnant woman cut into her thoughts. Just because Xavier is a werewolf doesn't mean he's not a good person. Hannah dabbed at her lips with her napkin. Of course I did manage to put him on a strict diet of venison to curb his people-eating tendencies. If I can overlook that small flaw, so can you. Ah, that's why you asked about the deer meat. She toyed with the stuffed mushroom on her plate, debating the benefits of actually consuming the now cold appetizer. Her eyebrows lifted in surprise as she finally processed the rest of the statement. Wait, you eat people? Are you serious? But I thought. Not anymore. Hannah grinned. With regular counseling and food therapy, Xavier is doing quite well. Counseling. To distract herself, Sophia swept her gaze across the intimate, gathering to land on the dark and brooding Duncan. Silver hair flowed about his shoulders. His intent gray eyes focused on Edwin with a touch of anger. She shivered and resolved not to become better acquainted with him. Something about him disturbed her. Why counseling? She felt Xavier's gaze boring into her, but refused to look his direction. Let me explain. Edwin cleared his throat. Hannah has opened a paranormal counseling service and used Xavier and Duncan as guinea pigs for new techniques. He sat beside his wife and gave Sophia a tight smile. Perhaps you and Xavier would like the opportunity for a private conversation? My wife can be rather zealous if you are not well versed in her tactics. She'll start probing your mind if you don't guard yourself. Relief washed through her. That would be. Hannah shook her head. You can't rush her away. Pardon me. Sophia gaped at the red-haired woman. She opened her mouth to comment on the woman's lack of etiquette, but Xavier nudged her arm with an elbow. What? She glared at him instead. Patience. Hannah narrowed her gaze, her lips settling into a frown. I want to quiz her about her tattoo or birthmark or whatever it is, as well as her family background. I have to be certain she'll be a perfect fit. We can't be too careful. She exchanged an intense look with her husband. You know what Xavier means to me. Unfortunately, I do. Edwin shot his wife a look of distaste. If it were up to me, we would leave right now and let Xavier take care of his own life. Oh please. Sophia rolled her eyes. Further verbal response wasn't needed on her part since Mona popped into the conversation once more. I can fill you in on all that. She sacrificed another cheese puff before she began her tale. Sophia is half human and half gargoyle. She has this annoying habit of turning into a stone statue if she's under an enormous amount of stress. She's managing it well with medication. Kill me now. Groaning, Sophia downed her nearly full glass of wine, then clambered to her feet. I need some air. She returned her plate to the table. Allow me to escort you away from the madness, Xavier offered. Gladly. She accepted his hand, captivated by his amber eyes. As she escaped into the hallway, Mona said, Oh, and Sophia is claustrophobic. I remember one time when we... Her voice died away as Sophia followed her host into a room farther down the hall. The heavy oak door closed without a sound behind her. A near hysterical giggle escaped. You're missing the creepy music that signals a dramatic revelation. His lips tipped upward in a smile. I'm sorry you haven't enjoyed your evening thus far. If I were to conduct this meeting again, I'd leave my well-meaning friends off the guest list. You and I would have been fine alone. It wouldn't have mattered if I was attending a grand soiree for the President of the United States or a quiet dinner. I'd still feel ill at ease. She shrugged and sank onto a buttery soft leather sofa. I dislike being the center of attention and make sure my life is well camouflaged to avoid most People. That would explain your mousy hair and neutral-colored clothing. What's wrong with my outfit? Sophia risked a quick glance at her brown slacks and cream sweater and frowned. Just my luck. Not only was the man a werewolf, but he was also a metrosexual. Perfect. Wardrobe aside, your attempts at hiding haven't worked. I could pick you out of a crowded room with little effort. His smile disappeared into a mask of restrained boredom. I'd imagine it's especially trying now your flaws and vices are being categorically displayed for my rather pushy friend. Choosing not to answer, Sophia soaked up the atmosphere of the room. Heavy oak shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling of what could only be a library. They paused once in deference to a classically designed French window open to take advantage of the cool night air. Tiffany-style lamps were set about the room, lending the masculine room a softer edge. It was full of light and shadow similar to the owner. Xavier seated himself behind a massive desk of the same colonial design as the rest of the house. Sophia was surprised to see a pair of antique spectacles in a small display case on one corner of the desk. You need glasses? It was an unexpected touch of humanity. No, he glanced at the object in question, then folded his elegant hands on the blotter, the platinum links of his watch winking in the faint light. They're a pair of bifocals that originally belonged to Benjamin Franklin, or so I'm told. I haven't had them authenticated. I find my free time taken up with much more pressing concerns. I suppose you want me to ask you about your problem? Her gaze drifted to him, and she was careful to avoid the full effect of his eyes. My reasoning still stands. If I don't know any more about your secrets, Sterling, can't harm you. If you wish. He brushed at an invisible piece of lint on his charcoal gray suit. I won't press the issue and respect your reasons. He gestured to a shelf of books to his left. I have numerous tomes and volumes dedicated to curses and shapeshifting. When I became aware of my differences, I made sure to keep myself well versed on the subject. Forewarned is forearmed. They do say knowledge is power. Sophia stared at him for long moments, weighing and assessing her options before she wrenched her gaze away to focus on the books once again. Despite of reservations, she grew curious about her host. She'd never had occasion to meet a werewolf before, and now she had a prime opportunity to study one. I imagine being a werewolf is an inconvenience to daily living. If she kept the conversation to general questions, she could circumvent stumbling onto hard evidence he was indeed what he claimed. Xavier shrugged, then stroked his blonde goatee. Although my affliction may be a mild annoyance at times, I'd hardly say it inconveniences me. Moving slowly, he came around the desk to lean with casual elegance against the massive piece of furniture. The tailored lines of his suit followed every contour of his body. If you feel uncomfortable talking about me, why don't you tell me something about you? That isn't an option. She sprang from the sofa, the need for activity overruling the need for calm. His interest in her life caused her stomach to clench. The less he knew about her, the longer he'd remain safe. Anxiety skittered through her body when Xavier's exotic eyes scanned her face as he waited. I'm just a single 32-year-old woman who's a clerk at Nan's gourmet grocery. I live in the Indianapolis area with a danger-prone roommate, 2 destructive imps, a renegade pixie, and a ghost I can't ditch. Other than that, I'm ordinary. It's my goal in life to ensure I stay that way. I see. His gaze never left her face. Why can you not ditch your ghost? Sophia rolled her eyes. About 5 years ago, I needed to make my quota with the portal master. I'd heard rumors a rogue paranormal worked at the local theater, so I went and happened to catch Calvin in the middle of a dress rehearsal. Something about Bonnie Prince Charlie. She shrugged, pausing briefly at the flash of pain the memory caused. Before he knew what was going on, I brought him before Sterling. I assumed the portal master killed the man? Without blinking, actually. He said I'd wasted his time on a weak paranormal representative. Once I returned home, I realized Calvin's ghost had attached itself to me. For what reason? Humor danced in Xavier's eyes. How the hell should I know? She didn't trust the easy way she could converse with this man. Apparently, he's there to torment and annoy me. Recently, he's got it into his head he'd like to court me. Xavier grinned. Let me put your mind at ease. That will never be an eventuality. Great. Now I'm really not worried. She drifted toward the bookcase he indicated earlier. The titles on the dusty spines seemed to glow with a soft light. She'd seen many private libraries in her time, but Xavier's offering was one of the most impressive. Her fingers itched to delve into the literary gems. I'd appreciate it if we could drop this subject. I'm trying to stay as normal as possible. That's a lazy excuse. His lips curled into a smile. The fact you live with paranormal beings is an interesting twist to the tale. Is that your perception of normalcy? It depends. Caressing the spines of the books nearest to her, she sneezed as disturbed dust drifted through the air. In my opinion, normal is not a description, it's merely a suggestion. A state of mind, if you will. And the fact you're a gatekeeper in the employ of Sterling Abignon doesn't have any bearing on your life. He chuckled, then moved to pour a glass of wine from a carafe on a nearby credenza. What of the fact you happen to be a gargoyle, one of the most powerful demi-beings in the paranormal realm? That doesn't come into play to build your character or define a new breed of what you consider to be normal. Just because a person is born into a certain birthright doesn't necessarily mean that person is happy with her fate. She let out an annoyed sigh and concentrated on some of the books in front of her. Gypsy curses, what you need to know, living with lycanthropy, and resisting the temptation within, just to name a few. It wasn't proof, but it was dangerously close. I have no choice except to work for Sterling. Without him I would succumb to fate and become a gargoyle and full-time gatekeeper. She faced him as anger and resentment bubbled within to become the old familiar feelings of helplessness and despair. You're not entirely mortal? No, only half. Mom was mortal, Dad was a gatekeeper. Sophia shrugged. No. One asked me what I wanted to be. Sterling knew of my existence from Dad, I suppose. In order for you to be kept in line, he exacts payment from you by making you execute being selection for him. What does he gain from the offerings you've brought him over the years? She snorted and waved a hand in dismissal. Who knows? Power, amusement, boredom? The only thing I know with any concrete certainty is I have no choice in the matter. I cannot function without him, and basically he cannot function without me. Her breath came faster now. If she didn't remain calm, she would commit the ultimate indignity and have a panic attack. Damn. Drink this and concentrate on breathing. Xavier forced a glass of wine into her hands. Sophia raised it to her lips with shaking fingers. The logical course of action would be to destroy Sterling, or at the very least remove him from power. She coughed on the dry wine and glared. That would be fine except for the fact he'd destroy me as well. She shoved her glasses up, exasperated. You're wrong about that, my dear. He guided her to the sofa and settled beside her, twirling the delicate stem of his own wineglass between his fingers. You'd not be destroyed. You'd become what you were always destined to become. His golden eyes bore into hers. Fighting it causes you undue anguish, so why not accept your destiny and move forward? But I don't want to be a gargoyle. Sophia cringed when the exclamation sounded suspiciously like a whine. Images from her teenage years surfaced in her mind to the time when she had uttered those same words to her parents. I really don't. Surprised and aggravated, she polished off a second glass of wine. She set the vessel down and slumped against the soft leather. Now you know how I feel. Our situations are so different it's almost laughable. Her skin tingled when he turned her face to his. A long graceful finger lingered on her cheek. Sexy and handsome she could accept and deal with, but his persistence and easy charm would be an issue. Different perhaps, but very much the same. You were born with your problem, and have made a deal with an underlord in training to stave off the inevitable. I was born into a curse that causes my present difficulties and am doing everything in my power to break the curse. The roadblock I'm encountering is in the form one stubborn grocery clerk. You hate what you are and want to be something else. Sophia sighed and closed her eyes. She rubbed her temples to ward off a lurking migraine. I like who I am and am terrified of becoming what I should be. Basically, yes. When she opened her eyes, Xavier regarded her with a thoughtful expression. In the interest of my curiosity, and for the advancement of the scientific community, I suppose it would be beneficial to the both of us if you'd give me a bit of background into your curse. His grin was a thing of beauty. Heat flowed into forbidden places when she remembered how those lips felt on hers. I promised to only reveal enough so the knowledge remains basic facts. You'll not have physical proof unless you specifically request it. Your conscience will remain clear when we confront the portal master. He paused, for dramatic effect or to marshal his thoughts. She had no idea. It'll be my pleasure to accompany you as your mate. We will not be paying a visit to the portal master, now or in the future, and I'm not your mate. Both matters are debatable. We'll see. Sophia snuggled into the sofa. Xavier really did own some fine things, and combined with the potent wine, he created a safe, drowsy cocoon in her mind that took the edge off the harsh reality of a life of lies. Fine. Tell me anything you want. I'm not sure you could handle it if I were to take you literally. He took a sip from his glass. My grandfather fought in the Second World War as a young man. While he was overseas touring Europe, he fell in love with a gypsy woman. They courted for months and had planned to marry. The war ended and he came home with the foolishness of youth. He forgot his promise. That's not so extraordinary. A blonde eyebrow lifted. Well, the girl's family was not pleased. My grandfather wouldn't honor his commitment. The head of the clan vowed to curse my grandfather and all of his male descendants by turning them into werewolves. The gypsy told my grandfather every time his body contorted into that of an animal, he would remember his broken promise and regret his actions. Typical melodramatic Europeans. Fascinated with the story, Sophia laid a hand on Xavier's arm. An electrical current passed between them. She yanked her hand back. I'm sorry. What happened next? She flexed her fingers as the brief tingling subsided. Very bizarre. My grandfather chalked it up to a case of sour grapes and continued to live his life as if nothing happened. The first time he shifted forms, he made a snack of his secretary. Scared and horrified, my grandfather fled his hometown in fear. Eventually, he married and had a child. In the course of his life, my grandfather only shifted twice more, or so the stories go. And by the time the Vietnam era rolled around, my dad had shifted into a wolf numerous times. Xavier shrugged, stroking his goatee. It was a different time with no rules, free love, abundant drugs, and war protests. Abnormalities in behavior were widely accepted or overlooked. Since the family lived by themselves on several acres of farmland, Dad's affliction wasn't much of a problem. He was the one who discovered he could control when and where he shifted, which was a breakthrough. It wasn't until their first child came along that things began to change. You shifted when you were a child? Sophia accepted the fresh glass of wine. He handed her and absently sipped the fruity liquid. I didn't think paranormal beings showed their gifts until puberty. We don't, and I wasn't the firstborn. That was my brother Stefan, and up until that point my brother and I didn't really believe Dad's stories. We chalked them up to the ex-hippie lifestyle, something that he'd picked up in a marijuana fog. Xavier stood and paced around the confines of the library, the soles of his Italian loafers a whisper against the plush carpeting. My brother and I were inseparable. We pretty much ruled the farm. My parents had interests outside of the property and often left us to our own devices. Stefan and I were hiking through the woods when he turned for the first time. I'm so sorry. Thanks. Xavier sipped from his glass. We were essentially still kids, just 16 and 14, and we were afraid and horrified. I can recall every disgusting, intriguing contortion of Stefan's body. He ran away into the neighboring woods and returned 3 days later. Xavier paused, a faraway look in his eye. In his more lucid moments, my dad told us of turning into a werewolf, but we just brushed it off as more drug-enhanced storytelling. In retrospect, perhaps the drugs were my dad's way of dealing with the curse. Xavier halted before a bookshelf and selected a moderately thick tome. Thumbing through the pages. I was smart and curious, so I started some preliminary research on lycanthropy. Did your brother kill anyone? She frowned into the bottom of her empty wine glass and set it aside. Isn't that what werewolves are supposed to do? Annoyance shadowed his face. Sadly, no. Stefan could not come to grips with the fact he was a shapeshifter and took his own life. How terrible. Sophia stood on shaky feet and waited for the brief wave of dizziness to pass. No more wine. Good always comes from bad. I dedicated my life to trying to find a cure for the disease, curse, whatever. I collected every work published on the subject. I consulted with the wisest people in the world. He closed the book with a snap. I've tried everything suggested to obtain freedom, and I've come up empty-handed. I made peace with my affliction until now. What changed? Her brain and thought processes disconnected, and Sophia wished she'd eaten something to soak up the excess alcohol. Two things. The first is battling the curse has become more difficult as time goes on, which makes me think something has gone awry with the mechanics of the original spell cast. The second is meeting you. I now have the tools I need to break the curse. The only thing I lack is for you to acquiesce to my request. He laid the book on the desktop, then finished his wine. Once we do that, you and I can proceed to start our life together. She narrowed her eyes as her vision grew fuzzy. What? Sophia stumbled over to him, teetering on her two high heels. I told you there is no you and me. But oh, how delicious it would be to explore what would probably be a rock hard body beneath that suit. Xavier's grin was tiny. He caught her as she swayed. Nevertheless, I need you to agree to take me to the portal master. In the alcoholic haze, it seemed like a reasonable request, and she was eager to agree to anything the gorgeous man asked. Okay. Her marinated brain finally clicked over and admitted a few seconds of clarity. Damn it. You knowingly got me tipsy so I'd agree to your stupid scheme. She drew back her hand to slap him, but Xavier was faster than she anticipated. He caught her hand with ease, pulling her to him as if she were made from cotton candy. Instead of a sturdy Midwestern girl, you're no better than sterling. My intentions are honorable. I simply thought the wine would relax you so when I told you my story you wouldn't be as nervous and edgy as you were before. Sophia's body grew pliant as the heat from his skin seeped through her sweater, sensitized her nipples. That's still a dirty trick. She smiled up at him, knowing she probably seemed like a lush. I'm not pleased, and you could very well be in serious trouble. Truer words have never been spoken. A tiny sigh escaped when Xavier lowered his lips to hers. He nibbled at the corner of her mouth as flutters of excitement played over her spine. He tasted of sweet wine and unfamiliar spices. She was anxious to kiss him again to see if she could identify them. Maybe we could stock those spices at Nan's. She pressed closer in an attempt to taste those elusive flavors, but he broke the kiss before it could get interesting. Once again, that's not fair, she murmured against his mouth. The door to the library crashed open, interrupting the short interlude. Everything's all right. They're kissing, but Sophia looks really drunk. Mona's voice was the last thing she heard before she gave in to the dizziness that flooded her brain and slumped into Xavier's arm. Chapter 4. With a groan, Sophia rolled to her side, away from the window and the intrusive light coming through it. The pounding in her head subsided if she remained perfectly still, so she stared at the wall, lifting a hand that felt as heavy as granite. She searched the bedside table until she located her glasses. Once the world came back into sharp focus, she glanced around, attempting to keep any sudden movements to a minimal. She smiled at the tiny blue stenciled flowers that randomly dotted the subtle lavender surface of the wall. The trailing green stems and vines created a delicate pattern that mimicked the very best nature had to offer. She narrowed her eyes and concentrated on those vines. With a gasp, Sophia realized they were very real indeed as they writhed and grew along the wall. She grinned and acknowledged to herself if she didn't already have a handful of bizarre beings to deal with at home, she'd want a living room. It was a soothing enough place, but it wasn't hers. Panic welled in her chest to clog her throat as she struggled to free her legs from the tangle of the bedclothes. The door opened slightly to admit a dog, which distracted from her momentary madness. Oh crap. Technically, the animal wasn't a dog. Her mind refused to acknowledge the truth. Sophia fought against the acceptance that she saw living, breathing proof of Xavier's affliction. Whether she believed it or not, the wolf advanced slowly into the room, stopping just shy of the bed to sit docilely on the indigo-colored rag rug beside the bed. Go away. Her head pounded with each word. A soft whine was the only answer. The animal sat there silent, waiting and watching, his sandy blonde fur twitching. Whatever it is you're trying to accomplish, I feel I must tell you it will fail. She eyed the animal warily, and ignored the way its pink tongue dangled out of its mouth or the way he seemed to smile with loads of pointy teeth. I'm not one of those women who get weak at the knees because a furry animal walks into the room. Amber eyes regarded her. Intelligence and cunning lurked in the depths. The wolf emitted a low growl and a sharp bark, then jumped to the bed, resting its front paws on the side of the mattress. Emitting a squeak of surprise, Sophia clutched the quilt under her chin and stared, hoping he would disappear. He didn't. You win. Obviously you're not a figment of my exhausted imagination, and you're definitely not a dream brought on by too much wine. She propped an elbow on the bed and rested her head on her hand. Against my better judgment, I have to acknowledge you're more than likely Xavier in doggy form. However, since I didn't actually witness your change into an animal, I still don't have proof. She experimentally patted his muzzle, pleased and a bit surprised that his fur was soft and his nose wet. I'm not a dog person. If I were to keep a pet, it would, in all likelihood, be a cat. A low woof was the only response, as the plumed tail wagged with what she could only assume was happiness or possibly enthusiasm. Sophia scratched behind its alert ears and gazed into the citron depths of the eyes that were so much like Xavier's it was creepy. She shivered when she detected profound sadness there, then dropped her gaze to focus on his rather large front paws. Go on now. I refuse to get out of bed with you watching, even if I am still fully clothed. Xavier Layton, how dare you sneak in here to annoy our guest? She glanced at the door. Hannah stood in the doorframe, a breakfast tray in her hands, her eyes shooting green daggers. The last person Sophia wanted to see was her. Really, it's no problem. I need to get up and moving anyway. I'm sure things at home are in a sorry mess. Left to her own devices, Sophia imagined Mona held hostage again by the pixie, or in any number of dire situations. The urge to leave was undeniable. Get out. Now. Hannah lifted a red eyebrow. Geez. Sophia blinked in amazement at the pregnant woman as she stared down the wolf until he left the room, insulted dignity evident in his ramrod straight back and clenched jaw. Apparently Hannah had a bit of a temper in addition to her insatiable need for meddling. Thanks for the canine removal. Struggling into a sitting position, she finally succeeded in untangling her legs from the bedclothes. I was a bit stumped at how I was going to get by him. He's awfully determined to be near me. Of course. You're his mate after all. Still, Xavier knows better than that. In his defense, he's anxious to clear up this curse thing. Hannah set the breakfast tray on the bedside table. I've made you a nice hearty meal. Nothing takes the sting out of a hangover better than food. Sophia caught a strong whiff of bacon and her stomach threatened to expel its meager contents. I hate to disappoint you, but once again the woman cut her off. But the thought of eating makes you sick? A swift glance at the tray revealed bacon, sausage and a thick piece of ham, along with scrambled eggs, toast and orange juice. Listen carefully, Hannah, because I'm only going to say this once. Sophia covered her nose with her hand and hoped the meat would somehow disappear as a dry heave threatened. I don't have a hangover, just a headache. Trust me, I know the difference. She moved off the bed and put as much space between her and the tray as she could get. I also hate to be interrupted. It's a big pet peeve of mine, so in the future I'd appreciate it if you'd let me finish a sentence. She tugged her sweater into place and ran her fingers through her tangled hair. It's not your fault you don't know this, but I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat meat. On occasion I'll eat dairy products. That's why I feel sick. Guess you didn't have a vision about that, huh? She couldn't resist getting a quick dig. No, and Xavier didn't mention it to me. Hannah narrowed her eyes. In fact, he didn't say much about you, which is out of character for him. It's all right. As her annoyance with the woman evaporated, Sophia grabbed her shoes, then dumped them into her bag. It seems Xavier failed to mention numerous things to either of us. She glanced at Hannah again, smiling when she rested her hands on the swell of her stomach. Excited about being a mom? It depends. She sank down on the side of the bed. Some days I'm thrilled to face the new challenge. On other days I'm fearful. Of what? It's just a kid, not a monster. Sophia frowned. The part of her brain in charge of obscure information wondered how she got her red hair to be so spiky. I don't have kids, but surely it won't take a degree in engineering to raise one. Hannah's laugh was unexpected. I'm having twins. Her grin was rueful as she picked at a piece of bacon from the tray. Then there's always the Worry the kids will be vampires like their father. Can you imagine 2 arrogant vamps running around the Irish countryside? Of course I hold out. Hope the girl will be more mild-mannered. Sophia blinked. What? Vampires? Are we talking about Duncan? She rubbed her forehead as the headache rallied strength. Nope, not him. Edwin had to give up his paranormal powers before we were married. It's a long story, but since I got pregnant before that happened, the verdict's still out on the kids. She wiped her fingers on a napkin and nibbled a piece of toast. Let me give you some advice. Sophia didn't want to hear what the strange woman had to say. In fact, just thinking about the possibility of marrying vampires gave fuel to the already raging headache. Why don't we save it for another time? She made it to the door before Hannah spoke again. Trust me when I tell you there are certain things you need to know before you embark on what will most likely be a rather long quest with Xavier. Anxiety tickled Sophia's stomach. She ignored the sensation. That's where you're wrong, because I'm not going anywhere with your friend. She gripped the handle of her bag and crossed her arms beneath her breasts. Once I walk out of this house, my association with Xavier is over. I've told him several times, and I'll tell you too. It has to be this way to keep him safe. Safe and miserable? Hannah shook her head. Is that how you want him to live out the remainder of his life? Why should I care what he does? I just met him, damn it. The vehemence in her statement did nothing to alleviate her headache. Because I believe you're the woman fate picked out to spend eternity with him. Maybe those pregnancy hormones have stolen some brain cells, but I can assure you Xavier is not my idea of husband material. Besides, I haven't made up my mind whether to spend my life with anyone, all things considered. Fate doesn't make mistakes. Hannah took a sip of juice and met Sophia's eyes over the rim of the cup. You might be content with the status quo of life, but Xavier isn't. He deserves happiness. It'll be a shame if you allow your selfishness and fear to hinder the only chance he has in obtaining that happiness. How the hell can you possibly know what I want from my life? You have no idea what drives me to get through one day, let alone months of them. Sophia wanted nothing more than to get away from the meddling woman. And what are you to him anyway? Spikes of jealousy pricked at her heart. I'm his friend. I'll do everything I can to see that Xavier can be who he was destined to be. Hannah set the juice glass down with a clink. Period. Destiny is not dependent on one single person. Oftentimes it's a cooperative effort. As the pregnant woman hoisted herself from the bed, Sophia retreated until her back was flush against the hallway wall. I need to get home. Fine, run away if you must, but remember this. Xavier can help you if you would give him the chance. She advanced, stopping only when a scant 12 inches of space separate them. Make sure your birth control pills are in your purse at all times. This will be especially helpful if you find yourself trapped in a forest for several days and choose to indulge in a bit of harmless adult-oriented fun, if you know what I mean. She winked and giggled. If you come across magical beings in your travels, it's usually best to respect their customs, otherwise they get cranky. Lastly, sometimes when you think you have died, it could be just a time to regroup and get your bearings. So don't be frightened. The Earth Mother is very nice. The Earth Mother? Birth control? Sophia wouldn't have been more floored if she turned into a chicken and laid an egg at Hannah's feet. What? Her mouth opened and closed as the other woman patted Sophia's shoulder, all traces of her earlier rage gone. Do you seriously think I'm going to allow anything like that to happen to me? I was much like you before I met Edwin, a skeptic afraid of my own destiny. Hannah shrugged and made her way down the hall in the direction of the kitchen. Stranger things have happened. Fate is a funny thing, and it doesn't care what you want. Resisting the urge to stamp her foot, Sophia rolled her eyes. I am not going anywhere with Xavier. Xavier made a sound of annoyance and clicked the television up a notch, dumping his tan fedora-matching trench coat onto the coffee table in the process. Sophia had arrived home 10 minutes before. He'd followed in wolf form, then shifted so Mona would open the door to him. Now she and her roommate were bickering over him. Ordinarily, the prospect of women fighting for his attention would amuse him, but not in this moment. He'd found his mate. Now the only thing he wanted was the opportunity to be with her, which meant the roommate would need to go. Ladies, please. When they ignored him and went into the kitchen, he sighed and turned the program off. He might as well listen to their conversation. I'm not going with him, Mona, so stop badgering me about it. Irritation and anger tinged Sophia's voice. It's not my fault he's under a curse. No, but you are the first line of defense for breaking that curse. The women trailed into the living room, giving Xavier an unobstructed view of their animated faces. Wouldn't it be nice to use your power for good instead of only furthering Sterling's career? That's an excellent point, actually. Xavier grinned when Sophia threw him a black look. Use my power for good? She transferred her glare to Mona. Tell me over the course of my servitude for Sterling, how I've used my power for good. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Tell me, how is turning people over to Sterling a good thing? They were minding their own business. I had a hunch they were of the paranormal variety, so I befriended them. I wormed my way into their lives and learned their secrets. After that, I shuttled them off to the portal master without a second thought. That's not true. You felt bad each time and you know it. Xavier cocked an eyebrow. It wouldn't be like that with me. I need an audience with the man at any rate, so feel free to take me. The passion Sophia invoked from her job, whether good or bad, fascinated him. He couldn't wait to see how she would employ it in the bedroom. When she curled her hands into fists, his grin widened. Did you feel regret? Perhaps a little bit. She sighed. There were two people who didn't have an ounce of supernatural blood in their bodies. I needed to make my quota and grab them. I sent them to their doom for nothing. You don't know they met their doom, Mona said in a small voice while wringing her hands. Right. Sophia stared over the top of her glasses. I'm not a good person. And by rights, I shouldn't help Xavier. We all have things we're ashamed of. Xavier stood. But job dissatisfaction should never make you lash out at your friends. You're not helping. No, but I'm not hurting anything either. Xavier chuckled at the frustration in her blue eyes. The sooner you accept my appearance as fate, the sooner we can all move on with our lives. No matter her off-putting attitude, his interest was still piqued. He wished to know the secrets to her relationship with the portal master. Why did she stay with him beyond keeping her birthright at bay? How did you get in here anyway? I meant it when I told Hannah our association was over. She rubbed her temples. I think Hannah is a bulldog. She's not very pleasant. And quite frankly, if I really am your mate, the first thing on my agenda is kicking her to the curb. At least she was thinking about him in that manner. It was a start. She is protective due to our prior history. I can assure you she's no threat to a relationship between you and me. Xavier smiled. As for my presence here, I called Mona and informed her of your inebriated status. She advised me to let you sleep it off at my house. He handed her a book. I wanted to give you this. It'll help your understanding of my problem. He hoped she didn't ask if he'd shifted. It would be odd indeed to explain his clothing and the book itself, since wolves don't have pockets. You came all the way across town to give me this? I had two objectives. Make sure you returned home safely and to deliver the book. Her glasses slid down the bridge of her nose. Why didn't she wear contact lenses? His fingers itched to remove the eyewear to see her face unobstructed. What makes you think that I'm going to read? Sophia glanced at the front of the book. Basic lycanthropy. Living beyond the curse. She thumbed through a few pages. He shrugged and exchanged a curious glance with Mona, who hovered nearby. I don't, but I do know you're intrigued. I felt it in you from the first moment. Confusion now battled in her gaze. Xavier stifled a grin. She'd help him, she just needed a bit more encouragement. It won't kill me to find out more about the disease. She placed the book on the coffee table, then glared. I'll read it, but don't get your hopes up. You were right, Xavier. Mona's squeal rang through the room like a rocket engine. She's starting to cave. He chuckled. The petite dynamo would make some poor man's life miserable in the future. It's not caving, Mona. She's simply acknowledging to herself she wants to help me because she feels the same connection I do. It's fate. Sophia wants to get involved and stop locking herself away from the world. His words were designed to irritate the gatekeeper, and he wasn't disappointed. With a strangled cry, Sophia threw up her hands in defeat. You're incorrigible. She put a hand to her forehead and frowned. I said I'd read. The book because maybe I want to know more about Xavier's disease. So what? She paced the length of the room. I haven't had to check in with someone for a long time and it's really starting to irritate me you two are behaving like parents. She secured her hair into an elastic band. I don't understand how you have accomplished so much in your life without receiving a huge dose of comeuppance. With a look of what he hoped was reassurance at Mona, he gently but firmly guided Sophia to the sofa and pushed her into it. I understand your need to protect me, but it isn't necessary. He sat beside her. Once again her scent wafted up to tease him. I'll do the protecting in this relationship. Think of it this way, Sophia. Mona insinuated herself between them very nearly sitting on Xavier's lap. He cleared his throat and she squirmed a tiny bit away. If you can pull the wool over Sterling's eyes regarding Xavier then that would be great, but wouldn't helping to lift the curse be better? It might go a long way in convincing Sterling to release you from your contract. Or he might be so angry he decides to terminate me on the spot. She sounded so depressed Xavier ached to bundle her into his arms and comfort her. That's rather extreme. You have my guarantee I'll never let that happen. Xavier shooed Mona off the sofa. Really, the girl was as annoying as a mosquito. Sophia, you said yourself Sterling is dependent on you, so I doubt he'd be willing to rid himself of your employment. Mona perched on the coffee table. Then maybe Sterling will be promoted and we won't have to worry about it. Sure, and maybe I'll be crowned Miss America in the next 12 minutes. Sophia visibly swallowed. What do I get out of it? I don't know. Mona shrugged. The joy in knowing you made someone else's life better. Her lavender eyes filled with tears. Please. Yes, please. Xavier smiled. I'm good at begging. Oh, brother. Sophia rolled her eyes. That's not fair. Mona, I know you can cry on command, and Xavier's hardly wasting away because he's a werewolf. You ask me, he has a darn good life. You're right, I have, but now it's becoming cumbersome to be a wolf, especially in light of finding my mate. Her cheeks turned pink. I mean, look at him. He's handsome, sexy, he's got piles of money. She ticked off the facts on her fingers as if he'd never spoken. He's successful and he's smart. Being a werewolf hasn't harmed him, other than maybe having to clean up the occasional stray dog hair from his furniture. Thank you for your astute observations, Sophia, but material possessions and physical attributes don't make me soul happy. They had their place, yet there were certain things he desired much more. He knelt before her and took her hands in his, capturing her gaze. I will do everything in my power, call in every favor I've ever racked up to find a way to release you from your birthright if you'll do this one little thing for me. Her hands were warm and shook in his. Xavier could almost feel her waver. He wished the roommate would make herself scarce. He would have loved to kiss Sophia again to see if he could encourage her help, or at the very least see if the initial spark he felt during their first 2 embraces was a fluke. Hell, who was he kidding? He wanted her in his arms again. And I promise while you're busy working on lifting the curse I won't let Frida take advantage of me. I'll even keep the house clean, Mona added. Besides, it'll be the perfect place to host a bridal shower. Oh please. Xavier snorted, glad for the first time for Mona's presence. Well, okay, you've convinced me, but not about the marriage thing. Sophia yanked her hands from his grasp. With you two around, who needs enemies? She struggled to her feet. I'll pay Sterling a visit. Oh no, the minx would not outfox him. I'm coming with you. His tone brooked no argument. I need you to stay here and keep Mona occupied until I get back. She sighed and laid a hand on his as Xavier reached for his hat. And by that I mean keep your hands to yourself. So then you acknowledge my claim to you? No, I just want you to stay here. Why do I need to stay? He shivered at the excited expression on Mona's face. He'd rather not have to spend time alone with her. As your mate and the protector in this relationship, I order you to let me accompany you. No one orders me to do anything, Buster. Besides, Mona'll burn the house down if left unsupervised. She lifted her gaze to his. Please don't argue. I'll be able to talk with Sterling better if I'm alone. Once I get some preliminary information, I'll come back and we can discuss our next move. Without another word, she marched upstairs. Xavier didn't miss a beat as he followed her. Sophia, wait. He trailed into a bedroom and caught her hand. What? She sidled closer to the closet door. When did you decide to help my cause? It had been too easy to win her assistance. He squeezed her hand. Sophia. She looked over the tops of her glasses before shoving them back in their customary place. Does it matter? Humor me. Xavier stroked his goatee. He dropped his gaze to her mouth. When did you decide? As if taunting him, she licked her lips, leaving them wet, glossy and ready to kiss. He stifled a groan. Her hand hovered over the doorknob. I made up my mind when I left your home. This morning, shortly after I spoke with Hannah. Just so you know, I don't care for her. She wrenched open the closet door, then turned back to him. Confusion reflected on her face. What matters is I'm helping you. Not because we might be destined for each other, not because I feel sorry for your situation. Only because I know what it's like to be trapped. Thank you. I apologize for Hannah. She and I have a unique relationship. How could he explain Hannah's intrusion into his life without appearing ungrateful for her help? After all, it was because of Hannah that he even knew Sophia. She's got this silly notion to find me a whatever. I don't want to hear about your sordid past. Her blue eyes filled with doubt, and then she shrugged. No worries. Thank you just the same. Unable to resist, he tugged on her hand and pulled her close, brushing his lips against hers. I understand the sacrifice you're making on my behalf. If his voice shook, Xavier ignored it, as well as the tingle of surprise that shot through his gut. You're welcome. A rosy blush stained her cheeks to transform her girl next door features into those of an angel. Don't let Mona use the kitchen. Don't let the imps out of the liquor cabinet. And don't turn into a wolf while you're in the house. You have my word. He cocked an eyebrow, wondering if fate played a horrible trick on him by thrusting him into her gravitational pull. The portal is hidden in your bedroom closet. He could see nothing within but clothes on padded hangers. Sophia shrugged and stepped inside. It's a guest bedroom, but doesn't everyone know the portal is here? I guess not. He blinked when she closed the door. Curious, he opened it, but only the clothes remained. Being a member of the paranormal community was most enjoyable when Sophia had the opportunity to travel through the portal itself, free to mix and commune with others of her ilk. While she loved her job at Nan's, every time she made a visit to the Elias realm, she felt as if she really belonged there. This was odd in itself, since she spent a good portion of her time denying her supernatural persona. Elias realm, named for the man who first stumbled upon that particular portal long ago, was a large and bustling metropolis. Businesses thrived there. Every element of society represented the city, with the obvious difference being everyone in the realm was a paranormal creature. A few intrepid humans resided there, of course. For whatever reason, they found living in a parallel world more exciting and fulfilling than their own. Upon exiting the portal, Sophia faced a tunnel that was comparable to a subway passage, but held no train or tracks. Interspersed throughout the tunnel itself were glass-enclosed cubicles reminiscent of cash machines, only these computer consoles offered many more choices. To the left ran a set of stone stairs. These would eventually emerge onto a street that teemed with life and energy. Since it was just after the lunch hour, creatures of all sorts scurried around, ducking and dodging each other in a bizarre dance of colors and textures. High-rise office buildings lined the thoroughfares, their mirrored facades reflecting the dual suns in the sky, but they weren't her destination. After stepping into one of the cubes, she jabbed at a blue button and not so patiently waited as elevator doors opened. Good afternoon, Cam. Sophia greeted the doorman and kept her gaze on the illuminated panel of buttons. She always needed a few moments to fix her composure before she looked at the man. Where to, Miss Raines? Sophia put a hand to her nose and tried not to breathe in the rotten odor that emanated from the attendant. Immortal Court offices, please. Cam was an ogre. It was unfortunate such an ugly frame hid his sunny personality. She'd met him several years before when he was terrorizing children on Halloween. So she had hauled him before Sterling. Apparently Cam didn't possess anything Sterling coveted, since the portal master sent him into a rehabilitation center to learn a trade. He'd opted for a piece of the hospitality industry and ended up in elevator transportation. You been summoned again? Cam punched in a combination of numbers with a beefy green finger, then peered at her. Not exactly. I need to ask Sterling a question, no matter how much she liked. The ogre, she couldn't acclimate herself to look into his one bloodshot eye. If only he would bathe more frequently. Sophia concentrated on breathing. Through her mouth. Grunting, he pulled a lever and the car descended. Mr. Abignon is in a foul mood today. Seems some big game he was after slipped through his fingers. Again. He was so mad he almost killed the gatekeeper who disappointed him. Great. Apprehension clenched her stomach into a tight ball. She was one of 24 gatekeepers in the mortal world. Each one was responsible for a different area or region of the globe with responsibilities to patrol the areas and bring offenders to a portal master's court for judgment. Sterling and the other judges decided the paranormal showed signs of redemption or rehabilitation. The court sent the offender back to the mortal realm. If the paranormal was questionable, then they were sent to parallel universes such as Elias Realm. There were 8 different worlds in total, but Sophia had only visited this one. Keep your fingers crossed for me, Cam. I'd hate to enrage him further. Will do, Miss Rains. He released the lever and the elevator car stopped. I'll be waiting for you. Good luck. Thanks. Sophia exited the elevator into a long dark hallway. Black walls, floor, and ceiling made of quartz added to the gloomy atmosphere. But it did have one prepossessing feature she always found pleasant and unexpected. When she relaxed her eyes and glanced at the walls, tiny galaxies came into view, complete with supernovas, shooting stars, and asteroids. Why would Sterling keep something so awe-inspiring since he wasn't a "how cool is that?" kind of guy? Another pitch of her stomach reminded her why she was there. She could never forget the portal master was essentially 2 steps away from becoming an underlord, and therefore deadly. Fastening the buttons on her red corduroy blazer, she hastened her steps until the dark corridor opened into a vast chamber full of desks and bustling clerks. This was where she worked when on Sterling's time. She waved to a few friends before scurrying to a desk manned by an elderly woman with a blue beehive hairdo. Astral, is Sterling in his office? Yes, and if he knows what's good for him, he'll stay there for a while. Sophia stifled a laugh. Astral was Sterling's secretary. She supervised the work floor, as well as conducted the ballet of the clerks. That bad, huh? She shrugged. Par for the course. She glanced over the tops of her reading glasses. Been summoned. A wave of nausea raced up her throat. No, just need to get a question answered. Good luck, honey. Not many of you people come into the office if you haven't been summoned or are on the schedule for work. Thanks. She took the stairs 2 at a time and stood at the frosted glass door bearing the portal master's name. Taking a deep breath, she rapped on the door, then entered Sterling's inner sanctum. Why are you here, Sophia? We're not scheduled to have a meeting for another month. He kept his head bent over the paper spread open before him, affording her a look at the part line that ran through his raven black hair. Shrugging, she focused her gaze on a clock set into the wall behind his chair. The numbers that ran along the perimeter kept time for Elias Realm, with numbers running in a circle in the middle of the clock face for the mortal realm. I need some information. Sophia slipped into a black leather chair opposite his desk and clutched her hands in her lap to prevent them from shaking. Sterling Abignon was the epitome of evil, or at least the evil she'd encountered to this point. A dark angel, banished from the very throne of God. Sterling lucked into the job of portal master shortly after being disgraced. Never satisfied to be one of 4 demigods in Elias Realm, he spent considerable time campaigning for election to the post of an immortal. So far, the democratic progress had passed him over twice. That's why the internet was invented, Miss Rains, so you won't have to bother me with your inane questions. You haven't lost your rapier wit, I see. She crossed her legs and glared at her boss. As far as I know, you're the only one I can ask. He shoved a stack of contracts into a folder, then crammed the folder into a drawer in his filing cabinet. I heard about your little disagreement with the other gatekeeper. What would he do if he knew what she harbored in her small apartment? As gatekeeper, one of her jobs was to prevent the portals from being used as a free-for-all interstate between worlds, especially for those without clearance. There had to be a constant balance between realms, which was why the post of portal master existed. Not that it's any of your business, but I told Selma to bring me the vampire. She tailed. Somehow she lost the paranormal. Gave me an empty excuse as to why such an error occurred. He broke a wooden pencil with one hand, then tossed the pieces to the floor with a negligent shrug. I looked forward to interviewing the vampire. They are extremely hard to come by these days. Sophia's birthmark flared to life under her sleeve. Not as hard as you'd think. She mumbled the words as she recalled the strange man at Xavier's dinner party. You just have to know where to look. Selma will pay. I'll have her replaced eventually. Sterling pinned her with a dark gaze. You half-mortals are easy to swap. He rolled up his black shirt sleeves and flexed his fingers, causing the tattoo of a cobra to twitch and dance across his forearm. Is there a point to your intrusive presence, or would you rather stick around and collect the same punishment as Selma? Well, seeing as how we've never excelled at small talk, I'll come right out with what I need. Curls of alarm and dread twisted her gut with invisible hands. Gatekeepers reported directly to Sterling or to his equivalent in each specific realm. Each demigod of Sterling's rank also had a handful of other demi-beings, half-mortals, in his employ, and there was a constant turnover, especially in Sterling's court. It amazed her at how long she'd managed to keep her job, but suspected it had something to do with her dependence on the medication he dispensed on a regular basis. I'm waiting. His black eyebrows knit together as annoyance tinged his deep voice. As much as she wanted to fumble in her bag for an antacid, Sophia forced her hands to remain steady. How would a person go about freeing a gypsy? Cursed werewolf. She gritted her teeth, steeled for his wrath. Sterling's eyes glowed red with interest before returning to their usual black color. Do you know the whereabouts of a werewolf, Miss Rains? He leaned back in his chair, his lean body sliding against the leather as he propped his booted feet on the desktop. I feel I must remind you that withholding a paranormal being from me could result in a steep penalty. Of course not. She forced down the panic that threatened to choke her, then pasted on a smile, willing her face into a blank mask. Haven't I shown you complete and utter loyalty over the years? She mentally counted to 10. Yes, your fidelity to me has been tried time and again. He took up a metal letter opener, twirled it between his thumb and forefinger. But I'm interested to know why you ask such a question of me when that knowledge could surely be obtained elsewhere. No reason. Sophia shrugged with exaggerated nonchalance, hoping Sterling hadn't adopted the ability to read minds. I happened to come across an old book at a garage sale the other day about curses, and well, you know me, always curious. Uncomfortable in Sterling's utilitarian office of chrome and black leather, she suspected he kept the furnishings simple so he could appear the focal point. A black eyebrow crawled up in surprise. You're perhaps the least curious person I know. If you weren't so efficient at your job, you'd be stripped of your title tomorrow and placed under suspicion of treason. But Sophia almost puked into her purse as fear kept her in a stranglehold. Although it would give me great pleasure to replace you with someone possessing more of a personality and a killer instinct, it seems I have a use for you at the present time. He tapped the tip of the letter opener against his lips. Lamplight glinted wickedly off the blade that resembled a tiny sword. Are you hiding someone in your home? He leaned forward slightly, his jaw set in a hard line, his eyes flat and lifeless, and his voice a silken purr. I will find out if you are lying to me. Taking a deep breath, Sophia met his gaze without blinking. I'm telling you the truth. The only paranormal being I have at my home is Mona, and you already know about her. When he nodded, she expelled a held breath in relief. I did come across a renegade pixie, but because she's so obnoxious I haven't brought her in. Sterling nodded again. I refuse to waste my time trying the likes of an insignificant pixie. Do with her what you will. If you bring her into my court, I'll sentence her to work the mines in our Kadva realm. In a flourish of movement, he slammed his feet to the ground, then came around his desk to loom over her. To lift a gypsy curse of any kind, a member of the original family must be procured. Only a true family member can revoke the curse. And that's the only way? Her palms started sweat. He leaned so close she could discern every piece of stubble on his cheeks. Again, I'm asking in the interest of science. Of course, I could lift the curse if I were to find the subject worthy. Have the power to override curses, hexes, spells made out of spite, and a myriad of other petty annoyances. When he patted her cheek and retreated to his desk, Sophia's heart beat frantically. That's good to know. She always had a healthy respect for Sterling, but now, since she attempted to withhold evidence from the man, that respect grew into cold terror at an alarming pace. I wouldn't want to get involved in a curse. A wise decision. He twirled the letter opener in his hand again. If you betray me, I will be forced to withhold your medication. The smile that crept across his lips was far from pleasant. And then where would you be? No need to remind me. She glared, then scrambled to her feet. I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize my own humanity. Sophia barely gained the door when a flash of movement in the corner of her eye caught her attention. The silver letter opener, buried halfway to the hilt in the dark wood of the doorframe, quivered directly above her head. You're the most trustworthy person I have on staff, Sophia, so if you did betray me, I'd take it as a personal insult. I couldn't be responsible for my actions of retaliation. This time his smile was full of mockery. I might be enticed to sell you to the trolls of the demon realm along with the pixie and perhaps Mona. You'd fetch a pretty sum, I'm sure, that is if you manage to keep your human form. I won't betray you. Panic bubbled within her until she thought she'd gag on. I must go. Have a nice day, Miss Rains. Sophia made it as far as the galaxy corridor before one of the cloying memories of her past caught up to her. She'd met Sterling at her father's funeral. Her parent died during her early 20s from a heart attack brought on by the stress of being a gatekeeper. They'd no sooner lowered the casket into the ground before Sterling had approached, clad meticulously in a black suit, shirt and shoes, the epitome of dark fashion. Other family members drew her mother away, leaving Sophia alone with the black-hearted being. Who are you? Never before had she met any of her father's business acquaintances, probably because her dad wished to protect her as long as he could. Sterling Abignan. Your father worked for me until he so ungratefully decided to die in order to cut his contract short. He bowed from the waist, but the old-fashioned gesture didn't soften the aura of evil emanating from the man. It wasn't the words that made her mad. It was the way he said them, as if her father had inconvenienced him. People die. Get over it. Tears sprang to her eyes and fought with the anger seething in her chest. She couldn't believe this man would sully the already sad day. I wish I could, except your father's demise has left a hole in my personnel file. His black eyes bore into hers. Since he mentioned at one time that you were also a gargoyle, I find it wonderfully fateful you'll take his place. She stared at him as if he'd grown another head. I won't. I may have his genes. That doesn't mean I'll work for you. Yes, she remembered her father saying she would succeed him, but she believed in free will and refused to do anything she didn't want to do. Oh, I think it does. Sterling sauntered so close she smelled the slightly sulfur tinge on his skin. There's a twofold reason. One, I'll bet you've recently come upon a rather interesting problem. Been turning into a statue. When you're under high stress. Heat crawled over Sophia's skin. How could he possibly know that? Even now, the familiar tightening in her chest signaled a shift wasn't far off. Mentally, she counted to 10, then repeated the action, calming herself. It's nothing. Really? Not annoying in social situations? Doesn't confine you to your house from embarrassment. He rubbed a hand along his jaw. If you come work for me as a gatekeeper part-time, of course for a while, I can give you a tincture that'll put those genes in stasis. Imagine living as normal a life as you can, and for what? A simple job. Sophia snorted. No. My father hated working for you. Why should I do the same thing just because you say so? She risked a glance around the quiet cemetery, but none of the mourners had stuck around once Sterling showed up. He gave an elegant shrug. His face had darkened with a scowl that put her in mind of every evil thing she'd ever dreamed of. You drive a hard bargain. So let me up the ante. Sterling studied the immediate area and his gaze settled on a lone worker standing idly by waiting for access to the gravesite. Let me give you the proper motivation and the second reason you'll come to work for me. Before Sophia could form a reply, Sterling pointed a finger at the man. Jagged streaks of red lightning left his fingertip and slammed into the worker. With an agonized cry of pain and surprise, the man burst into flames. All ashen, leftover body parts vanished into a red puff of smoke. A small scorch spot appeared on the grass where he'd stood. Oh my God! You murdered him! Sickening fear swept over her as she stared at Sterling. What kind of person does that? No wonder her dad never talked about work if he could help it. Sterling's grin held no mirth. First mistake, my dear. I'm not a person and I have no sappy sentimental feelings for any other being in any realm. Remember that. He edged closer, his eyes glowing red. If you don't become the replacement gatekeeper as your heritage demands, I'll systematically kill one random person each hour of each day until you consent to my demands. You can't do that. She gagged as the smell of incinerated human flesh wafted to her nose. Would you like another demonstration? He laid a hand on her shoulder. Sophia sprang away at the burning heat the contact generated. Whether you believe it or not, I know you, Sophia. You're soft and riddled with guilt, which makes you weak and easy to manipulate. Now, do you really want all those potential deaths on your conscience? I'd imagine it'll be hard to sleep knowing with each tick of the clock another random person will die because of your selfishness. Shock, coupled with grief and the anger she'd carried around since childhood, roiled through her stomach. Was this what her father meant by falling into the darker side of herself? Did he try to warn her about this moment or something even dire down the line? She stared at Sterling as he buffed his fingernails on his suit jacket, then bowed her head. God, she needed to grow a backbone, but what was the point? She had no choice, probably never would again. In that one clarifying moment, she finally understood her dad. He did what he did to protect his family and, most likely, people around him. So much for free will. She looked up and her gaze connected with Sterling's. Already his eyes danced with victory, and she hated him from that moment. A deep down burning hatred that would never go away until he was obliterated from the earth. With an unwavering certainness, she would despise every moment of her life from this point onward. Fine. What will I need to do? Xavier paced the tiny amount of floor space between the queen bed and a pine dresser. Anxiety clawed through his being. He shouldn't have let Sophia go alone. He should have ignored her protests and accompanied her anyway, since it was on his behalf she went to Elias' realm. He cast another glance at the closet door, still firmly closed. I'm going after her. He transferred his gaze to Mona. You do the same thing, right? Sure, but every time I try to help her, she gets mad and chews me out. Mona shrugged from her spot on the bed. Sophia doesn't like to accept help, especially if it puts the people she cares for in danger. So I gathered. As much as he admired a strong-willed woman, was she harming herself in the process? I have to do something. A low growl accompanied the statement. Further speculation broke off when the closet door flew open. Sophia stumbled into the room, gasping for breath. Xavier halted her forward momentum and wrapped his arms around her. Sophia. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she attempted to draw air into her lungs. Her body shook with the force of her distress. I'm so sorry. He mentally berated himself for allowing her to go to Elias' realm without him. He should have called on his inner alpha wolf and followed her. Damn it, she was his woman and he needed to start acting like it. She had an unexplainable grip on him, and yet because of him she suffered emotional trauma. He let her wiggle free of his hold, watched with a level of helplessness as she dropped to her knees. I can't help you unless you're calm and relaxed. He brushed a lock of sweat-dampened hair out of her face. I suspect that's not the correct thing to say right now. Need Mona. Her eyes closed as she concentrated on drawing a full breath. Xavier looked at the petite accident attractor. What's wrong with her? Sophia's gasping breaths compelled him to protect her, but he felt ineffectual. Not knowing what she suffered from. She sometimes has panic attacks. Mona knelt beside her, stroking her arms. The air shimmered near the dresser, then Frida made an appearance. Why don't you just die and be done with it? She asked as she settled on a small carved box. So much drama for one human. Shut up. A wheeze punctuated Sophia's command. If you won't behave yourself, I'm afraid I'll be forced to escort you from the room. Xavier glared at the small menace. Do you understand me, Pixie? You can escort me anywhere, handsome. Frida batted her eyelashes and walked with exaggerated hips swaying across the top of the dresser. You wouldn't be able to keep up. He kept his annoyance in check by sheer willpower. Knock it off, you two. Sophia batted Mona's hands away from her forehead. I think I'll live, much to the disappointment of some of you. I constantly implore the girl to seek help in overcoming her problem, but she vexes me at every turn. A ghost in full cavalier garb made his presence known. Who the hell are you? Xavier narrowed his eyes. Of course, this interloper must be the ghost Sophia couldn't get rid of. His blood pressure rose at the constant interruptions. You know what, it doesn't matter. Oh, but it most certainly does, my good man. Calvin bobbed closer. Sophia is my lady fair. I have spent countless hours trying to convince her to end her human existence of pain here, and follow me into the afterlife. Xavier stood. And how's that working for you? The ghost assumed an annoyed expression. She is proving very resistant, especially now you are here and vying for her heart. He narrowed his eyes. Perhaps you should do the decent thing and bow out. My stake in this matter is much stronger. No, and unless you can challenge me to a duel with swords or pistols and I can actually kill you, this rivalry ends now. Calvin began a protest. Screw it. I'm done with this circus. Xavier let loose a primal snarl that turned into a low-pitched howl. The sound reverberated off the walls, shaking the pictures and disturbing knickknacks from the dresser top. All eyes turned toward him. A grin stretched his lips, his predatory smile. All of you listen. Whether you believe it or not, I, not Calvin, am Sophia's mate. Period. Of this moment, either you can work with me or you can leave. Your choice. Mona waved the hand containing the washcloth. But no exceptions. He crossed his arms over his chest as the urge to shift into the beast washed over him. Do not anger me further, Mona. You'll not want to meet me in wolf form. He growled again for emphasis, pleased when she immediately lowered her gaze. Now, everyone except Sophia leave this room. Sophia shook her head. That's not necessary, and it's still my house. Something inside him snapped. Get out. Now. This time the roar brought a mirror crashing to the floor near the closet. You have mere seconds. His grin widened when the miscellaneous beings scattered for parts unknown. Much better. The silence that followed nearly deafened him. Sophia blinked, her eyes big and round with fear. Xavier wondered if he crossed an invisible line with her. Then just as quickly realized he didn't care. Sooner or later she'd realize. She belonged to him, which would make both their lives much easier. Do you feel better? She threw him an annoyed glance. Has anyone ever told you how scary you are when you do that wolf growl thing? Yes, many times. He helped her off the floor, holding her in a loose embrace. I'm told it's a turn on. He caressed his hands over her ribcage, then encircled her waist. Would you like to see me shift? Her floral scent danced about him in a teasing whirlwind, built his libido until he wanted to throw her on the bed and mark her as his own. You know I can't allow that. Regret tinged her words and clouded her eyes. Xavier, you need to get out of this house. I don't know if my lies to Sterling were convincing enough, but suffice it to say, he'll be monitoring me closely. When will you understand? He stroked her cheek, buried his hands in her hair, until she looked into his eyes. You're mine, and I don't abandon things or people who belong to me. Xavier kissed her, momentarily losing himself in the softness of her lips before pulling away. I assumed he told you how to break the curse. Yes. He threatened me with death if he caught me harboring rule-breaking beings. She rubbed her eyes and wiggled out of his arms. Sterling said you only need to find a member of the original gypsy family and they can release the curse. Then we'll track down a gypsy. At least it's something. He moved toward her, but stopped when she held up a hand. What now? I know you think we're meant to be together. I don't know how or where you picked up this information. It doesn't matter. There's no time for all of that silly romantic stuff. She shoved her glasses back into place. I'm doing my best to keep Sterling away from here. She raised her gaze to his. I don't want to be responsible for another senseless death. I'm not strong enough to survive another catastrophe. Whatever has happened in your past, I can guarantee nothing like that will occur between you and me. The haunting pain in her eyes played to his sympathy, and again the urge to wrap her in his arms overwhelmed him. I meant what I said. I won't leave you. Not now. Not ever, and I'll personally enjoy killing Sterling if he attempts to threaten you again. She blinked rapidly as tears filled her eyes. I've got to get out of here. Wait, Sophia. Xavier grasped her hand. Please don't be here when I return. She wrenched her hand from his, kicked off her remaining shoe and exited the room. Damn stubborn woman. As Xavier loped down the stairs, he couldn't help but wonder if dealing with an unstable female would be worth lifting the curse. Her heart pounding, Sophia slammed outside the apartment to clump awkwardly over the sidewalk in her sock-covered feet. She slid onto a cold bench under a stand of half-naked trees nearby and took a few deep calming breaths. Dry autumn leaves swirled about her feet. She shivered. Life was rapidly spiraling out of control and she couldn't stop it. She turned her face to the weak October sun, but it didn't lift her lagging spirits. The situation was impossible. If she helped Xavier, she risked losing her own life. If she turned him over to Sterling, she got to keep her job, but she'd feel forever guilty about it as well as ending his. How do I manage to get myself into these messes? Her skin prickled like an otherworldly divining rod. Sophia sighed and her shoulders slumped in defeat. Xavier, how long do you plan to hide behind that tree before making yourself known? Not long. He shoved off from the tree he'd been leaning against. You have a habit of letting your emotions flow freely over your face. I know what you're thinking with very little effort. I merely waited for the opportunity. Great. She rolled her eyes but made room for him on the bench. The constant butterflies in her stomach since his arrival took flight, tickling her insides to feed into the excitement of his take-charge attitude. Why did he think she was his mate? Who'd told him that? Above all, Sophia wanted to explore the bright flame of unexplained desire that ignited inside every time she saw him. She'd never had that sort of reaction to anyone. I take it you won't heed my warning. She shivered again and clasped her hands together to keep them warm and mask their shaking. No. I've taken your request under consideration but feel it's not the best course of action for us at this time. Us? You're going to stick to that mate story, huh? Silence reigned for a few minutes. When it became obvious he wouldn't speak again, she blew out an annoyed breath. Why? A pair of squirrels scampered through the fallen leaves chattering. One had the audacity to sniff Xavier's shoe before they both ran away as if the hounds of hell were after them. Sophia snickered. They must know he was a werewolf. Animal senses were much more in tune to the world than humans were. Had he ever eaten a squirrel? Well, why? It's difficult to explain. He stroked his goatee in a gesture she associated with agitation or frustration. It gave him a bit of humanity and made him endearing. She stifled a groan. She couldn't fall under his spell, for his safety and her own. Try me. Difficult is my middle name. A faint smile lifted the corners of his mouth. I meant it when I promised to release you from your birthright. Shifting, he threw his trench coat around her shoulders, his hands lingering longer than necessary until she thought he must feel her tremors. I intend to fulfill that promise. Thanks. Unless you happen to be Superman or God himself, I really don't see how that will be possible. When a gust of wind blew up, she snuggled into his coat and breathed in his scent clinging to the fabric. An exotic mixture of oak apples and wood smoke. She sniffed the collar and sighed. Whatever it was, Sophia felt safe as the aroma wrapped itself around her consciousness. Why do you refuse to accept help or even friendship? He casually draped an arm along the back of the bench. The tips of his fingers brushed her shoulder. I've learned it's not healthy to get my hopes up because they'll usually be dashed. She shrugged and finally met his gaze, stunned again at the unique color. I won't be disappointed if I don't look forward to anything. In my line of work, that's the safest bet. Xavier's smile revealed straight white teeth and slightly pointy canines. You deserve more than that, Sophia. I intend to give you the world, shower you with so much love you'll drown in it. That's the right and privilege of being mates. Her throat dry, she swallowed and fought off tears. That's a fine sentiment. But it isn't up to you. He dropped his arm over her shoulders like a stole. We play the cards fate deals to us without complaint. Fate gave me you. Xavier drew her closer. Wolf or man, that'll never change. Damn it, Xavier. She teetered between fighting him off and allowing him to continue his pursuit of fleeting romance. Deep down, she wanted the romance. Wanted the security and confidence that came from loving another person. She glanced into his face, taken aback by the admiration reflected there. His golden curls shone in the sun to resemble a halo. You have everything you need, so why not get started on your quest? Come with me. He caressed her cheek, then slid his hand under her hair. I promise to set you free. It's the least I can do in exchange for a lifetime with you. Tempting. Sophia almost agreed to his plan when chills prickled her skin from his touch, but Sterling's threat still echoed in her head. I can't refuse to be the catalyst in your death. She held up a hand to thwart the embrace she knew was coming. I let you kiss me twice before. That's enough. Have not given you permission. I know next to nothing about you, and I have no idea why you feel I'm your mate. Still, her insides fluttered from his attention. She felt herself leaning toward him on the bench. All the more reason for you to accompany me on my search for the gypsy, don't you think? We can spend quality time together. I can convince you we're meant to be together, and you can reward me by returning my regard. He cupped her face in his elegant hands and looked deep into her eyes. Sophia's heart spun out of control at the sincerity in the honey-colored gaze. As for the kiss, let's just say it was something that needed to be done. That doesn't make any sense. Her exclamation was more of a whisper, considering his face was mere inches from hers. Quite frankly, it'll take a lot of convincing on your part for me to go anywhere with you. I'm just not an adventurous sort of person. My life is quiet, structured, and well-ordered. Tough sell even to her ears. I like it that way. Keeps me safe. Keeps me sane. Xavier shrugged. It's time for a change. Sophia was ready for his kiss, but not the intensity of the contact. It was almost as if she'd plugged herself into an electrical outlet as her nerves sizzled and sparkled. When he slipped his arms about her waist to pull her close, she opened her mouth to protest or to urge him on. She couldn't say. Xavier took advantage of her surprise by stroking her tongue with his warmth, built throughout her body until the chilly October air ceased to be an issue. She pulled slightly away. It's a crazy idea and most likely means certain death for one or both of us. Then we'd better be sure each move is planned with no margin for error. He nibbled her lips before kissing a heated path down the column of her throat. I need more time. She shivered with pleasure as his lips captured hers with a light gossamer caress. It would be so easy to give in to the feelings he invoked, but she couldn't give up control, not yet. Caution had been her companion longer than love and wasn't easily forgotten. Over 80% of what people tell you as truth is oftentimes wrong. She nipped a line of kisses along his jaw, reveling in the feel of his goatee. When it tickled her lips. I'm a vegetarian and you eat meat, not to mention the occasional person. You'll have to trust me. He ran his fingers along her ribcage, then claimed her lips once more. Do you have any more excuses? Not at the moment. Sophia sighed, then sprang away from him when she nearly melted into his arms. Xavier laughed, a deep warm sound that brought comfort as well as excitement. I assume this means you'll come with me? He adjusted her glasses. Tiny fires ignited up and down her spine when he caressed her bottom lip with a thumb. Right. Damn werewolf. Nevertheless, she grinned and ignored her body's reaction to his nearness. There'd be plenty of time to condition herself to his advances in the coming days. When do we leave? Chapter 6. When Sophia and Xavier returned, Mona met them at the door and announced she located a bona fide gypsy a few blocks over from the apartment. She'd even gone so far as to make an appointment for later in the afternoon. There's just one catch, she added as she swept the remnants of the last of the coffee mugs. She'd been attempting to concoct hot cocoa. The ensuing mess was the result of that experiment, and she hadn't even warmed the milk yet. Containing her annoyance by sheer willpower, Sophia drummed her fingers on the dining room table. And the catch would be? Since her talk with Xavier, part of her wanted to hurry and start the quest while the other part desired nothing more than to lock him in her bedroom and get to know him on a physical level. Once the idea of love entered her mind, she couldn't shake it. Madame Mirela might be under the impression you and Xavier are married. She ducked to deal with the dustpan, hiding her face from view. I kinda told her. You two were having disagreements. Why? What on earth would possess you to make up some cock and bull story? Why not tell the truth? Sophia bit the end from a baby carrot with a sharp snap. And chewed. Why not tell her we simply need to speak with her? Oh, like you always tell the truth? Mona thumped her dustpan on the floor. For emphasis. Her gaze landed on Xavier, then just as quickly darted away. For a delicate flower she packs a lot of punch. He grinned as he emptied his soup bowl. I don't know which one of you is more annoying. Mona has always had spunk. She found it hilarious her roommate was terrified of the werewolf now since he had shown his true nature. Maybe if she encouraged him he'd growl again and totally send Mona packing. Just the remembrance of the overt strength and display of virility made Sophia's heart pound and moisture accumulate between her thighs. That's why we get along. She's the fire and I'm ice. Xavier's rich laughter filled the room. I don't know how much of that statement is true. Sometimes ice can cause as much pain and awareness as fire. Sophia's cheeks burned under his knowing gaze. To cover her confusion, she refilled his bowl. I've never eaten a meal quite like this. He shoveled a spoonful into his mouth and chewed with obvious enjoyment. It's called lentil soup, Xavier. Finished with the last of the hummus and carrots, Sophia carried her plate to the sink. Congratulations on successfully eating your first vegetarian dinner. She smiled at Mona. I think our werewolf is expanding his culinary horizons. Lentils. He chewed another mouthful. I like it. I don't realize the meat is missing from the meal. While he occupied himself with scraping the last fragments from his bowl, Sophia turned her attention to her roommate. Why did you tell this gypsy person Xavier and I were married? Madame Mirela said she didn't take cases unless they had a good story or were an emergency. Mona shrugged and began cleaning the soup pot. So I made up a story and figured you guys could tell her what the emergency was. She stopped, scrubbing long enough to scratch her freckled nose. Do you want to break Xavier's curse or not? I hate it when you're right. On impulse, Sophia gave the other woman a hug. Thanks for your help. Her grin lit the kitchen. Hey, just don't forget me when you're free and happy and having babies. Sophia snorted. That's about as likely to happen as me being able to breathe underwater. And Sophia? I'm gonna keep to my room while Xavier is here. To give you two some privacy. I don't want to cause another outburst. She shivered and avoided looking directly at the werewolf. Good idea. Sophia's lips twitched as she exchanged an amused glance with Xavier. He wasn't all that bad, actually. Sophia blew out a frustrated breath. What are we supposed to tell this woman? She and Xavier sat in the waiting room, looking anywhere but at each other. Madame Mirela ran a fortune-telling and marriage counseling business out of a strip mall off the main highway. As far as Sophia could tell, there were only 2 rooms. The one where the fortunes were read and couples were counseled was currently occupied. What's the point of making an appointment if she's not going to keep it? Hard plastic maroon chairs lined one wall of the waiting room under cheap oil paintings of generic landscapes. Hush! Xavier didn't glance up from the outdated magazine he perused. You need to trust me. I'm your mate and therefore the head of your household. Are you kidding me? When he shot her a steely look, Sophia dug into the depths of her bag and pulled out the book he gave her. Flipping to the first chapter, she nearly choked on her mint. Listen to this. Lycanthropy during the European Middle Ages was believed to occur within the bounds of witchcraft or magic. Modern theory stated the fungus ergot contaminated the rye bread favored by the poor, causing hallucinations and delusions about werewolves. Can people really be stupid enough to believe this? Xavier's lips drew back to bare his white teeth. While lycanthropy may provide you with a source of amusement, I can assure you it's only too real for me. Throwing the magazine down, he stood and paced around the small confines of the waiting area, the raw power he wielded barely controlled and very much resembling a wolf. Perhaps I've misjudged your character. I'm sorry. Sophia swallowed in an effort to bury the guilt crawling through her stomach. She crammed the book into her bag, then raked her fingers through her hair. I'm nervous. When I get nervous, I tend to make stupid and sarcastic comments. In the short time she'd known him, he'd never been anything but polite and gallant, except for their initial kiss when he'd nearly attacked her on the street. She frowned. Really, that wasn't polite, but it had served to make her very aware of him as a man. Now, common sense forced her to revise her original assessment and made her recognize his animal side. Blinders fell from her eyes to reveal the primal animal in his stealthy movements. The muscles in his legs, arms, and jaw were tensed and ready for action while his eyes were alert and probing. He was powerful, he was threatening, and he was very, very dangerous. She jumped when he loomed over her, forcing her to crane her neck to look at him. Sophia, never forget what I am behind this false facade. If I were to transform before you, I couldn't guarantee your safety. He growled, and the sound vibrated in her chest, made the hair on her arm stand to attention. Don't mock me again. He drew a deep breath, bringing his emotions under control. I'm sick to death of powerful males like you who swagger about and threaten me. Anger rose in her chest, almost choking her. She glanced at the connecting door to Madame's inner sanctum. It was firmly closed. Launching out of her chair, she rounded on the agitated man. His flashing eyes didn't deter her. Let's get something straight. I'm here for your benefit. Sophia jabbed him in the chest with a finger, staring him down. She resisted the urge to tumble into those golden eyes that had softened slightly. If you ever try to intimidate me again, I'll turn you over to Sterling so fast you won't have time to think. She dug her finger into his rock-hard shoulder for emphasis. Do we understand each other? More than you know. The air between them shimmered and crackled with magical energy. I've killed many people, and I'm feared in more worlds than this one. And I've led innocent people to the slaughter. His next growl resonated within her stomach, alternately bringing out fear and excitement. Sophia's mind screamed a warning, but she ignored it. From deep inside, something bubbled and grew, began to change her. Confidence asserted itself where she thought there was none. You're preaching to the wrong woman if you're looking for pity. He blinked, then stalked to the opposite side of the room to lean a shoulder against the wall, his legs crossed at the ankles. If we weren't already destined to be soulmates, I'd leave you to Sterling's wrath. If you'll remember, I did tell you numerous times I didn't want to come. Sophia hoped her voice projected calm, because inside a mass of anger, sadness, and regret seethed and churned. Her chest heaved and she fisted her hands. She'd never wanted a man more than she did Xavier right now. He made her feel many emotions, but desire dominated all others. She lowered her gaze under the force of his rage, not understanding why she did so. Even in the face of Sterling's displeasure, she'd never backed down. What compelled her to be subservient now? The door to Madame's inner sanctum opened, and the gypsy herself stood in the doorway. Sounds like you two got here in the nick of time. Her eyes glittered with anticipation as she showed another couple from the office. Once they were out of earshot, Madame Mirela turned to Sophia and said, Let's save a marriage today, shall we? The sooner we get started, the better. She followed the gypsy into the office, ignoring Xavier, and going to extraordinary lengths to maintain some distance between them. She dropped her bag on the floor, then claimed the chair nearest the door. I can see how anxious you are to put things to rights. Sophia bit down hard on her bottom lip to derail a derisive retort. I couldn't help but overhear the angry tone in your voices as you waited. Madame perched herself on the corner of her modest gray resin desk. You must remember, anger doesn't solve anything. It only creates more anger. From the top of her frizzy blonde head to the soles of her red slipper-covered feet, Madame Mirela appeared to be every inch the consummate professional gypsy, clad in a gauzy orange peasant blouse with sequins and a vibrant yellow broomstick skirt. Her demeanor screamed carnival attraction. She'd even gone as far as trying to tame her hair with a neon blue scarf, but in spite of the cheesy clothing, she emanated a sense of calm and quiet power. She was the real deal. Sophia cleared her throat. I think you misunderstood. Coral-hued lips parted in a smile to reveal lipstick-smeared teeth. Oh, I don't think I have. She unfolded her tall frame from the desk and drifted between the chairs. You feel guilty because things have gotten to this state. Mirela focused her attention on Xavier, simpering when he smiled. We'll start with an exercise designed to clear the air and cleanse the spirit. Picking up a clipboard and pen from her desktop, she smiled again. Healing cannot start while anger is present. The knot in Sophia's stomach expanded. She shot a glance at her alleged spouse, immediately wary at the mischievous twinkle in his eye. The fact he appeared to be enjoying the farce didn't bode well. Crap. When the gypsy snapped her fingers, Sophia refocused her wandering attention. I'll start with Xavier. What I want each of you to do is this. Pick one thing about your mate that angers you and explain why. She nodded encouragement to him and waited, tapping the pen cap against her chin. Xavier turned his chair slightly toward Sophia, then cleared his throat. I find your lack of assertiveness to be extremely off-putting. You need to stand up for yourself more. Excellent. Now Sophia, you do the same for Xavier. I can't. Mirela's brilliant green eyes never left her face. Sophia groaned. Well, Xavier, she stumbled, hating the slight nod from the gypsy. It really ticks me off you don't value my opinion or what I say. Feel like you're humoring me, so I'll go along with your plans. Very nice, Sophia. She scribbled on the clipboard, then pointed to Xavier with her pen. Now again, it's important to continue the cleansing process. Your lack of fashion sense is annoying. How hard is it to wear an outfit that complements your shape? I'd like to see your curves. In his zeal, Xavier turned to face Sophia, a wicked on his lips. Is that so? She glared and fought off a blush. Why do you assume we're mated without even asking me what I want from a man? I cannot fathom why you won't stand up to your employer. I think your dependence on meat is deplorable. Why can't you believe in yourself? Why do you always think you need to be right? I wish you'd be more sympathetic regarding my affliction. Sophia shot to her feet and planted her hands on her hips. I wish you'd stop ordering me around. I don't belong to you no matter what you might think, and if that's true, why the hell are you spending so much time with Hannah? Her breath came in short gasps. Tears gathered behind her eyelids. Just the fact she was close to crying made her anger boil over. The afternoon charade was rapidly evolving into something beyond the original deception, but the raw pain that clogged her throat was very real. You don't understand me. I can't be with someone who won't respect me. The stress from the last few hours finally caught up with her. She chewed a fingernail. Why did she care so much about their fictional relationship? And you don't understand me. He handed Sophia a snowy white handkerchief. Her fingers tingled when they brushed against his as she accepted it. It seems we're at an impasse. But you have made great progress. Mirela beamed. Let's sum up what we've learned. She settled behind the desk and consulted her notes. Xavier, you need to work on your listening skills when Sophia has something to say. You need to accept the fact you won't always be right. Marriage is a compromise. Give and take. Some friction is good to keep interest in the relationship. When both Xavier and Sophia nodded, she made a check mark next to an item on her clipboard, then continued. In the future, you should limit your romantic attention to only your partner. If you want your marriage to prosper, you must have eyes only for Sophia. She deserves your full attention. She frowned. I really don't see how your fondness for meat has any bearing on the relationship, though. It does, because I'm a vegetarian. Sophia glared at Xavier and resisted the urge to stick out her tongue. Why can he not negotiate with me on this issue? Hannah suggested I restrict my diet to venison. She didn't mention going meat free. Another wave of anger washed through her. Oh, then by all means, if Hannah suggested something, it must be the law. Sophia threw up her hands. Xavier narrowed his eyes. What does that mean? You tell me. She shrugged. I've been living with Hannah's specter since you arrived in my life. Now you spout off this stuff about you and I being life mates. What the hell am I supposed to think? You're the one meant for me, but Hannah is. Sadness filled his amber eyes. Forget it. Again, the existence of the other woman will need to be dealt with, Xavier. Mirela frowned as she studied the werewolf. My dears, you'll have to come up with a concession that works for you regarding mealtime. She cleared her throat, her gaze darting between them. Now for you, Sophia. You need to make an effort to dress in a more becoming manner, be a bit more strong-willed in the matter of your work and personal lives, and find it in your heart to understand Xavier's illness. She smiled. Excellent. With a sniff, Sophia twisted the handkerchief between her fingers. Her tears had dried, but her stomach churned from the accusations and emotions. Agreeing to help Xavier wasn't one of her better ideas, yet she had no clue just how horrible it could become, especially since her own mind couldn't settle on how she felt about the werewolf. Why had he decided to come waltzing into her life? Did he intend to destroy the last shred of her sanity? Was he really her soulmate? Did she want him to be? Sophia. Yes. She yanked her head up. Both the marriage counselor and Xavier stared at her. Madame Mirela wants us to try an experiment. A tiny smile lifted the corners of his mouth, his expression inscrutable. Would you like to continue? I suppose. How much worse could this afternoon be? Wonderful. You'll find a piece of masking tape at each end of the room. Need you both to stand on one of the lines? Mirela clapped her hands. The sequins on her blouse quivered with suppressed excitement as they did as instructed. What now? The tips of Sophia's brown loafers hung slightly over the tape line. She acknowledged to herself that perhaps she could go shopping for something a bit more feminine. The thought depressed her. She was fashion impaired. This is an exercise in trust. She groaned. Do you really think this is necessary? Come on, Sophia, it will only take a few more minutes. Xavier cajoled, his hands deep in the pockets of his trousers. You want to save our marriage, don't you? He waggled his eyebrows. That little gesture nearly made her cry all over again, but for different reasons. I want you to think of what you admire most about your partner and say it aloud. Mirela's expectant grin practically lit the room. Once you say your word, step to the next piece of tape. Can I go home now? Sophia avoided Xavier's intense gaze and the way her stomach fluttered from his attention. Not until we fix this marriage. The werewolf's grin was very predatory. You're mine, Sophia, and I refuse to lose you to misunderstandings. Damn. Sterling's wrath was much more welcome than dealing with feelings and emotions for a man she may or may not be attracted to. Let's get this over with. Never again would she make fun of guests on the Dr. Phil show. Sharing was painful. She suspected no matter how far she ran or how fast she went, she'd always come back to the werewolf and his shining golden eyes. Crap. Chapter 7. Mirela cleared her throat. Please continue. What I admire most about my partner. Xavier grinned. To see Sophia so discomfited by the whole process amused him. The simple fact she was uncomfortable revealing her emotions made him wonder what exactly she'd been through by working for the portal master. His respect for her rose. I admire your tenacious pursuit of the truth. Since he insinuated himself into her household, she'd been vocal about his need to stay out of Sterling's clutches. If she were as evil as she claimed, she'd never want to shield him. She'd be a strong mate. He was a lucky man. He stepped to the next piece of tape. When he winked, a reluctant smile tugged at Sophia's lips. I admire your ability to remain calm in the face of adversity. Well, mostly. That whole thing earlier was scary, and a stain of red filled her cheeks and she moved to the next line without finishing her thought. 8 feet of floor now separated them. Are we finished? Hardly. I'm good at my job, but I'm not a miracle worker. Mirela snorted. Now tell your partner why you respect them. As Xavier looked at her, warmth spread through his gut, stirred his groin. By the gods, she was tempting with vulnerability clouding her blue eyes. I respect the fact you feel compelled to protect those who come into your inner circle. He stroked his goatee, still uncomfortable with the fact she tried to shield him. He was the one who should protect her, not the other way around. He was her mate, and he'd make their decisions. He stepped to the next line of tape. How could he convince her of that fact? You've tried to protect me since I set foot on your doorstep. I can't help it. Shrugging, she scuffed the toe of her shoe against the carpet. I don't want you to get hurt, and well, you've met Mona. If I don't stick up for her, she's liable to do herself serious bodily injury. Sophia twisted the handkerchief. I respect the deep love you have for your friends, even if your love or whatever it is for Hannah is a tad weird and beyond what I would consider normal. She moved forward to her tape strip. I mean she's married and pregnant, for Pete's sake. What's that supposed to mean? Hannah is a close friend, nothing more. Well, you certainly don't act like any friends I've ever seen. He frowned. Did you think we'd been intimate? I may have wanted to be more than friends at one time, but that urge died an early death long ago. Had he unintentionally misled her to think otherwise? His chest tightened. Did Sophia's excess of emotion stem from a budding attraction to him? The thought sent tremors of desire down his spine. Had she finally accepted his need to court her, of their destiny together? We never slept together. He met her Gaze. There's only one woman I want to warm my bed. Is that true? Sophia's blush deepened. She came across as extremely possessive to me. It's a long story. Xavier's expelled breath became a laugh. I promise to tell you one day when we're not so busy working on our relationship. He cocked an eyebrow as new hope welled within. Make sure you do. You're mine, Sophia, never forget it. We'll see how things go. Her beautiful lips twitched with what he hoped was a grin. New beginnings are always so delightful. Mirela cleared her throat. That insight is all well and good, but we must follow the program. She consulted her clipboard. Next, I want you to identify the physical attribute which attracted you most to your partner. That's an easy one, Mirela. Feeling as if he'd just come through a test by fire unsinged, he glanced at the counselor. It would have to be Sophia's smile. She seldom shows it, and it's a fleeting phenomenon, but when she does, it lights up her whole face. Like a schoolboy, he jumped to the next mark. If you're lucky enough to be the reason for the smile, then you know you've truly done an amazing thing. Well, it certainly seems as if Xavier has let go of his anger. Mirela scribbled on her clipboard. What about you, Sophia? He's paid you a high compliment. Can you match it? She glanced at Mirela. I'm thinking. The blush staining her cheeks intensified. I like his curls. She clutched the handkerchief as if it alone would keep her in the room. In fact, I really like those curls. She stepped forward, a stunned expression on her face. Only a mere 2 feet separated them now. One mark remained on the carpet. Never had Xavier wanted a woman more. She was perfect, as if the immortals themselves constructed her especially for him. Maybe they did. Threads of uncertainty snaked through him when he thought of a possible future. Would her tentative attraction for him go the distance if he was compelled to shift into a wolf for the rest of his days? If so, could he subject her to that fate of never knowing if she'd be safe? Would he be tempted to harm her as a wolf even though she was his mate? The back of his neck heated. During the dark moments of the fight with the demon lord 3 months ago, he and his best friend Edwin nearly subjected Hannah to the same fate. However, unlike Hannah, Sophia owned his soul, his very being, and he'd gladly die to defend her. Xavier emitted an impatient growl. Why was dealing with women so difficult? The gypsy interrupted his black musings. This is your final question. If your partner were to suddenly lose all of their character traits except one, which one would you like for them to retain? Mirela gnawed at her bottom lip with the unfortunate result of smearing the lipstick even more. Sophia held his gaze, daring him to look away. Then she smiled and his inside shuddered with need. Honesty. The word rang out strong and clear as they said it at the same time. We cannot both stand on this line, Xavier mentioned casually as he attempted to hide the emotions that roiled inside. No, we can't. What should we do? The gypsy's laugh trilled around them. Isn't it obvious? The last line is symbolic of the mended relationship, Mirela explained. You've both come through the exercises with flying colors. All that's left is to seal your new commitment with a kiss. Excellent idea. He reached for Sophia, but she pulled away just beyond his hand. Our relationship can be saved after all. Xavier stifled the chuckle that bubbled in his throat at her expression of sudden panic. Are you serious? Her brow furrowed when he nodded. With a sigh, Sophia stood on tiptoe and planted a small peck on his cheek. There you go. Signed, sealed, and delivered. She clapped him on the shoulder. Well done. Growling low in his throat, Xavier leaned into her, put his lips to the shell of her ear and whispered, that did nothing to satisfy either of us, and you know it. Her vanilla and flower scent teased him, embedded a deep hunger in his brain for more than food. Mine. Honestly, Sophia, a relationship as fiery and passionate as what you two share deserves better. Mirela frowned and deposited the clipboard on the desk. With a clatter. Try again. Alarm sprang into her eyes. I'm a very private person. Nonsense. Xavier tucked her into his arms, enjoyed her warmth as it seeped into his skin. We wouldn't want to disappoint the woman, would we? His breath stirred a tendril of her hair. And we shouldn't shortchange our relationship. Everybody needs to deal with disappointment at some point. Tired of her flimsy excuses to postpone the inevitable, he claimed her mouth. Tightening his arms around her waist, he pulled her flesh against him. Nibbling at the corner of her lip, he tasted the mint-flavored lip balm she used. Need shot through his abdomen, insisted he do whatever it took to keep her with him. She is mine. We should stop. Not now, not ever. Ignoring her protest, Xavier traced her bottom lip with the tip of his tongue. When she whimpered and buried her fingers in his hair, he deepened the kiss, sliding his tongue into her mouth to stroke the silkiness of hers. He backed off the intensity of the embrace to tease her with feather-like caresses that did little to assuage the ache in his groin. Are you sure you want to stop? He pressed tiny kisses to her closed eyelids, then traced a path back to her velvety lips. Because I want you, Sophia. He felt each shiver and wave course through her body, feeding his own desire, until it reached the strength of a bonfire. Sophia swept her hands over his back, slid around to his chest as her fingers fumbled with the buttons of his shirt. No! The minx matched him kiss for kiss, sucked his tongue into her mouth. The embrace marred when Mirela's voice cut through the haze. Damn! He dropped his hands from their resting place on Sophia's ribcage. This isn't over. He stared into her eyes, satisfied she'd received his message when a blush covered her face. Not even close. I just knew your relationship could be salvaged. Mirela beamed. Now tear yourselves apart and sit down so I can answer any questions you may have. This is an unexpected stumbling block. Sophia unmolded herself from Xavier's chest. She dropped into a chair and stared at the gypsy. This isn't good at all. I thought it was very good, but I can do much better given the proper circumstances. He winked, his desire spiking once more when Sophia looked quickly away. Whether she wanted to admit it or not, she felt the attraction. He'd felt it in her response. Xavier wanted to spend endless moments lost in her embrace in the attempt to find out just how deep those feelings went, to convince her they belonged together. It certainly looked great to me. If I were you, I'd take my man home and go straight to bed. 4 days. Mirela wrote on a yellow slip of paper, then handed it to Xavier. Here's your bill. You may mail the payment to the address at the bottom. She laced her fingers together on her desktop. Did you have any questions? All hilarity drained from him as he nodded. There's something else we need to discuss with you. Xavier stood behind Sophia with one hand resting lightly on her shoulder. My question has to do with my illness. Approach the subject with delicate care or go directly into it. He stroked his goatee with a forefinger. It's more of a curse, really. Oh, I see. You want to have children and are concerned you'll pass on the affliction. The gypsy pulled a leather-bound book off a shelf and flipped to a certain page. Sophia stirred. Actually, Mirela, I'm a werewolf. Xavier squeezed Sophia's shoulder, hoping to relieve the sudden tension he felt beneath his hand. My grandfather was cursed by a member of your family. I wondered if you'd be so kind as to lift the curse. I see. The heavy silence in the room was broken when Mirela slammed the book shut. A werewolf curse, eh? Her eyes narrowed as she peered at Xavier. I should have known. The name Leighton rang a bell, but I didn't connect the two incidents. I do apologize for not bringing it to your attention sooner. Sophia and I were occupied with other matters. The gypsy's gaze slid to Sophia. Indeed. She fiddled with the end of her scarf. When I was very young, my great-grandmother used to tell us stories of the man she cursed in her youth. With each telling, the affliction grew stronger until it has become something of a legend in our family. A smile crossed her lips as she remembered. And now the werewolf has come to beg a favor from me. Mama would be tickled. I can assure you I mean you no ill will should you decide not to assist me. He didn't know whether to interrupt her comment as willingness to help or not. I've made tentative peace with what I am. However, if I don't need to live out the remainder of my life as a shapeshifter, then it's all for the better. His grip tightened on Sophia's shoulder. In the event you choose not to lift Xavier's curse, would there be any way for you to tell us how else we might accomplish the feat? Sophia leaned her head against his forearm. I'd be happy to lift the curse, however, I need to ask Xavier one more question. Yes. Cold dread held him rooted to the floor. In recent days, have you experienced a change with your curse? Feeling that something isn't quite right regarding the magic energy that binds you? Actually, yes. He nodded. I mentioned it to Sophia yesterday, in fact. What does it mean? The gypsy sighed and pity swamped her gaze. I had a feeling this would happen. Sooner or later. She chewed her bottom lip. My grandmother isn't exactly able to string lucid moments together anymore. She heard the stories more than any of us, I suppose, and in one of her more potent senior moments I caught her reciting an addendum to your curse. I guess she was trying to avenge her mother. What does that mean? His words felt forced and he willed himself to remain calm. Well, Mirela thumbed through the book. It seems good old mama has doomed you to remain as a wolf 10 months into your 37th year. She glanced at him. How old are you? He swallowed, refusing to look at Sophia. I turned 37 January 31st of this year. A swath of sorrow cut through him so strong he feared it would break him in half. Mirela held up a hand at Sophia's intake of breath. I thought as much. I'm sorry. Xavier couldn't find the proper words to convey his feelings. Turned out he didn't need to, as Sophia rushed to his defense. That's a bunch of crap and you know it. She glared at the marriage counselor. If you can break the original curse, then surely you can reverse the addendum, right? Not wanting to destroy his manly facade, Xavier swallowed his gratefulness of her defense and waited for Mirela's explanation. Yes and no. You see, there is one condition, and it is a prerequisite for lifting all of Mama's curses, or even my family's curses for that matter. My grandmother went through a time in her life where she practically cursed everyone she came across, so I'm well versed in damage control. Mirela rummaged in a desk drawer, then pulled out a small notepad. I can concoct a potion of sorts which will require these 3 special ingredients: the scale of a mermaid's tail, the tooth of a dragon, and 3 ounces of magic dust. The recipe does not specify a type, and it really doesn't matter. Without each component, the potion will be useless. She handed the list to Xavier. I must warn you, the potion must be made and ingested by the stroke of midnight on Halloween, since that is the last day until Mama's curse becomes active. I understand. Xavier pocketed the paper. If I fail, can I apply to the immortal court for a reversal? Or rather, Sophia could if I become a full-time wolf. Wouldn't that be a kick in the teeth after all this? He finally found his soulmate, but could possibly be stuck in wolf form, still unable to have her. You could in an ordinary year. Mirela cocked an eyebrow. You see, this year is the exception. What do you mean? Sophia shifted on her chair, and only the steady pressure of Xavier's hand kept her there. It's not even the turn of the century. Right, but it would seem the court is trying something new. At the Samhain festival this year, the immortals are gathering pledges. They wish to overhaul or even revamp the courts and want to garner support. For the first time in history, they will be opening up posts to beings of mortal blood. Mirela's eyes danced with excitement. Can you believe it? My daughter Eden is going to apply. Sophia shrugged. What does that have to do with Xavier's plight? On All Hallows Eve, or Samhain if you prefer, the bridges and barriers between the mortal and the other 7 realms disintegrate. The more mischievous paranormal creatures generally cause havoc in the mortal realm. So, nothing of any significance ever occurs on Halloween other than kids getting hyped up on sugar. Sophia quickly turned her laugh into a cough when Xavier squeezed her shoulder. Mirela exchanged a glance with the werewolf. Mortals never did understand. She gazed at Sophia. The immortals will be busy policing the general populace of the realms, and with the added addition of the pledge drive, they will be too busy to lift a curse, minor or otherwise. Xavier flexed and relaxed his fingers in a circuit of agitation. What's the catch this year? If old business isn't concluded by midnight on All Hallows Eve, it will be forgotten forever. It's the immortals' way of clearing the books every 10 years or so, especially now if they restructure the system. You chose a really bad time to take up the task of lifting a curse, or 2 in your case. Frustration gripped his stomach and refused to let go. Then I'm destined to live out my life as a werewolf. He looked away from Sophia. Her pity annoyed him. I apologize, Sophia, for disrupting your life. I need to accept my fate without more complaint. No, we can do this, Xavier. Scrambling from her chair, she shook his arm until he met her gaze. This isn't such an impossible task. It's only the 26th. There's plenty of time. For long moments Xavier held her gaze, assessing his options. The hope in her voice spurred him to continue his quest, but his own doubt and lingering depression threatened to snatch it away. You'll see this out to the end, no matter what will occur. He held her chin between his thumb and forefinger, and wanted nothing more than to dive into the cool depths of her eyes. I promise. And you'll seriously take into consideration the reality that we're mates and that even if I'm a wolf it won't matter. She visibly swallowed and her pupils dilated with high emotion. For whatever reason we're bound together. I want to see what happens. I owe it to you and, more importantly, to myself. Warmth coated his internal organs and brought peace to his tortured brain. Thank you. He leaned close and dropped a chaste kiss on her lips. Pulling away he offered her his arm. Chapter 8. Yawning, Sophia stared blankly at the open book in front of her and swirled a straw through a pineapple peach smoothie. She, Mona, and Xavier had batted ideas around for the bulk of the evening. Mostly she tried to determine plans for Halloween night and worried out a new strategy of attack to gather ingredients for the gypsy potion. A headache on Sophia's part resulted when her traitorous roommate took it upon herself to plead Xavier's case yet again. She'd capitulated, saying she'd already consigned herself to the cause and in the interest of peace, harmony and health, she sent Xavier and Mona out to dinner. Their constant optimistic chatter annoyed her to distraction. She needed an escape option should Sterling find out about Xavier's paranormal status. Wasn't a matter of if, it was now a matter of when. With a sigh she focused on the words. Generally in fiction the most common cause of lycanthropy is to be bitten by a werewolf or another person suffering from the same malady. In other cases lycanthropy is not given any specific cause other than being generally attributed to magic, which may be a supernatural instinct, in some cases voluntary or involuntary by means of a curse. Mental weakness is also a cause. The psychological state of a human has been shown to make them believe they are indeed a werewolf. Did that mean because of the curse Xavier could choose when he turned into the animal? Or did it mean he had no choice but to become the animal? She flipped ahead a few pages and didn't find an answer. Why weren't textbooks more concise? Finishing the smoothie she shut the book. She couldn't concentrate on the text while worries consumed her mind. Namely Xavier. Especially Xavier. Did he truly believe the universe had thrown them together? Did she? Moreover, if she did, what did that mean for her future? Could she give in and let herself hope for a different reality away from Sterling? So would they. A crash, then the tinkling sound of breaking glass jarred into her reflection. She shot out of her chair and ran to the front door just in time to see Mona attempt to drag Xavier's semi-conscious form over the doorstep. What happened? How could you have possibly gotten into trouble over dinner? She helped the slider woman haul him into the living room, then knelt beside the fallen man. His chest heaved with the effort to breathe. What the hell did you do to him? Sophia touched his sweaty forehead. There was no fever, but he was deathly pale. Everything was fine when we sat down. Once we started eating, Xavier began to act strange. Mona hovered around him, finally sinking to her knees. I didn't know what to do. Somehow I got him into the car and drove him here. By the time we arrived, he was like this. Mona. She undid the first few buttons of Xavier's shirt, listened to his labored breathing while heroically ignoring the urge to follow the little tuft of golden chest hair that peeked out from the top of his undershirt. Mona. Drat the girl and her knack of falling into trouble. What did he have to eat? Oh well, let's see. She grinned and twirled a lock of her hair around her finger. I had a lovely roast chicken with creamy polenta and mushrooms, and I'm about 10 seconds away from losing my temper. Sophia gripped the girl by her shoulders and shook her gently. What did Xavier eat? Geez, calm down. Mona crawled to the other side of him and looked at her with a wounded expression. Xavier had a nice fat pork chop stuffed with spinach and some sort of pricey meat from Italy. I can't remember the name, but it looked good. She bit her lip, then examined her fingernails. Oh, and roasted beets, I think. Whatever it was, he really enjoyed it. Rolling her eyes, Sophia counted to 10 at least 4 times. None of the food sounded too exotic or even dangerous. Xavier, can you hear me? She tapped his cheeks a few times until his eyes fluttered open. Are you allergic to anything? His chest rose and fell, but he didn't speak. Xavier. Panic clogged her throat. Talk to me. I don't know how to treat you if you don't. Tell me what's wrong. Spinach. Sweat formed on his upper lip as he sucked in air. Hurry. He scrabbled for the breast pocket of his suit jacket shortly before he began to shake. He's allergic to spinach. What do we do? She swatted Xavier's hand aside and rooted in the pocket. What the hell was he searching for? She exclaimed when her fingers closed around object that felt like a pen. When she withdrew it, the bright white and yellow epinephrine pen for anaphylactic shock was obvious. Of course. How do we use it? How should I know? I'm usually the one getting myself into emergencies, not out of them. Mona's eyes were big as she stared down at the fallen werewolf. Why don't you just stick him? It says the medicine needs to be administered through the thigh. I'm not taking his pants off in order to do this. Not that undressing the hunky Paranormal wasn't exciting, but somehow she thought getting into a man's pants, especially her mate's pants, would be a bit more difficult. And a bit more private. Don't look at me. I'm not the one he keeps locking lips with. She clammed up. When Sophia glared. Funny. He's mine. Satisfied at Mona's jealousy, she bit her lip and glanced at Xavier's face. White as a sheet, his eyes had rolled back in his head, his breathing grew shallower as she dithered. Here goes nothing. Twisting off the cap, Sophia held the pen and frowned at the tip of the barely visible needle. Are you sure this is right? I have no idea, but you better hurry. He's getting worse. Mona lifted Xavier's head into her lap and stroked his hair. You can't let him die, Sophia. That would ruin all of his plans. She wiped her nose on her sleeve. Please. I don't see how he could still have plans if he was dead, but I'll try. Her heart raced. She wrapped her hand around the pen and jammed it into his thigh closest to her, hoping he forgave her for putting a hole in his slacks. She cringed when a sharp click sounded a few seconds later. Does that mean it's finished? Beats me. As Mona continued to stroke Xavier's curls, Sophia gritted her teeth, gripping the pen a bit tighter than the situation warranted. It wasn't fair Mona got to fiddle with those golden locks while she, Sophia, had to stab him in the leg. A little less petting, Mona. Those curls belong to me just like the rest of him, so back off. She sucked in a surprised breath at the vehemence in her voice. A glance at her roommate showed her shock as well. Mona dropped her hands to the carpet. I'm sorry, Sophia, I didn't mean to. Never mind. She bit back a smile. Where had her sudden possessiveness come from? What's supposed to happen now? Throwing what she hoped was a spent pen in the general direction of the coffee table, she leaned over Xavier and listened to his breathing. Faint but no longer labored. Xavier? How are you feeling? When a tiny smile lifted the corner of his mouth, butterflies erupted in her stomach. As she stared into his beautiful amber eyes, she thought she'd never seen such a beautiful sight. Better. He glanced up at her. Thank you. He grasped her hand and squeezed. I owe you one. Her cheeks warmed from his words. I'll bear that in mind. Remind me never to let Mona talk me into anything that remotely resembles dinner. He joked weakly as he struggled into a sitting position. And, besides, I thought she was afraid of me. She may now be more afraid of me. Relief washed through Sophia's body at his attempt at humor. Just sit here and rest for a moment. There's no rush. We have an appointment to keep. He had an allergy attack and still managed to remember a crucial point in the quest. We'll go when you're ready. It's wrong you're making me do this, Sophia grumbled as she and Xavier stood outside the werewolf's library 2 hours later. Why do I have to talk to her? I can't even stand her. The abbreviated answer? Because Hannah refuses to tell me anything regarding Renn's whereabouts due to some shady business we were involved in 3 months ago. Hannah claims I flirted with the mermaid, but I don't recall the incident. I simply tried to move the girl out of danger. Xavier leaned a shoulder against the wall and grinned. Besides, it'll be interesting to see if the two of you can have a civil conversation. It's obvious you ladies have the same intentions regarding my future, yet neither of you wants to give up control. He rolled his eyes to the ceiling. I love being the center of attention. Jerk. I warned you to limit your relationship with Hannah. For truly made it pair like you claim. Why don't you honor my wishes? Xavier reeled back as if she'd slapped him. I told you. There's nothing. Between Hannah and myself, he emitted a low growl. You must take my word for it. No, she swung around to face him. A deep scowl etched over her face. I'm sick of having to accept things without a valid explanation. Sophia jabbed a finger into his chest. I promised I'd stick with you regardless of what's between us, but I asked the same respect from you. Her eyes flashed blue fire that he felt to the depths of his soul. I want to hear it right now. She crossed her arms over her chest, clearly waiting for his answer. I'm your mate and therefore your master. You will do as I tell you. He advanced on her, driving her before him until her backside connected with the wall. There are no other choices. That's how wolves operate. He smelled her fear, but it also mixed with exhilaration and power. She must be made to understand his position. In case it's escaped your notice, you're doing everything you can to not be a wolf, which will make you fully human. And in human relationships, power is balanced between the pair. She narrowed her eyes. I'll ask you again. Send Hannah home. Anger welled in his throat and made its presence known as a snarl. You're mine, Sophia. What I say is law. He placed his hands on either side of her head. Hannah isn't a threat to you. She's welcome in my home as long as she wants to be here. He dared her to defy him. We have a mission to finish. Suggest we concentrate on that. Xavier pressed closer until her body molded to his, and still she refused to drop her gaze. He'd never met a woman like her. She matched him in every way. That thought excited him like nothing else could. Shall we go in? His lips were a hair's breadth from her, but he refrained from claiming them. After you, werewolf. She shoved his shoulders until he released her. You'd do well to remember who I am as well, and sooner or later paranormal beings fall under my control. I can make you or break you, Xavier, so don't threaten me again. She preceded him into the library. He followed every subtle sway and movement of her hips and allowed a small, grudging smile. He would take great pleasure in mating with her, not to bend her to his will, but to draw out her fire and blend it with his own. His woman for all eternity, no matter what. Heaven help him. Xavier entered the library with a smug smile, but when Hannah rushed over to him and pressed a kiss to his cheek, Sophia's good humor vanished. She turned in his direction. Edwin intercepted her before she could do much more than clench her hands into fists. Bastard. Obviously she meant nothing to Xavier except another conquest. All his words about them being life mates were lies. A sharp stab of pain pierced her heart. How stupid of her to think otherwise. Let me pass. Could I request a moment of your time, Miss Raines? I believe it would be mutually beneficial endeavor. Glancing at the hand wrapped around the upper portion of her arm, she didn't have much choice but to comply. Of course. Is there a problem? Wrinkles gathered at the corners of his eyes. A tiny smile lifted his lips, lending him an air of exhausted happiness. The babies aren't in trouble, are they? As far as I know, the small ones are both fine. Moving to the opposite side of the room, he plunged his hands deep into his trouser pockets. I need your help. She glanced at Xavier, pleased to see he watched her. She wanted to make him jealous, make him feel what she did whenever he was with Hannah. How best to accomplish this? Spend quality time with his biggest rival, of course, yet the dread that had been her constant companion since she met Xavier gripped her stomach. What's on your mind? You're werewolf. Edwin jutted his chin in the direction she looked. I have watched them for a couple of months. Now I am concerned. He rubbed his fingers over a stubble-covered cheek as he held her gaze. Is it me, or are the two of them too? Sophia took pity on him and finished his search for words. Chummy. Yes, I suppose that could be one way to describe their relationship. I completely understand where you're coming from. As much as I'd like to believe it when Xavier says they're just friends, I somehow doubt it. She drifted over to a bookshelf and ran a fingertip along the spines of the books. It's annoying, to say the least. A faint trace of sarcasm coated Edwin's laugh, making her smile. You agree, don't you? Xavier's fingers curled into fists at his side, then relaxed in a never-ending circuit. Sophia narrowed her eyes. This would end tonight, even if she had to drag Hannah to the portal herself. Yes, very annoying. When my wife met him, he had a rather immediate and strong reaction toward her. He and I even came to fisticuffs about it. He glanced at the two of them, then back to Sophia. Xavier finally took the hint, but then in exchange for his promise to help us defeat a demon lord, Hannah told him she would find him a girlfriend. I see. So, Hannah had a physic vision and told Xavier about me. He came running. That's why he's been staking out my apartment. When she next peeked at the werewolf, surprise skittered through her when he caught her gaze. Deliberately, she moved closer to Edwin, even dared to lay a hand on his arm, then smiled at Xavier in challenge. She lifted an eyebrow when he stiffened. His low growl floated in the air across the room. Let him get angry. I am not saying you are Xavier's mate, but Hannah is usually correct with her visions. Only you can decide your ultimate future. What I am asking you to do is keep Xavier occupied away from my wife so she will grow bored and focus her attention elsewhere. And preferably back to you. Sophia gave him an appreciative glance. He was a sexy man in a cliché tall and dark sort of way. Why don't you tell Hannah you're not pleased with her behavior and you feel neglected? I mean, you've only been married a few months. That's hardly enough time to get to know each other. Once those kids are born, there'll be even less. A black eyebrow lifted accompanied by a dimple in his left cheek. Hannah is a very strong-willed creature. She snorted and poked Edwin in the chest with a fingertip, taken off guard by the wall of muscle beneath the silk shirt. What sort of former vampire are you if you don't order her around from time to time? Do you want those kids to see their father as a passive-aggressive man? Sophia risked a glance at Xavier. A shiver skittered down her spine from his glare. Listen, I'm not going to pussyfoot around the issue. Xavier interests me, and while I'm not all the way convinced he and I are fully compatible, it's nice to know he's there. My biggest obstacle now is your wife. You need to man up and remove her. Before I do. Point taken. Edwin's lips twitched with the beginnings of a smile. I will admit I was an arrogant man when I first met her. Since then we have treated each other as equals. Really, and do you feel like her equal when she spends so much time with Xavier, your former rival? She nodded toward the werewolf, pleased to see his attention was fully on her now. How do you feel when she rushes across the room to greet him with a kiss on the cheek and whispered confidences? Although she spoke to Edwin, Sophia kept her gaze on Xavier. His rage radiated across the room to her. Serves him right. Women don't want polite and passive men all the time. With a start, she realized she firmly believed what she spoke. She wanted to see Xavier in the throes of jealousy. She wanted his confirmation that she was his only one. And above all, she wanted the werewolf to boot her rival. Edwin nodded. You are correct in your assessment. My wife has meddled in your affairs enough. I am sorry for the inconvenience. His lips formed a thin line, as he too stared in Xavier's direction. I will rectify this situation immediately. Thank you. She grinned at the cold anger clouding Xavier's face, and just for the hell of it, she stood on tiptoe and kissed the former vampire's cheek. If that didn't bring the werewolf running, nothing would. I believe you will find Renn at the Lake Windsor golf course. She is the activities director and can direct you further. Can I ask you a question? Guilt crept up her spine with the determination of a drill sergeant. Do you think Xavier is happy with his life as it stands now? How do you mean? Sophia sighed, then chewed on her bottom lip for a moment. Do you truly believe being a werewolf doesn't bother him? In her own life, she knew being commanded by events not of her own making drove her nuts. If he doesn't lift the curse, will he be okay with his life? I do not believe the affliction is the source of his discontent. Edwin held up a hand when Sophia would have asked another question. I cannot direct your path, but I do know this. A higher being did not bring you two together just for their own amusement. There is a purpose behind every action in the universe, and it is our job to figure out what that is. His face softened with a smile. Stay true to yourself, and you will never have cause to doubt. Now, if you will excuse me, I believe I am going home with my wife. That is the first logical statement I've heard in the last 48 hours. Interest flooded his face and set his dark eyes dancing. Ah, you are a student of Spock from the Starship Enterprise? I find his approach to life to be quite sound. Sure. He's great. Somehow, Sophia's faith in the paranormal world plummeted if the former vamp was a Trekkie. Good luck. Xavier kept his gaze solely on Edwin and Sophia. Throughout their whole conversation, she'd blatantly teased him, provoked his ire until his skin prickled with the need to shift and show her exactly why he was in charge. He would drag her off to his bedroom if need be and spend the rest of the weekend convincing her they were meant for each other, lifting the curse be damned. Hannah tugged on his arm. You aren't paying attention to me. Is something wrong? Yes, everything. He growled louder than he meant. Hannah flinched. Edwin. And Sophia looked his way. She's mine. He bounded across the carpet, yanked Sophia away from the former vampire. What the hell do you think you're playing at? Leighton, that is no way to treat your female. Edwin took a step toward him, but stood rooted to the floor when Xavier emitted another growl, this one far more menacing. Back off, Edwin. This is between Sophia and me. Nausea swept through him as the shift threatened. You can stay here or you can go, but either way things change after tonight. Sophia snorted as she pulled away. Oh, now your dander is up? Maybe you finally get what I've been feeling every time I see you with Hannah. Why the hell has it taken you this long to decide which of us you want? You've been waiting for me to become angry? He gaped. His canine teeth had lengthened and his nose twitched. Sophia showed no fear, and there was no discernible smell of it from her. Xavier inhaled sharply, but she was aroused. You provoked me. I tested you. Sophia stared back, not dropping her gaze, no trace of cowardice in her tense stance. It's up to you how you act next. Waves of acute desire flooded through him at her open invitation. Finally, after 2 days of trying to convince the woman they were mates, she took up the challenge and ran with it. He wasn't sure he'd be able to keep up, but he welcomed the chase. First, his friends needed to leave. Edwin, Hannah, as much as I've enjoyed your visit, I'm afraid I must ask you to go. Edwin cleared his throat and grasped Hannah's hand. Come, woman, we are returning home. You have meddled quite enough in Xavier's life. Let him take care of himself for once. He might surprise you at his level of proficiency. But I'm not done talking. We must make plans for Hannah's words cut off when Xavier growled for a third time, deep and low. Fine, but I'm not happy. At least I will be. Sophia's mouth turned down in a frown. I wish you safe travels and an easy delivery of your children. Xavier and I will send a gift when they're born. Xavier curled his hands into fists at Sophia's dictation of his life. She was as bad as Hannah. We'll visit before then, I'm sure, once we have worked out the current snags in our relationship. He sent a warning glance to the object of his obsession. She merely ignored him. She drove him to the brink with apparent relish, and all he could think about was retribution. That matter is still up for debate. Sophia laid a hand on his forearm. He flexed his muscle in a show of strength. Her accelerated heartbeat was the only indication she noticed. Take care. Sophia and I will discuss it and then let you know. His lips curled when Edwin met his gaze. Goodbye, Edwin, and good luck. Xavier clasped his friend on the shoulder. Aware, Sophia watched his every move. I'll send your luggage through the portal later. Much appreciated. Good luck to you as well. It looks as if you'll need it sooner than you think. You are a stronger man than I to take on a gatekeeper. Edwin propelled his protesting spouse out the door, pulling it firmly closed behind him. Slowly Xavier turned, his gaze fixed on Sophia's face. She showed no remorse for her hand in the proceedings, no guilt, only satisfaction, and he meant to knock her down a peg. I don't appreciate your high-handed attempt to manipulate my life. Oh, but it was okay for that pushy redhead to boss you? He circled her. This doesn't concern Hannah or Edwin any longer, but has everything to do with you and me. Xavier made another pass, this time closer to her. I'm your mate, Sophia. No one else matters. And how do I know you'll stay true to those words? What happens if you meet some other woman on this quest and decide she's the one you want? Her eyes were as hard as ice. My life is screwed up enough. If I give in to you and then you betray me, where does that leave my future? I pledge to you now, from this moment forward, the only woman who matters is you. I expect you to give me the same courtesy regarding other men. Another pass, and this time his arm touched hers. His canine teeth receded, yet his anger still simmered. And if I refuse because I don't trust you? Then we'll have this conversation again. Perhaps you require further encouragement. Moving swiftly on silent feet, Xavier crushed her in his arms, slanting his mouth on hers, and plied her lips without gentleness. When she matched him kiss for kiss, his blood rushed loudly in his ears to match the pulse in his groin. He stroked her tongue, worked his fingers underneath her sweater until he cupped her breasts, palming them. Do you deny the attraction between us? He dragged his mouth from hers to nip a line of kisses down the side of her neck. I don't deny it, but I still don't trust you. She raked her fingers through his hair, then tucked his mouth to hers. My fidelity isn't in question any longer. He growled, lifted her in his arms, and carried her to the desk in the corner of the room, finally setting her on the edge. If I catch you looking or even talking to another man, I'll kill him and come after you. With one sweep of his arm, Xavier sent the contents of the desktop crashing to the floor. Do you understand? Then you'd better be as good as you advertise, werewolf. She grabbed a handful of his shirt and reeled him in. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed and disappointed. She nibbled a spot just under his jaw that made his knees buckle. Xavier claimed her lips, moved his mouth over hers as he thumbed her tight nipples. When she moaned and stirred, he laid her back against the desktop. How much do you desire me, Sophia? Tell me what you want. He slipped his fingers over the warm skin of her stomach to fumble at the button on her pants. She was his woman and she knew it. He felt her tremors deep in her body long before they broke over her skin. Only you. Her words were little more than pleas as her eyes drifted close. The dark fringe of her lashes against her pale cheeks held him captive. With one last searing kiss, Xavier moved away. His chest heaved, his pulse thundered, but he grinned at the provocative picture she made. That's too bad. Because I cannot, in good conscience, make love to you if you don't fully trust me. He playfully smacked her thigh. Now put yourself together. I'm sure the mermaid is expecting us. He was in such a good mood it didn't even upset him when the shoe she threw at him smacked him square in the back. Power was everything in a relationship and he retained control. Chapter 9. Finally, after hours spent dealing with the extraneous people in both Sophia's and his life, they were alone and working to lift the curse. Xavier breathed deep, filled his lungs with the crisp, clean autumn air, and grinned so wide his jaws protested. I think perhaps I'll allow you to search out Renn while I go to the driving range, he stated in a conversational tone as they mounted the concrete steps at the front of the Windsor Lakes Country Club and Golf Course. I've had a bit of a stressful week and could do with something to relax me. I don't think so, Wolfie. It's already midday on October 27th and I don't have to remind you time is ticking. If anyone is stressed out it'd be me. Since I have to deal with you. The look she threw him could double as a death ray. Especially after the dirty trick you played on me yesterday. You brought it on yourself. Besides, you're supposed to love me despite my flaws. He raced her to the glass door, holding it open so she could pass through before him. His only reward was a glare. Ladies first. Who said anything about love? I think your primary focus would be to lift the curse. Love is the natural next step after one finds their mate. He leaned close, enough to smell her floral and vanilla scent. I have a few ideas that will help the feeling along if you need suggestions. Her stony silence smacked him with enough force to make him double over in mock pain, but she almost cracked a smile. He put his hand on the small of her back and ushered her into the golf-oriented pro shop. You can keep your suggestions. Sophia drew a finger along the length of a shiny putter. Nothing like that will ever happen between you and me, not while Sterling is still alive and well. She snorted her annoyance when he propelled her to the counter. So you say now, but I haven't turned the full effect of my charm on you and it'll be much more than what you got a taste of yesterday. He winked, pleased, when a blush tinged her cheeks. You need humor in your life, Sophia. There's no use fretting over Sterling if you don't have to. A cringe twisted her face. She looked over her shoulder as if expecting to see the man lurking about. Where Sterling is concerned, there's always cause for worry. Once the curse lifted, Xavier promised himself he'd whisk Sophia away to some remote vacation spot, make her forget the horrors of working for the portal master. Poor Sophia, always trying to save the world. He grinned at the boy behind the counter whose name tag read Travis. Excuse me, young man, Looking for an employee by the name of Renn. Dude, she's out by the lake at this time of day. Don't expect to catch her. Every time someone goes down there she just vanishes. He buried his nose in his comic book and ignored them. Really? Does she disappear into the air in a cloud of purple smoke, or perhaps breaks into 2,000,000 pieces and blows away in the wind? Xavier purposefully bared his teeth and emitted a low growl. I'm afraid I need a bit more information. Maybe I'll circle around after we finish with Renn and eat. The boy. Sophia's hand on his arm dislodged the thought and tempered the urge. Allow me. She smiled at the acne-prone teen and used her index finger to lower the pages of the comic book until their eyes met. Could you point us in the direction of the lake? She winked, then slowly pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. I'd appreciate your help. She leaned on the counter. Xavier's eyes nearly bugged out of his head at the amount of creamy cleavage the low-cut neckline of her shirt revealed. The woman had an alter ego after all. He looked at her with new respect and more than a little desire. The boy wasn't unaffected either. As Travis swallowed, his Adam's apple quivered. I'll do better than that. I'll drive you down myself in the golf cart. It's the biggest lake on the property and there's even a picnic area on a small island in middle of it. Another teenage boy came behind the counter. From a back room, Travis spoke in low tones with him, then led Xavier and Sophia out a rear door to a waiting golf cart. Hop in. We'll be there in a couple minutes. Oh yeah, if your name is Sophia, Renn is expecting you. She said to tell you to follow the instructions and you'd know what they mean. What's he talking about? Xavier prodded her with a forefinger. I have no idea. She shrugged. I'm not an all-seeing oracle, so how should I know what her instructions mean? Xavier took a spot on the back seat behind the young man and draped a long arm along the seat. Will you be joining us, Sophia? Or do you want to walk over? He popped on a pair of dark sunglasses. I'd hate to think of you out there dodging maniacal golf cart drivers. I'm coming. No need to get your feathers ruffled. As soon as she stepped into the cart, Travis stomped on the gas pedal, throwing her against his chest. Travis. Sorry, ma'am. I'm late for lunch. My girlfriend gets mad if I'm late. Get used to it, buddy. Women are always mad about something, and it's even worse if you are mates. Xavier briefly clasped Sophia close, dropping his voice to a whisper. The last time I checked, werewolves didn't have feathers. His chest tightened when she wiggled away and planted her rear end on the seat. He put his lips against her ear. If you'd like me to be ruffled, though I can oblige, especially after that momentary bit of flirtation with poor Travis. He nipped her earlobe, teased the fleshy bit with his tongue. That side of you makes me hot. Get your head out of the gutter. The thing with Travis was a necessary evil. She scooted across the seat to the opposite side of the golf cart. We have a job to do. If I were you, I wouldn't get too fond of me. In 4 days we'll go our separate ways. No, we won't. When this is over, the first stop on our path is my bed. After that, who knows, but we'll go there together, as mates. You know this. Stop denying it. Hell, I think you say these things simply to annoy me. The golf cart ricocheted to a halt near one of the larger water hazards on the course, nearly spilling them out of the vehicle. Thanks for the lift. Sure. Good luck with Renn. Alone at last. Xavier swept her into his arms as Travis motored over the winding path. The sharp scent of gasoline lingered on the air after him. Nice location for a romantic interlude. A laugh escaped at her panicked expression. No? You'd prefer somewhere more private. He heaved a mock sigh. I guess we'll search for the mermaid. He released her and stepped onto the deck that jutted out over the water. Leaning against the wooden railing, he peered into the greenish water that sparkled in the sun and shaded his eyes against the glare. In the middle of the synthetic lake lay a white gazebo on a tiny island. How do you suppose a person reaches the island? I don't see. Bridge. Sophia joined him at the rail. How do we find Renn? A splash below caught his attention, then a brilliant flash of color streaked through the water. Did you see that? At a loss, Xavier tucked his sunglasses in a suit pocket. A scrap of paper fluttering in the slight breeze became his salvation. Look. He yanked the noted from a wooden signboard. The activity director is unavailable at the moment due to circumstances beyond her control. What does that mean? A wrinkle appeared between Sophia's eyebrows. So now, she won't see us? Not necessarily. He moved farther down the deck until he came to another signpost. He frowned when she rubbed the spot on her wrist that contained her birthmark. It hurts you again? Yes. Danger's probably imminent, which is nothing new. What's that? Not sure, but we may need to ingest this science project. A small collection of glass vials waited in a wooden cabinet, each bearing a label with the words, "Drink this," in heavy calligraphy. Ladies first. His lips twitched when she gave him an ineffectual shove. He supposed it was a good sign that she always had to be touching him in some way. Her acceptance of their fate was a slow journey, but eventually they would arrive. Is this your idea of a joke? Didn't you ever read Alice in Wonderland? No. Good can come from drinking strange stuff. Yes, I've read the book. I found it a charming story. Why do you assume I'm behind every abnormal occurrence you encounter? He unrolled a small scroll and met her stormy blue eyes over the top of the crinkled paper, while struggling to retain a grip on his sanity. She'd break him with those eyes alone if he wasn't careful, and he didn't want to be careful any longer. He wanted to drag her into the trees and make love to her, claim her, brand her as his, but the lure of lifting the curse hung heavy on him. He owed it to them both to see it through to the end. Since I've met you, it seems to be par for the course, no pun intended. She smiled at a passing golfer on the cart path. A pang of jealousy stabbed through Xavier's chest and a growl escaped. He wished for once she'd smile because of something he said or did. Be honest. Sophia, this humdrum life you claim to have lived before you met me contained no bizarre occurrences. When she remained silent, he knew he'd won the battle. He handed her a vial containing a blue liquid. Drink this. I'm aware of what it says. She popped off the cork. The air around them filled with the sharp scent of peppermint. Do you need to be so damn frustrating? He sighed in defeat, raking a hand over his face. The scroll says if we are urgently seeking an audience with Renn, will need to swim to her living quarters at the bottom of the lake. Oh. And the footnote says she's expecting both of us for tea. He popped the cork on his own bottle and clinked it against Sophia's. Cheers. Wait. She grabbed his arm before the vial reached his lips. You can't drink something because the label tells you to. We'll be fine. I won't let harm befall you. He winked, debated briefly the ramifications of teasing her further. Thank you for your concern. I'm growing on you. Baby steps in the right direction for his stubborn woman. There are consequences. What if it's poisonous? He ignored her protests and downed the vial's contents, which tasted of peppermint schnapps. Xavier cringed, stuck his tongue out as if the air would take away the bitterness. He wouldn't admit it to her, but his stomach churned, not from a reaction from the blue liquid but from apprehension. When the anticipated spasms of agony never came, he threw back his head and laughed. Worrywart. Fine. Don't blame me if you have another allergy attack. You haven't refilled your prescription. She swallowed her own blue liquid. Nasty. See, no harm done. Xavier grinned. You're quite a skeptic considering what you do for a living. What does that mean? Her mouth opened and closed much like a fish. She laid palm over her stomach. Xavier. Damn. I was wrong. It seems, whether you want to believe it or not, we're about to become like the fish. A slash of pain sliced through his body to culminate in his neck. Bloody hell, that hurts worse than changing into a wolf. He clutched his neck. Gashes appeared beneath his fingertips. Gills. He gasped as the slits opened and closed. Xavier, you're turning into a fish. Wonder filled Sophia's voice. Her mouth formed an O of surprise. Geez, look at that. Nausea washed over him when his legs fused together. The act of contorting ripped the suit from his body. It fell in shreds around him. He tumbled to the deck, the owner of a brand new tail covered with turquoise scales that caught the sunlight. Waves of pain radiated to every nerve ending. Xavier gasped for air. I can't breathe, Sophia. I'll wait for you below. His words were quick, as he hauled his body across the decking and flopped into the water. Wait. Sophia fell to the deck when her legs also transformed into a fish. Tail complete with shimmering purple scales and a gauzy lavender fin at the end. This is not acceptable. She did not want to be a mermaid any more than she wanted to be a gargoyle. Oh God. She flopped around on the wood. As her tail thrashed about, her jeans and loafers fell away. The ripped bits of frayed fabric scattered about the deck must be the remnants. The tail issue pushed into the background as her lungs raged with fire. Sophia struggled to force oxygen into organs that no longer worked. With a cry she clutched her neck as gills forced their way into her skin, the vents fluttering of their own accord. I can't breathe, she gasped, but nothing she did would bring the vital gas into her lungs. Stars danced before her eyes. Her vision flirted with blackness as she labored in agony. Sophia, you must come into the water. Xavier flung a glob of bracken onto the decking to secure her attention. I can't. She dragged herself to the railing and gazed into the rippling water, meeting Xavier's concerned gaze. A shiver racked her body and she looked away. In some annoyance she spied an abbreviated version of a tank top of glittering iridescent sequins and beads which had replaced her conservative button-down shirt and blazer. Sophia! Exasperation tinged with panic rang loud in his voice. Woman, haul your ass down here now. No, I don't know how to swim. She gasped and choked, freaked out at the feeling of the flapping gills in her neck. Xavier, help me. You're a freaking mermaid, damn it, now jump. There was no other choice. Clutching her glasses in one hand and her purse in the other, Sophia closed her eyes and maneuvered her body off the deck. Shockingly cold water greeted her. She shivered as it closed around her. Sophia floundered in the murky liquid until Xavier snaked an arm around her waist, lifting her up, and sanity returned. I can't swim. Her teeth chattered and gooseflesh covered her arms. She attempted to clear the water from her eyes before popping her glasses in place. I never learned how. Didn't think it was necessary since Indiana is a virtually landlocked state. There's no need to worry, my dear, since we're now part of the aquatic community. He dipped beneath the waterline. Sophia panicked when something yanked her below. Her heart pounded as she clawed frantically toward the surface in an effort not to drown. As she sank, Xavier appeared beside her, grinning. His tail moved back and forth in gentle ebbs. With the gills she breathed normally. The water filtering through the breathing apparatus tickled her neck. This is different. All sounds from the busy golf course vanished in the underwater world. Vague echoes pulsed through the wetness, muted and distorted, as sunlight danced and bent all around her. This is very different. I agree. When I woke up this morning I didn't think I'd become a merman. Xavier joked. I'm not sure if it's better or worse than being a werewolf. She heard him as well as if they'd been chatting above the water. Xavier pushed through the shadowy blue-green haze with ease while Sophia struggled to come to grips with her new tail. I don't understand how to move. As strange as it felt to carry on a conversation underwater, it was twice as bizarre to lose the ability to function without legs. Relax and follow my lead. Okay. She told herself that having a panic attack underwater was not a desirable scenario, then fastened the strap of her purse across her chest, prayed her glasses would remain on her nose, and experimentally wriggled her tail. As the powerful appendage undulated up and down, her body listed and leaned. Instead of gliding gracefully forward, she spiraled in circles. I just don't understand. Xavier's chuckle bounced and echoed in the sparkling water. You're overthinking the issue. He demonstrated the mechanics of swimming with an elegant flip of his tail. Now try again. Swatting at a slow-moving base, she concentrated. It wasn't as much swimming in the traditional sense as it was flipping the tail and guiding her body in the direction she wanted to go. Occasionally, Sophia used her arms and hands, but they weren't necessary to propulsion. Soon she followed Xavier through the water as if she'd been doing it all her life. Bubbles tickled her nose. When she ran full tilt into a large school of bluegill, panic coated her stomach as the fish swirled and darted around her. A flip of her tail cleared the group. You make a presentable mermaid. Xavier's eyes twinkled as he and Sophia sliced through the sun-dappled water, dodging schools of pike and trout, and skimming over aquatic plants. I especially like the lavender shade of your skin. She glanced at her arm, surprised to see her skin had become a faint mottled purple, but the crown-shaped birthmark still glowed red. You used the word presentable to describe me. Sophia slowed in order to study Xavier. His suit had vanished. In its place was nothing but the slightly tanned expanse of his chest, sprinkled with just a bit of blonde hair. A necklace of small shells. hung around his neck, floating slightly with the current. Just as her insides turned to mush at the sight of all that manly skin, he spoke, destroying her Neptune-ish fantasy. My choice of words was intentional. If I described you as beautiful, not only is it a generic term for women, but it's also vastly untrue of you. Untrue. Her softer emotions fizzled in the face of the anger surging inside. You really shouldn't have stated the obvious. I have feelings, you know. Your supposed mate, shouldn't you think I'm the most beautiful woman you've ever seen? His words hurt, but she'd rather die than let him see how they affected her. Xavier swam in a circle around her. My earlier statement wasn't meant to be obvious. It was merely an observation. The outline of an old-school bus loomed in the distance, the yellow paint seeming to glow as a beacon. So what exactly is it you've observed about me? She yanked off her now useless glasses and jammed them into her purse. Whatever the reason, her vision was clear under the water. I'm aware of my flaws. Indeed. He tickled the belly of a passing snapping turtle. As I told the marriage counselor, your best feature is your smile. You can bring me to my knees with it. Even that will pale in comparison to the ever-changing depths of your eyes. I lose myself in them every time I look at you. He tugged her to a stop and lifted her chin so she had no choice but to peer into his face. Confidence is the greatest aphrodisiac a woman owns, and when you use yours, nothing can stop you. Oh. Sophia blinked, then pulled away in confusion as butterflies played havoc with her stomach. Even in the underwater world, he had the power to reduce her to jelly with something as mundane as a glance or a few soft words. She licked her lips, tasted silt, and tried hard not to think about what else was in the water. It's a good thing I don't exude confidence, huh? Otherwise I'd have men falling at my feet, or tail as the case may be. She darted through the water, determined to put plenty of distance between her and Xavier before something drastic happened. What if he kissed her in the water? Would she still be able to breathe? His persistence could be a hindrance to the mission. It would be too dangerous to become involved with anyone, let alone Xavier. For a host of reasons, namely because Sterling wouldn't be pleased. Still, the promise of a lifetime with such a man shone bright as a beacon she desperately wanted to catch. Why must you persist in running away or changing the subject when the conversation becomes of a personal nature? His long, elegant hand closed around her wrist, preventing her from going further. The rusted school bus sat 10 feet away. She whirled to face him, but not before lacy curtains twitched in one of the windows. The less we know about each other, the more likely you'll remain intact. His shell necklace floating on the gentle current distracted her. She shook her head as her fingers itched to touch that glorious golden chest hair. Don't you understand? I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you because of me. Is it me you're trying to protect, or you? Are you so terrified of what Sterling will do you'd throw away a chance at happiness? He stroked her cheek. I'll never let him hurt you, sweetness, surely you can feel that. Do you call being a fish person happiness? She focused her gaze on Xavier's gills as they opened and closed in languid movement. She couldn't look into his eyes because she'd be lost. Now wasn't the time, so she retreated behind sarcasm. Perhaps I should turn myself into a statue and sink to the bottom of the lake. Maybe you can call that unadulterated joy. Yanking her arm from his grip, she bumped into a common map turtle on her way to the door of the bus. Or are you so full of yourself you think a kiss would send me over the top in elation? Knowing that statement wasn't far from the truth, Sophia banged on the door with a fist and glared at the werewolf. So we're mates. Big deal. It's better for both of us if you forget about me once we're done with this quest. Don't be so sure. I have 4 days to change your mind. Xavier grinned and stroked his goatee as they waited. Once I set my mind to something, I'll work at the task until it's finished. I'm very persistent. The matter is finished now, she muttered between clenched teeth. Xavier rested a hand on the small of her back as the door to the bus wrenched open, and Sophia stared down the muzzle of a harpoon gun. Chapter 10. I never thought I'd see you again, but I promised myself that if I did, I'd kill you. Green eyes glared over the weapon. I guess it's my lucky day. The mermaid's mossy hair floated about her head and shoulders. Red starfish stuck within the mass. The business end of the harpoon lance bobbed 6 inches from Sophia's nose. She cocked an eyebrow at Xavier. Annie Oakley must be talking to you. Seems so. Xavier shrugged and flashed his trademark charming smile. Renn, I admit when I dropped you unceremoniously on the lawn of that burning house I didn't anticipate you would harbor a grudge against me for saving your life. Oh please Xavier, the universe doesn't revolve around you. She gestured to Sophia with the weapon. I'm talking about your girlfriend here. I'm not his girlfriend. Sophia eased off the doorstep until she was slightly behind Xavier. Women's lib had its advantages, but being shot first was not one of them. She's my mate, actually. I don't care. Hannah called and warned me you were on your way. She jogged my memory to exactly who Sophia is. Oh goody. Hannah makes yet another intrusion in our lives, Sophia whispered into the werewolf's ear. Retribution for throwing her out? Renn lowered her weapon and stepped aside. Get inside. The least I can do is offer tea before I take my revenge. From her position behind him, she felt Xavier stiffen. The muscles of his naked back played under her fingers. Any violence enacted this day will be at my hand. Don't threaten Sophia. As her heart lurched, they moved into the living area of Renn's home. Sometimes annoyingly superior men were useful to have around. You must be out of your mind to think we're going to take anything from you. The seats had been removed from the bus, and in their place the vehicle was divided into a mobile home-like setting. Standing or floating as the act actually was in the living area, Sophia looked directly into the tiny dining area with equally abbreviated appliances. The concept of how electric kitchen machines worked underwater escaped her. But she didn't question the issue. She'd learned long ago the truth wasn't disguised with simple explanations. Beyond the kitchen were a small bedroom and a bathroom. Sophia gnawed a thumbnail. How did mermaids use the facilities? Sophia. Reality came rushing back as if she'd been slapped. Her cheeks flamed while Renn and Xavier stared. I can't trust her. Big surprise there. As Renn shrugged, her tangled mass of hair floated away from her body to reveal two perfectly formed breasts. She opened her mouth to object, but Xavier interrupted. What Sophia means is, since she is a vegetarian, she's concerned about what you'll offer in the way of a repast. He dropped onto a chintz-covered sofa. If I'd meant to say that I would have. Sophia glared at him. Even as a merman, he managed to loll about with elegance and understated masculinity. At least he'd averted his eyes from Renn's chest, which went a long way in endearing him to her. Don't put words in my mouth, Xavier, it's a bad habit. She planted her hands on her hips. We can't trust her. What are you going to do when she attempts to murder me? First, I won't let harm come to you. I'll die protecting you. Second, if your death occurs, I'll kill her in revenge. Drop the subject. Xavier inserted a warning in the silky soft words. Why don't you hear her out? After that, you have my permission to get your hackles up. He chuckled at his own joke. This is humorous since I am the werewolf in the group. Funny. Sophia met Renn's gaze. They rolled their eyes, and for one brief moment the women were on the same page. The moment was broken when the mermaid dumped her harpoon gun on the coffee table with a muffled clatter. So what made you decide to take up residence in an old-school bus? She glanced around the length of the bus and shuddered at the decorators. Nightmare of a chintz explosion, complete with white ruffled eyelet curtains at each window. It's quite something. Floral patterns in all shapes, sizes, and colors adorned every available fabric surface, blurring slightly in the gentle current. It's amazing what you can get on eBay. Renn busied herself with a teapot and poured out 3 cups, then distributed them. What? You thought mermaids just floated through bodies of water, eternally playing with the fish, perhaps, flipping around in circles while singing stupid children's songs. She paused. You've got a lot to learn about the world, Sophia. Naivete can be deadly. You bought the bus online? How did you get it delivered? That one fact wouldn't leave her alone. Of course not. I found the bus at the bottom of the lake the last time I happened to shift. She shrugged as if the details bored her. I come here when I'm in mermaid form. No one bothers me in the water. She glared. Until you two showed up. Sorry. Given the chance, I would have steered clear, trust me. Besides, it's Hannah's fault. If I had the choice, I'm sure I could have found a mermaid elsewhere. She experimentally swished her hand through the water in front of her and frowned. What are you doing? Explain to me why hair and fabric moves in the lake current but other Objects remain stationary. Sophia clicked her tongue against the back of her teeth. Shouldn't everything float? She picked up a teaspoon then dropped it, frowning when it clattered to the floor just beyond her tail fin. I don't understand. A growl from Xavier signaled his annoyance. Is this pertinent to our cause? Yes. If something doesn't make sense to me, I want to know why. Perhaps we could determine the exact reasoning at a later time? He lightly tapped his teaspoon against the side of his cup, then laid it carefully on the saucer, his eyes hooded. Why is it that when I want questions answered they have to wait, but when you have a need it's suddenly the most important issue on the planet? She swatted a curious trout away and glared at the werewolf. Because I'm the dominant one in this relationship. His voice was soft and faintly teasing. I keep trying to tell you this. You're a chauvinist. A strangled sound issued from Renn's throat. She threw a cucumber sandwich across the room where it was pounced on by a hovering school of eager bluegill. Would you two stop bickering? Green eyes flashed and she glanced with longing at her harpoon gun. It all has to do with the electromagnetic properties already in the earth, the chemical properties of the object in question, and the tilt of the earth itself. I don't have time to teach science to you. Whatever. Sophia wasn't satisfied with the explanation, but then again she dealt heavily in the magical world. Maybe that didn't require in-depth reasoning. She slouched against the chair, squeaking in surprise when she disturbed a box turtle. Xavier turned a laugh into a cough as he regarded Renn. Explain why you wish to kill my mate. Yes, perhaps you could jog my memory regarding how you and I know each other. Sophia shot him a warning glance, but the werewolf merely grinned. You can't recall that all-important detail? As she angrily tossed her head, her green hair fell over her chest. I know it was the single biggest event in my life to date. Xavier leaned forward and placed his teacup on the table. Perhaps you should tell us the story. Sophia meets quite a number of people her line of work. It happened shortly after I had been freed from Andre's Museum of Horrors. Met Sophia at a bus stop on my way to a job interview. We struck up a conversation and I might have told her I had some paranormal powers. The next thing I knew, she dragged me home on the pretense of offering me coffee. Oh no. Sophia narrowed her eyes and studied Renn's face. Yes, she did seem vaguely familiar, but she couldn't identify why. You couldn't possibly be the same person. Her birthmark burned. Surely not. Couldn't I? Renn turned to Xavier, a hand on his thigh. You're a shape shifter, so you know what I'm talking about. When we're in human form we appear much different from our alternative persona. The only way our paranormal properties could be revealed is if we told another person or we happened to shift. True, but you chose to share your abilities with Sophia. You cannot fault her. The corners of his mouth lifted in a small grin as he removed the mermaid's hand. Sophia lost a piece of her heart to him in that moment. No, it was my own fault. I blabbed my secret. Once inside Sophia's apartment, I had no sooner started to cover up my story when she shoved me through the portal and turned me over to Sterling. Oh sure. When you tell the story like that it makes me sound heartless. Sophia met Xavier's shocked gaze and shook her head. She's got it wrong. A sly grin stole across Renn's face, stretching the skin over already high cheekbones. I don't think so. You didn't allow me to explain my situation or plead my case. You were ruthless. She turned the full effect of her smile on Xavier, flipping her heavy hair over a shoulder. That wasn't the worst of the experience. The portal master detained me in a windowless room until I could transform for him. I can't just bring on the hiccups randomly. Of course not. Hiccups. Sophia glanced at the werewolf. He shrugged. Don't you understand? It's my job. I have no choice, and it seems to me your life didn't turn out that badly. Sterling reassigned me as the activities director at this country club. She left the sofa to swim about the close confines of the bus. Her tail swished in small aggravated strokes. Do you think I enjoy this sort of thing? My mind and intelligence are being wasted by these menial tasks. She drifted to a stop near Xavier, her eyes stormy and flashing. My future could have been so much more until you put an end to it all. If you want to be angry over your current circumstances, then please direct it at Sterling. Sophia stared at Renn and resisted the urge to giggle at the unaccustomed feeling of the gills in her neck. I was only doing my job. I concede you may have a point. Renn drifted to a sitting position next to Xavier once more, a thoughtful expression on her face. Thanks. Sophia glanced at Xavier, startled to find his intense gaze on her. Watching, waiting. Her stomach flipped as excitement rushed in to replace her annoyance. Let me be honest with you, Renn. As much as you hate your job, I hate mine 20 times more. I report directly to the portal master and carry out the jobs he's too cowardly to execute. I'm the face of the company that people see and despise. Mostly despise. Renn raked her fingers through her long hair. I apologize. My outburst was misplaced. The corners of Xavier's mouth twitched. Now that you girls have come to a tentative peace, perhaps we should get down to business. Sophia smiled, then said to Renn, he really is the most insufferable man and will stop at nothing until he's proven right. For the first time since they arrived, the mermaid wore a genuine smile. He has always been so. The last time I saw him he swaggered through a crowded reception hall in a white tuxedo, mingling with the wealthy middle class. She allowed her grin to encompass the werewolf. He likes fine and unusual things in life. Xavier shrugged, the gesture as elegant under the water as it was on land. I refuse to apologize for my taste in material trappings. Unusual must be the order of the day, otherwise we wouldn't have come in search of you. She toyed with her teacup before finally letting it rest back on the coffee table. Would she always be doomed to meet Xavier's friends only to find out she'd betrayed them to Sterling? Would he resent that fact after a while? What do you require of me, Xavier? A wish granted. A night of carnal pleasure. She arched a green eyebrow and draped herself over his chest like a living blanket. Aren't you the least bit curious as to how mermaids engage in sexual activity? Get your hands off my werewolf. The anger behind the words surprised Sophia. While she admitted she harbored a certain curiosity about mere people reproduction methods, she wasn't about to inquire. She had a feeling it would be more ick than ooh-la-la. If anyone gets a night of pleasure with a wannabe Adonis, it's me. Xavier's eyes glowed deep amber. He shifted the wanton bundle of flesh and fin from his lap. I'll pass on the offer. My mate is the only woman I need. Heat spread through Sophia's body at the searing glance Xavier sent her. We need to gather a few things in order for Xavier to have a chance at lifting his curse. One of those items is a scale from a mermaid's tail. How about plucking off one of yours and we'll be on our way? And you think I'll just forgive and forget what you did to me to grant your request? She eyed the harpoon gun again. What do I get out of it? Nothing. If you won't help us, why can't we just take a scale from our own tails? Stupid girl. Neither you nor Xavier are full-blooded mermaids. Her glare could curl paint. I'll ask you again. What's in it for me? I believe I can help you on that score. Xavier floated away from the floral covered sofa and wedged himself between the women. If Sophia puts in a good word with the portal master on your behalf, would you be persuaded to give us the scale? You must have me mistaken with someone else, Sophia hissed at the werewolf. All earlier passion gone. In case you haven't been listening to me for the past 2 days, I do not have any pull with Sterling. She maneuvered past Xavier but kept a wary eye on Renn. Impalement wasn't on her agenda today. The power of suggestion and persuasion is inside you at all times. Xavier's lips curved slightly with a grin. Or channel your inner diva like you do with me. Men are weak creatures. Renn scoffed and waved a hand in dismissal. I've had ample opportunity to lure brainless golfers down to the depths of my lake. But I find hiding dead bodies becomes a chore after the first 4 or 5. A serial killer. Sophia blinked at the mermaid. She wasn't surprised since in the old stories mermaids did lure sailors to their deaths for fun. Renn, I understand your plight, I do, but you've met Sterling. He's a hard, desperate, grasping man who'll stop at nothing to further his own agenda. A peon such as me couldn't influence him. That's too bad. Renn moved to a shelf and lifted the lid from a shell-studded box. I'd hate to see Xavier spend the rest of his life battling such a wretched affliction. Reaching into the box, she drew forth a small object, closed her fingers around it, hiding it from view. Sophia glanced at the werewolf and frowned at the question in his eye. I don't want him to remain a shapeshifter. I want to. And why should you? Xavier is nothing to you but an inconvenience, a task. That needs to be completed as quickly as possible. Renn swam behind Xavier and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. To someone like me, Xavier represents companionship, excitement, a change. She pressed the hidden object into his hand. Her fingers lingered on his. I warned you, Renn. Hands off. Sophia moved to take the item from him, but the mermaid blocked her. What did you give him? I have a right to know. You have no rights here under the water. This is my domain. She grinned, and this time it was not in amusement or happiness. Her face twisted subtly into a mask of superiority and madness. The potion you both drank earlier only lasts for 30 minutes. Once it wears off, you'll return to your original forms. Then we'll swim to the surface. Tendrils of panic curled around Sophia's spine to chill her skin. Renn had a loose screw. For one moment she regretted Sterling hadn't sent her to a different realm. Right. She attempted to keep the hysteria out of her voice. A glance at Xavier revealed he stared intently at the object that rested in his palm. Ah, you could swim to the surface, but I can hold you here until your lungs fill with water and you drown. Such a tragedy, wouldn't you say? Just another dead, bloated body. She ran a hand along Xavier's jaw and smiled. I could save you, though. I won't leave Sophia. He detached the mermaid and moved to take up residence at Sophia's side. Breaking the curse is not as valuable to me as her life. Be serious, Xavier. What does she have that I don't? It isn't a question of what she has. It's what she is, mine. Xavier smiled and forced a small object into Sophia's hand. Regardless of what Sophia does for a living, she's mine, and I love her despite it. What? Sophia's jaw dropped as she stared at the golden-curled merman. I can help you break the curse. Sophia won't be much use to you dead. Her voice was soft and smooth, spreading through the water like dye. If Sophia isn't with me, then I'll be a wolf. He shrugged. The gesture rustled the necklace of shells. I've grown accustomed to the sickness. Warmth flooded her body. Xavier's intense gaze burned right through to her soul. He'd die for her without a second thought. In that moment, Sophia's mindset slowly began to change toward the werewolf. Was it love? No, but it was a beginning. She smiled, the silly, moony grin of a high school girl with her first crush. He and Renn still argued. Their voices faded into the background when she examined the object on her palm. A mermaid scale glowed with the life of its own, blood red and glittering. Transfixed, she stared, moving it this way and that to try to catch the refracted sunlight. Her fascination lasted perhaps 10 seconds before stabbing pain shot through her body. What's happening? Sophia clutched her neck with one hand while keeping the other locked tightly around the scale. Shifting. Renn clamped a strong hand on Sophia's arm. I'd imagine you'll have approximately 5 minutes before total human organs are regained and functioning. If you remain here, you'll die. Her smile revealed sharp, pointy teeth and a forked tongue like that of a serpent. Let her go. Xavier attempted to break her grip on Sophia's arm, but Renn dragged her out of reach. Agony crossed his face. You have no cause to hold her. He clutched his neck as his gills undoubtedly started the same shutdown process. It would be fitting justice for what she's done. Please. Sophia's gills ceased to function. They no longer fluttered or filtered oxygen from the water. Her lungs burned. She couldn't breathe and, gasping for breath, only brought foul-tasting water into her mouth. I'll plead your case in Sterling's court. She thrust the scale into her purse, then clawed at Renn's hand. Please. Water tickled her nose. She gasped when her temporary mermaid tail split in two and the pieces fashioned themselves into human legs. Searing pain racked her body. She sank to her newly formed knees, shaking. She'll betray you, Renn remarked softly to the werewolf, but she loosened her grip on Sophia's arm. She's a gatekeeper. She can do no less. Xavier bowed his head, then lifted it. His amber eyes reflected sadness and sorrow. If it will be as you say, I'll face it head-on without shame or regret, and I'll do it by Sophia's side. I can do no less for her. He growled low in his throat as his own metamorphosis from fish to human began. I wish you well. Renn released her grip. She held the door open, silent as Xavier helped Sophia to her feet. If you change your mind and choose to ditch her, please seek me out. I'm sorry, Renn. Sophia's lungs heaved, burned with the need for oxygen. Her legs painful and bloody. The mermaid inclined her head but didn't speak. Her brilliant green eyes were hollow and washed of all. Chapter 11. Inky clouds of blackness swirled through Sophia's vision as she stumbled down the steps of the bus, landing in the soft sand bottom of the lake. Her gills disappeared, her lungs threatened to explode. Xavier wrapped an arm around her waist and propelled her toward the surface. When the afternoon sunshine warmed her face, Sophia knew she was saved. Gasping life-giving oxygen into her lungs, she bobbed with the gentle current and listened as he sucked in air. Weak and shaking, she swam toward the small island in the center of the lake. "Don't exert yourself," Xavier warned. She chose not to answer, but concentrated all of her energy reserves into reaching the shoreline. Stroke after stroke brought the island closer. After what seemed an eternity, her fingers found purchase on small loose pebbles and wet sand. With an exhausted cry, she let her lower half dangle in the water, while resting her upper half on solid ground. "I hope you appreciate what I did for you, because I will not become a mermaid again." She pressed her cheek against the coolness of the pebbles and closed her eyes. "Damn werewolf. As just my luck, the man I get to spend the rest of my life with has so many issues. True, yet my appreciation of you still lingers." "What do you mean?" Her eyes flew open to focus on her companion. Xavier had climbed out of the water and prowled with furtive steps about the perimeter of the island. With the exception of the shell necklace, the werewolf was naked, gloriously, wonderfully naked. Sophia's mouth dropped open. She gaped. His back was to her. The first thought that swirled into her brain was, how did his derriere become the lightly tanned color as the rest of him? Just how often did the man strut about unclothed, and in the daytime no less? Warmth spread into her nether regions as the urge to see the rest of him exerted itself. "Xavier, you're naked." A second thought pushed out the first. If he'd lost his clothing because of shapeshifting, then that meant I might say the same of you. The October sun glanced off his still wet curls. Sophia swallowed as he turned slowly around. Forgetting she lounged in chilly water, she licked her dry lips and allowed her gaze to devour the expanse of his chest. "Oh my God." Water droplets clung to the dark blonde hair and glistened over the shadow of his abdominal muscles. The ribbon of hair seemed to be a beacon, and she eagerly followed the narrowing path past his belly button to the damp nest of pubic hair. She sighed when she caught a quick glimpse of his manhood. Even in its resting state, he was a feast for the eyes. Sophia's fingers itched to touch it to see if it would be as velvety as it appeared. Her nipples pebbled as her body responded to such exciting stimulation. "Are you quite finished?" Humor ran through his voice as the question quivered in the air. "While I'd be happy to model for you all afternoon, I feel I must remind you it's October and therefore quite cold. My attributes aren't as impressive as they would be if I were warm and dry. Plus you're still in the water. You caught me off guard." Her cheeks burned. She sank into the lake until only her head and shoulders were visible. "I never expected, that is, I couldn't have imagined. I've never seen someone more." She would die right here in the water of embarrassment. God, he was gorgeous, and she wanted to spend the next hour or so looking her fill. "Don't apologize." Xavier chuckled, then plucked a couple of thick white towels from a wooden box near the shore. "There's no shame in admiring me. I'm your mate after all. It's your right." He deftly tucked a towel around his mid-section. "I'd love to admire your human form. It's only fair since you've seen me." The look he threw her was decidedly wolf-like. That isn't going to happen. No matter that he was covered, small flames of desire ignited deep within her. She wanted him, even if she hadn't just seen him naked. His steadfast commitment to her burrowed into her heart, made itself comfortable, and tacked up a home sweet home sign. "I hardly know you." It was a half-assed protest, and they both knew it. She tamped the flames until they resembled smoldering ruins. Was the last said for his benefit or hers? "From what I've glimpsed of your body, you have nothing to be embarrassed about." He dangled the second towel in front of her, and his eyes shimmered with laughter. "Come, let me assist you." A wolfish grin parted his lips. "Clothed, not clothed, my desire for you remains the same. Why do I suddenly feel as if I'm Little Red Riding Hood, and you're the big, bad wolf?" She grinned up at him, and as much as she might enjoy being eaten, tiny smidge of guilt shot through her stomach. His amber eyes lightened into a Brilliant citron. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to joke about your being a wolf. No harm done. He wiggled the towel again. If I promise to close my eyes, will you come out of the water? Sophia searched his face and found nothing except honesty and humor residing there. All right. If I catch you peeking, I won't speak to you again. Gee. Sounded like a second grader. Well, I probably will, but I'll be mad. Fair enough. Xavier stroked his goatee with a slender finger. He made an exaggerated show of closing his eyes. Whenever you're ready. After hesitating 3 seconds, she scrambled out of the water and onto the pebbles. When her fingers closed over the soft terry cloth-like fabric, she heaved a sigh. You may open your eyes now. It's safe. She wrapped the towel loosely around her body, keeping her purse slung across her chest. Safe is a relative term. Xavier ran a finger over her exposed collarbone. This seems to be a rest stop midway through the course. I'll have to call for a boat to ferry us across to the mainland, but we can take advantage of the privacy we have now. Tempting. She shivered and clutched the towel tighter. He was charming and dangerous, and in light of recent events, he was hers. While that thought caused liquid heat to course through her body, in the back of her mind she couldn't forget he was a werewolf. She still had no concrete proof but somehow believed his story. She needed to tread carefully. What did you have in mind? I could do with a distraction as we wait on the ferry. In fact, it sounded like a very good idea. Let's start with a few kisses and see where the afternoon takes us. He led her toward the wooden dock. Not here. Sophia's laugh was throaty and soft when he tugged her into his arms and nuzzled her neck. Her towel slipped down a bit to expose half of a breast. Where then? Here. He dropped a feather-light kiss on the creamy skin of her shoulder. Hell no. She struggled in his embrace. No problem. I can kiss you here instead. He nibbled the hollow of her throat, swirled the tip of his tongue where his lips had just played. Better. Yes, I mean no. We've got bigger problems. Her laughter died and turned to icy cold fear as she spied a familiar form walking up the dock. Xavier. Hide. Sophia pushed him away. Her heart pounded against her ribcage in an attempt to flee. Her chest tightened with panic. It was too much too soon. After the stress of the afternoon, she couldn't calm down fast enough. Sophia implored Xavier to run as her limbs grew heavy and stiff until she became her true self. Slowly, and with the sound of bricks being stacked in a row, she transformed into a stone statue as Sterling came upon the scene. Chapter 12. Xavier's jaw hung open. He closed his mouth with an audible snap of his teeth as he stared at the statue that had once been the living, breathing body of Sophia. It was true. She was a gargoyle. He darted his gaze from her immobile form to Sterling's dark and brooding presence as he arrived. A deep sense of anger filled him, snaked up his throat, and tried to choke him. Because of this man, Sophia feared everything in her life, hated herself, refused to acknowledge her attraction for him. No one, no matter how powerful they were, threatened his mate. Emitting a low growl of warning, Xavier managed to rein in the rampant fury. If Sterling was as dangerous as Sophia said, he'd need to control the shift. Good afternoon, sir. Are you our ferry captain? The best defense was having a good offense. He'd pretend he didn't know the portal master's identity and wait the man out. If Sterling reacted in a favorable manner, Xavier would reveal his own nature and plead his case. At least then he could guarantee Sophia's safety. I'm most definitely not a ferry captain. Sterling paused 3 feet from Xavier, his eyes narrowed. I can see you're acquainted with Miss Rains, which is surprising enough since she doesn't go out, but what I'm particularly interested in is who you are. I am. His mind whirled over possible fictional names. Francis Denali. Xavier executed a small bow, then extended a hand in greeting. Sophia is my current love interest. He withdrew his hand when it became apparent Sterling wouldn't shake it. I'm afraid you came upon us at the tail end of a bit of harmless skinny dipping. We were on the way back to our hotel when you startled us, or rather Sophia. His gaze slid to her stony visage. How long would she remain as a statue? His heart went out to her. Skinny dipping would be out of character for her. The Sophia I know has the confidence and bravado of a sea mollusk. His dark eyes flicked over her immobile form, his expression thoughtful. I issued a summons to Miss Rains. When she ignored it, I had no choice but to come searching for her. His gaze focused on Xavier. Now I know why. It's true. I cannot leave her. She feels the same, I'm sure. Xavier studied the man from the tip of his black, fashion-forward styled hair to the soles of his expensive Italian leather loafers. A worthy opponent, and very deadly. Waves of checked power radiated from the man, causing Xavier's natural confidence to sag. No wonder Sophia was constantly afraid. He shored up his testosterone, allowed his anger to increase slightly. Eventually he'd meet the portal master and demand his attention, but now was not the time, especially with Sophia in such dire straits. If you aren't the ferry captain, what's your purpose here? He traced his goatee with a finger. What is your opinion on the unfortunate tendency of Miss Rains to become a stone statue? Sterling's black eyes flashed. I'd imagine it could put a damper on any amorous activities you had planned. A fishing expedition. Xavier stifled a chuckle. Obviously the portal master had no clue to his paranormal status. The far-off blaring of a horn alerted him the ferry was on its way. What would happen if Sophia shifted into her human form while Sterling was still present? A fierce wave of protectiveness shook him. Never again would the man harm her. He'd make it his mission to release her from whatever bonds Sterling held her. Xavier crossed his arms over his bare chest. What Sophia is or isn't doesn't have any bearing on my opinion of her. He shrugged. It's not for me to judge her by the type of being she is. We all have our faults or strengths, but it's how we choose to view our abnormalities that set us apart. And you met Sophia where? Sterling's eyes glittered as the ferry pulled closer to the dock. As far as I know, she doesn't socialize. You know only a sliver of Sophia's life. Xavier flexed his hands at his side. I met Sophia on the way home from the grocery store where she works. Sterling adjusted the crimson tie, his only homage to color in his otherwise dark ensemble. He cleared his throat. You should be advised that Miss Rains works for me. I'm Sterling Abignon, and I sit on the immortal court for the mortal realm. Should your revelation have some special connotation for me? Xavier's heart slammed against his chest. The need to plead his case warred with his duty to protect Sophia. I'm not easily impressed by titles. I tend to put much more stock in the caliber of the man. Impressed or not, it would behoove you to cease your association with her. She has no time on her calendar for a pointless flirtation with a human. Then how fortunate I'm a werewolf. Is that a threat? He tamped the urge to lunge at the portal master and followed his question with a growl. His canine teeth tingled, signaling his need to shift. How you choose to interpret my comment is your business. If I find you in Sophia's company again, I'll make it my business to be sure your life is filled with unpleasantness. With one last glance at the docking ferry, Sterling vanished into the air. As if my life is free of complications on a normal day. Xavier frowned. He spared another look at Sophia. Ever so slightly she blinked. I believe he was trying to intimidate me, dear heart. The captain of the ferry jumped to the dock. Sir, if you need the ferry, it will be running in 10 minutes. Gotta make it stop at the little captain's room. Xavier nodded at the burly man. The sailor disappeared into one of the wooden buildings on the dock. Sophia, any time would be ideal to transform back. We're the only people around. He had serious doubts as to his ability to haul her stony self onto the boat. He stepped close, traced her rock-hard cheek with a thumb, willing her to relax enough to shift. If you don't burst out of your prison, I swear I'll take this towel off. With a cough, Sophia stumbled into his arms, pliant and slightly covered in cement dust. Please don't. What will the ferry captain think? Where have you been? I called your cell phone for an hour but went straight to voicemail. Mona's shrill, hysterical voice shot through Sophia's brain. Don't start. Sophia sighed and navigated around her roommate. It's been a bad afternoon. She marched into her bedroom and slammed the door. Sterling dropped by looking for you. Like I care. Especially since he showed up at the golf course. She ignored the muffled voice on the other side of the door and pulled on a pair of jeans and a sweater. An overbearing friend was the last thing she wanted to deal with after the homicidal mermaid. Sterling wasn't amused to find you gone. And where did your clothes go? Mona continued to knock on the door until Sophia wrenched it open in frustration. Geez, Mona, annoy much? I thought Xavier told you to make yourself scarce? Do you want me to have him reiterate his request? No. I was worried about you. I'm fine. Sophia moved down the hall into the living room and then slumped into a sofa. My phone doesn't work because it was underwater. She pulled her soggy purse toward her, then dumped out the damp contents. Why did you go swimming in October? It's pretty cold out there with the breeze. And where is Xavier? Mona toyed with the fringe on a pillow. Frown. Turned down her petal pink mouth. You didn't argue again, did you? Why can't you cut the guy a break? I think he really likes you. I like him too, but I have to keep him safe. We've been arguing off and on all day. She glared at Mona over the tops of her glasses. I assume Xavier went home to grab some clothes. He lost his when we went into a lake to meet with a mermaid. You ditched him, didn't you? A tiny twinge of guilt moved through Sophia's stomach. Her cheeks heated. Yes. Once we returned to the country club from Renn's place, I told Xavier I needed something to drink. He left to get it, so I grabbed a terry cloth robe from the spa and ran. It was why she ran that was important. Seeing Sterling then turning into a statue while her boss interrogated Xavier had jogged another memory. The last time she'd transformed into stone was in Sterling's office a couple months ago. She'd brought a fresh victim in ready to have the person processed when Sterling launched into a tirade about her lagging quota. The poor man she dragged and shook in her grasp, swearing he wasn't a freak. When Sophia had attempted to soothe the man's fears and whispered that he'd be in a better place in a few days, Sterling went ballistic. Sophia lost her nerve and her calm and had no choice but to let the shift take her. The human threw himself at Sterling's feet and babbled about not understanding what was going on. Apparently, by that time the portal master's patience with the whole thing had worn away because he fried the man to a crisp with his red lightning. Then, stepping calmly over the burnt patch of carpet, he buzzed his receptionist to come in. When the woman did so, he threw a satisfied smirk at Sophia and toasted the woman into dust as well. Hours later, Sophia had relaxed enough to return to her human form. Sterling had waited on her the whole time. You saw what I did to people you aren't intimately familiar with. Just imagine what I can do to those you love. Now, don't disappoint me again. The next one you bring in here had better be legitimate paranormal. Otherwise, there will be another death. More than anything, she couldn't let Sterling know about Xavier. That's why she'd run. Mona's stifled a squeak of alarm recalled her back to the present. Why? Xavier will protect you. Maybe, but who will protect him? She shrugged. What else was I supposed to do? Sticking with me is a bad idea for both of us. An image of the werewolf's naked body surfaced. Sophia's core throbbed in response. She would not succumb to his charm. It was too dangerous for personal safety and peace of mind. But, damn, there were a few things she wanted to do with certain pieces of his anatomy. What's that? Mona leaned forward when Sophia captured the red scale between her fingers. Did the mermaid give it to you? She did, grudgingly. She wanted to kill me. Xavier persuaded her not to. She held the scale up to the light, fascinated by the glowing, swirling pattern of the scale. Isn't it beautiful? Mona nodded. Is it part of the recipe to break the gypsy curse? Yes. I forgot to give it back to Xavier. Sophia tucked the scale into the pocket of her jeans, then stood. I'm going to bed. It's been a long day. It's not even 7 o'clock yet. Mona shrugged. Suit yourself. The imps are in lockdown. Frida is stowed in the vegetable crisper, and Calvin is sulking upstairs. I'll see you in the morning. The damn woman had gone too far this time. He'd spent an hour searching the grounds of the country club only to be told by a passing golf pro that a woman matching Sophia's description had left 40 minutes before. She'd given him the slip and took the mermaid scale with her. He'd waited several hours until he could calm down enough to think coherently. There was no use showing up in a white-hot rage when she'd simply toss him out in the yard. Of course, getting roughed up by Sterling's posse had delayed him as well. Now Xavier pounded on her front door, using both fists as an angry growl. Escaped him. She needed to understand their future together wasn't a joke. After a few minutes under his barrage, the door wrenched open and Sophia's customary glare greeted him. This had better be an emergency, she hissed. It's going to be an emergency if you ever attempt to waylay me again. I did it for your own good. He waited only as long as it took for her to lock the front door, then he grabbed her arm, frog-marched her into her bedroom, and shut the door behind him. I'm drawing a line, Sophia. Do not cross it. From here on out you're under my protection. You're mine. Period. You won't separate yourself from me again. What's your problem? She struggled, but his strength was more than enough to keep her in line. It's the middle of the night. It's hardly the middle. Nearly midnight. My problem, Xavier lowered his voice as he shook her arm, is that your pal Sterling paid me an unannounced visit with a few of his goons this evening after I went home. Her quick intake of breath echoed in the silence. Are you hurt? Sophia lightly brushed his cheek with her free hand. Her fingers tickled his stubble-covered skin and sent jagged needles of molten need through him. Did he suspect anything? No. I made sure to be careful and unflustered. By the time the portal master left, he was more perturbed than I. Xavier felt her rapid pulse beneath his fingers, smelled her fear and the sweeter scent of her arousal. I stuck with my story from earlier. Had to backpedal a bit and explain I simply picked up clothes in order to join you at a hotel later. Good to know. She gave him a wide yawn. Damn it, Sophia. Xavier growled, pushing her against the door, then planted his hands on either side of her head. Why must you be so glib? I'm not being glib, and by the way, who uses that word anymore? I'm just absorbing the facts as you relate them to me. My brain doesn't function well in the middle of the night. He fought down the urge to kiss her lips that mocked him from such close quarters. I understand you wish to shield me from Sterling. He's a rather unpleasant individual. What I don't understand is why he's so interested in you. You're a gatekeeper, but he's acting as if you're his lover. Ease closer. Is that the reason he followed you? How dare you? Sophia slapped him and the sound reverberated in the small room. I'd rather cut off my own hands than allow that man to touch me. She shoved his chest, but he encircled her wrists with his fingers. Violence against women is wrong, she spat out between clenched teeth. You were the one who slapped me. Laughter threaded through his voice. He released his hold as desire churned in his gut. Her terror wafted through his nostrils. He hated himself for making her feel afraid of him. Sophia. He massaged his stinging cheek. It was justified. I apologize for my comment. I'm just as puzzled as you are about Sterling's motives. She patted across the tiny room, then snuggled under the quilt on her bed. Now go away. It's too early to deal with you. That won't be possible. He longed to join her beneath the blankets, wanted to indulge in the delights her lips promised. Why? It was a whine. He glanced at her, but the darkness hid her expression from view. We need to make an early start if we're going to find the dragon's tooth. Fine, but at least let me sleep for a few more hours. I have a feeling the next part of your quest is going to be highly unpleasant. You could be right. He made no move to leave her room. I was serious before. I don't intend to abandon you. We're linked, so you better get used to me being here. I can see that. Frustration filled her sigh. Evangeline's old room is available. I'll pass the remainder of the night here, especially now Sterling is mobile. I want to be around the general area, and your bed works best for a variety of reasons. Sophia sat up. You're going to become a wolf, aren't you? When he nodded, she gasped. Can I watch? No. You wouldn't like it, and besides, I'm hungry. He perched on the edge of her bed. I'll be careful not to raise the crime watch people. Unable to help himself, he stroked a hand through her hair. She shivered but didn't pull away. Do what you want, just don't eat any people. Sophia yawned and lay back against the pillows. And don't make a mess. People get a little antsy if there are bloodstains on the street. And you don't answer the door to anyone but me. He slipped from the room, wondering if she'd even heard his order. Consciousness came to Sophia by way of roughness on her cheek, followed by a trail of moisture and a weight pressed into her ribcage. She squinted at the clock on the bedside table. Not yet 3 a.m. She groaned. The heaviness on her chest turned out to be the solid body of Xavier in wolf form. Ugh, you have the worst morning breath of anyone I've ever known. She pushed his muzzle away from her nose, effectively ending his impromptu face licking. I don't know where that tongue has been. A soft whine was the only response. As long as you persist in deporting yourself as a wolf, then I'll catch up on my sleep. She shoved his warm furry canine body from her chest, then turned onto her side. I refused to play chauffeur to a dog. His head was surprisingly heavy on her hip as he rearranged himself. I also refused to snuggle up to an animal. I already told you I don't like dogs. Then why not snuggle up to me? Tremors of excitement snaked up her spine. Xavier wrapped an arm around her waist to pull her body flush against his clearly human and unequivocally aroused form. How did you shift so quickly? I didn't get to see it. Sophia held her breath as he traced small circles on her stomach. She fumbled on the nightstand for her glasses. They fell to the carpet when Xavier pinched her hip. I'm honoring your request to not give you any hard evidence I'm a werewolf. His whispered response tickled her ear and stirred tendrils of her hair. As long as you don't see me shift from one form into another, you should be fine. I appreciate that. It makes life 200 times easier. Scratch that. Being in such close proximity to him was not making life easier. Every nerve ending in her body tingled with suppressed energy. What are you doing here? In my bed. Trying to sleep, but someone's talking is having a detrimental effect on that. Act. Rotating to face him, Sophia propped her head on her hand, while she traced a finger over his goatee-covered chin. The hair was soft and beckoned a deeper investigation. Why are you trying to sleep at all? Didn't you want to get an early start? She swept her gaze over the shredded fragments of clothing that clung to his body. What happened to your suit? An unhappy side effect of becoming my wolf counterpart. I'm afraid. Explain to me why we were both naked after the stint in the pseudomare kingdom. Xavier sighed in exasperation. Must you know everything all at once? That would be helpful. She reined in her desire to touch the golden hair on his chest. Tell me this instead. Why are you here? To find a dragon. He grinned and his white teeth flashed in the gloom. As for shape-shifting, it depends on what, where, and how you shift. Sometimes, when I regain my human form, I find myself fully clothed. Other times I'm naked. When that happens, I either assume the clothing of my last victim or I do this. What, appear in women's bedrooms looking like a survivor from a war? No, he snapped his fingers. Loose-fitting linen pants covered his lower half. Along with the ability to shift into a wolf, I retain extremely limited magical abilities. Lucky you, but that still doesn't answer my question. What are you really doing here? It can't be just because I'm a gatekeeper. There are other ways to be taken to the portal master if that's your intention. His eyes flashed. She ignored him. I don't mind helping you break the curse. I want to know your motives before we go any further. You're very intelligent. You should apply to the immortal court. Sophia snorted. I want nothing to do with the court once my birthright is annulled, if you're true to your word. She squeaked in surprise when he pulled her on top of him so she straddled his torso. I always keep my word, no matter the cost. He skimmed her legs and then shoved his hands under her simple nightshirt of faded blue cotton. He brushed his fingers over her hips. I'm here because you're my mate, whether you believe me right now or not. He continued to trek northward until he gently cupped her breasts. You accept this mate stuff because Hannah had a vision? She could be lying. She could, but that doesn't explain my immediate attraction for you or yours. For me. I know you felt it. I can see it in your eyes. Maybe. Sophia licked dry lips as her heart pounded out a frantic rhythm. I'm not easily impressed with men like you. Stabs of pleasure shot through her stomach when he brushed his thumbs across her nipples. She gasped and clutched his shoulders, wishing he would move his attention to other parts of her body. I find you irritating and self-absorbed. You know that isn't true. Your happiness, your well-being is first and foremost in my mind. Xavier tugged her down so she was draped over his chest, her face mere inches from his. I never said I was perfect or a saint. I'm neither a hero nor a martyr. I'm merely a man with a curse. He fingered the mermaid scale tied to black satin ribbon and strung around her neck. Nice. Bauble. But why me? His eyes twinkled with laughter. Sophia's lips tilted with an answering smile. I'm dangerous to know. I could turn you over to Sterling at Anytime. My life isn't my own as long as I'm bound to him. She moved her fingers over his shoulders and felt the hardness of muscle. Warmth collected between her legs. It was becoming much too difficult to resist him. That could very well be true. In the meantime, you're simply a woman who wants to be understood. You crave companionship and security, and I'll give both to you. He pressed his lips to hers, then pulled away. Tracing his cheek with a forefinger, she frowned. I'm not at such a trusting place, Xavier. If she allowed herself to care for him and she turned him over to Sterling, she'd hate herself beyond measure. Sophia brushed her lips across his, tasting an unknown sweetness, wanting to take that next step, but fear held her back. I don't want a daily reminder of my treachery. I wouldn't want to remember. Self-preservation is a very lonely place. In one fluid movement he flipped her onto her back. You can try to shut yourself away from the world, but you'll find life is excruciating in length. With a soft sigh, she let him caress her body as her insides quivered with desire. She stirred under his fingers. You're very persistent in your argument. She arched against him when he closed his teeth on a taut nipple. Sophia gripped his shoulders, her breath coming in short gasps. It's been a long time. You're wavering, and in that I have at least won a small victory. I won't push you. Xavier smiled against her lips. But when I want an item, I pursue it with single-minded determination, especially when the item in question is meant for me anyway. She tangled her fingers in the hair of his chest and pressed a kiss to his shoulder, breathing in his signature spicy oaky scent. I'm not a piece of art to be possessed. No, you're much more valuable, and you need to believe that. If you want me to believe in all this mate stuff, you're going to have to allow me breathing room. Possessiveness can only go so far. I need time to think about being anyone's mate, yours or someone else's. Xavier growled, and the sound tickled her already sensitive skin. You have another man? No, just you. She held his gaze, shadowed in the darkness. I'm willing to accept the possibility of you being my mate. I'm asking you to be patient. Her eyelids prickled with tears. She furiously blinked them away. She hadn't cried since Evangeline and refused to do so now. Once Xavier got what he wanted from her, would he move on to greener pastures? Were they really mates? Or was it a story he told to get her into bed and help him with the quest? Or would he leave once he was free from the curse, whichever came first? She didn't want to know the answer to those questions for fear her heart wouldn't be able to withstand the pain. Xavier. Words died as he manipulated her lips, his tongue searching every inch of her mouth. He pulled away to stare at her. We'll revisit the subject at a later time. You have my word. Why? Her pulse raced and her core throbbed with unfulfilled need. I think you're a tease, Xavier Layton. She desired him, that much was certain. Would she come to love him? Already, he'd wormed his way under her skin, regardless of how much she pushed him away. His soft laugh filled the small room. Perhaps, but I find the thought of making love to you with an audience slightly distasteful. I need to do a better job of staking my claim around here. With a shiver of thwarted anticipation, she followed his gaze. Calvin lurked in the heavy shadows near the ceiling. Why, my lady, would you pick him for a consort? The ghost asked in an injured tone. What the hell, Calvin? Sophia glared. You're a ghost. That means you have no solid parts. No matter how much you want to be with me, it's never going to happen, got it? If I want to do the nasty, I'll pick Xavier, not you, okay? She didn't want to delve into why else she'd choose the werewolf to satisfy her needs beyond having solid body parts. Calvin vanished without answering. The romance of the moment was lost. Chapter 13. Xavier rolled his eyes and wished for the 1000th time that Sophia would shut up. She'd done nothing but babble ever since they'd set out before the dawn. He couldn't concentrate. For the love of the gods, woman, give me 2 seconds of peace. His knees ached as he crouched on the cool metal stairs. Surrey, your royal grouchiness. She smacked his shoulder. Remind me again why we're on this foolish mission. Her whispered question echoed eerily off the walls of the stairwell. He'll kill us both if he finds us. Then it is best to not be found. He glanced at his watch. 5 o'clock in the morning on the 28th day of October. They had snuck into the Immortal Court offices and were currently hiding in the stairwell. If it had been up to him, They would have gone directly to Sterling's office, but Sophia's skittishness gave him second thoughts. So he decided to make a brief camp and wait for the night watch to make his rounds. Are you crazy? She poked his back with an insistent forefinger. Perhaps, but one of us has to be. He looked over his shoulder, taking in the lines of worry and fatigue on her face, and then returned his gaze to the floor below. In order to locate a dragon, we need to go to the source. Since Sterling is the only person who holds the relocation records for all paranormal beings in the Elias Mortal Realm Cooperative, I thought we'd get the information from the horse's mouth, so to speak. 2 minutes later, the sweep of a flashlight cut through the shadowy open room below, followed by the dark form of the security guard. His heavy boots thumped on the marble flooring in time with his labored breathing. Sophia pressed tighter against his back. Her heat seeped through the black turtleneck he wore and warmed his skin. His groin twitched in response to her nearness, and he wished again they weren't mired in a near-impossible quest. Her quick inhalation of breath alerted him that she wished to speak. Hush! She laid a hand on his shoulder, squeezed gently. Is he gone? Xavier risked a glance through the wrought iron railing. Yes. How long before the next pass? We should have 30 minutes, give or take. Good. We'll be in and out well before that time. He stood. Let's do this. He moved up the remaining steps to Sterling's office door, the glass windowpane cold to the touch. Xavier tried the doorknob, turned easily under his hand. The bastard is so arrogant, he probably thought no one would dare break in. Xavier. Sophia poked him again. I don't feel comfortable here in the daylight, and I really don't feel comfortable here now. She followed him into the office. Our criminal activity will be quick and painless. He squeezed her fingers, hating himself anew for putting her into danger on his behalf. I'll look through these files and you take the cabinet over there. The chrome legs of the chairs winked in the nearly non-existent light from the stairwell. Sophia removed a small penlight from a pocket of her short black skirt. What are we searching for? She eased open the first drawer, then ran her index finger over the folder tabs. Dragons, wyverns, dinosaurs, anything of that nature. We just need one name. Then we can leave. The thin white beam of Xavier's penlight sliced through the darkness, briefly illuminating the files she worked on. Less talk, more searching. These files are all under the first and last name of the person or creature, instead of their specific paranormal case structure. It's impossible. Don't think about it, just do it. Xavier growled low in his throat. Randomly pull a few files and maybe we'll get lucky. You can always slip the files into the refile trays for the clerks to replace later. He made sure she did as he asked before turning his attention to his own drawer. After yanking out 2 files, he quietly snapped it closed. Come on, just a few more. A few more. Her soft parroting of his words didn't set his mind at ease. Fear quavered in her voice. As she shut her last drawer, an unmistakable noise filtered into the office. Oh no. Oh no, what? You can't leave me hanging with that. He glanced at her, saw her round eyes reflecting fear, and laid a hand on her shoulder. What is it? The elevator squealed as it brought someone up to the floor. She clutched his arm. Someone's coming. So I gathered. He extinguished his penlight. Sophia did the same. He froze when the elevator pinged at the floor and the door slid smoothly open. We need somewhere to hide, Xavier whispered. Had his time teasing fate finally run out? We'll be caught, I'll get fired, and you'll be sent to the demon realm, and then I'll have to explain to Sterling why I'm so incompetent. And then Sophia. He lifted an eyebrow, intent on breaking through her terror. It's too early to worry. He cast a glance about the darkened room. Think. We need a quick hiding place. Sprinting across the floor, he tried the door to what he could only assume was a coat closet. Damn. Locked. Footsteps rang on the marble floor below Sterling's office. His heart pounded so frantically he thought it would rip out of his chest. Is there a utility closet or something like that? She fumbled at another doorknob. Yes, hurry. If it's Sterling, we're toast. His heart went out to her. The poor thing was nearly climbing the walls from fear. There's no reason to panic. He shoved her forward into the closet, then closed the door behind him. Let's see who it is first. In Sterling's office, the darkness glowed green from the exit signs at the stairwell. In the closet it was pitch black. Xavier could barely discern his hand in front of his face, couldn't imagine what Sophia must be feeling. How are you doing? Concern for her surged to the forefront of his mind. Not good. She emitted a few gasping breaths. I have to get out of here. Don't think about claustrophobia. You're better than the situation. Sweetness. He looked in her direction. Thankfully his wolf sight kicked in. Sophia huddled by one wall, her face pale, her eyes rounded. You'll get through this. Come over to me. The tiny closet appeared to be 3 feet by 3 feet and contained an upturned bucket in one corner as well as a lightweight carpet sweeper and an old-fashioned broom. Wooden shelving lined 2 walls above there. Quiet. Outside, the door to Sterling's office opened. Heavy footsteps invaded the room. A thin line of light sliced the darkness from under the closet door. Whoever was in the office had flipped on the overhead fluorescents. He heard a rustle at the back of the closet and wished Sophia would remain calm. She reached around him to fumble for the doorknob. Xavier stifled an annoyed growl and pinned her against the opposite wall. Let me out. Her breathing was heavy and rapid. Settle down. He removed the files from her hands and placed them on one of the shelves above his head, then he wrapped his arms around, pulling her close. Concentrate on the sound of my voice. He buried his nose in her hair and inhaled the floral scent. Everything will be fine, we won't be caught, and after it's all over we can thumb our noses at Sterling. He kept his voice a calm monotone as he stroked his hands down her back. Don't leave me. Hysteria tinged her whisper. She gathered his turtleneck in her fists. Never. Outside the closet, the occupant of the office moved furniture. Xavier whispered a steady stream of comforting words and soothing sounds into her ear, being sure to maintain contact with her. I'm your mate. You'll never be alone. What if we're caught? What if we're turned over to Sterling? What if? With a soft grunt, Xavier pressed his mouth to hers, nibbling her bottom lip. Hush. Stay here. He detached her hands and pressed his ear to the door. A loud hum blotted out anything else that lurked outside. He couldn't identify the sound. What is that? Sophia moved behind him, her fingers resting on his back. He ignored the shockwaves that coursed through him at the light touch. A vacuum cleaner. It's the cleaning staff. Ah, see, it is nothing. Xavier turned and enfolded her in his arms once. Again. No need to worry. He pressed his lips against her forehead. Worry is what I do. A shiver shook her. If Sterling captures us, I'll find some way out of the mines and locate you wherever you are, providing I'm alive. He gathered her closer. It won't come to that, but I appreciate the sentiment. Even in such a dire situation, she still wished to protect him. He swallowed past the sudden tightness in his throat. Thank you. Her scent filled the stifling air of the closet. Gardenias, lily of the valley, honeysuckle. What was it that blended so sweetly with the vanilla? When the cleaning person moved on to the other side of Sterling's office, he released a sigh of frustration. How long do you suppose we'll be stuck here? Sophia's words warmed through the cashmere of his shirt. I couldn't say. His knees wobbled when she glided her hands around his neck, and her fingers tangled in his curls. Perhaps you should enjoy the time away from your house guests. True, and we were interrupted earlier. Indeed. He couldn't think when she stroked the sensitive spot beneath his left ear. Thank you for being the calm one. She trailed her fingertips over his chest. His muscles tightened. I'm not good in a crisis situation. Don't underestimate yourself, Sophia. In a crisis, people can surprise you. We all have untapped wells of courage inside us, waiting for the right moment to surface. Need sliced through his gut when one of her hands drifted lower, toward his waistband. Bravery comes in all forms. He stood still, afraid if he moved the moment would shatter. Let's change the subject. The steady hum of the vacuum filled the empty spaces. Xavier decided to see how willing she would be to a bit of light flirtation to pass the time. Anything specific? He released her hair from the ponytail elastic, then massaged her scalp. Obviously, there's not much we can do in this small space. Her warmth turned him on, made his temperature rise, pressed his erection against his zipper. We could revisit the subject you brought up earlier. A sigh swallowed her words. Her pulse increased beneath his fingertips. Unless you'd rather not. She smiled like the vixen she was. Surprise ricocheted through his chest at her teasing. More minx then. Gatekeeper, it seemed Sophia had a wild side he was eager to explore. What did you have in mind? He cupped her face in his hands, brushed a thumb over her bottom lip. We'd have to be quiet. I'm sure it won't be a problem. She tugged the hem of his cashmere turtleneck from his pants and ran her hands up the length of his torso. Everywhere she touched left flames of heat so intense he expected to be burned at any moment. I want you. A pardon from the gods would never sound as sweet as those 4 little words. What kind of a man would I be if I didn't indulge my lady? He claimed her lips, slanting his mouth over hers, swept his tongue along the crease of her lips. I must warn you, this act may not be as memorable as it could be were we given a proper bed. Sophia's scorching kisses on his chest banished the thin thread of insecurity. You talk far too much, werewolf. Her whisper penetrated his brain, robbed him of all thought. And you tempt me beyond sanity. Xavier lifted her and maneuvered her back against the wall. She wrapped her legs around his waist and gripped his shoulders. I've wanted to do this since the moment I met you, since I knew you were mine. He took another kiss. The sweet scent of her arousal filled the air, spurring him onward. Damn, you feel good. He ground his erection into her softness, anxious to relieve the tension. A faint sound from beyond the office sank into his desire-flooded consciousness, jarring for the simple fact that it didn't belong. He ignored it in favor of nuzzling the hollow of her throat. Xavier. She pushed his shoulders. Don't rush, Sophia, we aren't animals. His chuckle was low and soft as he hiked her skirt up around her hips, slipped his fingers beneath the elastic of her panties, brushing his fingertips over her pubic hair. Well, at least you aren't Xavier. Sophia. He pressed a searing kiss on her mouth, hard enough to draw blood from a tiny cut inflicted by one of his sharp canine teeth. He licked the wound, tasted the spicy sweetness of her life essence, glad he didn't hear the sound again. He wanted this woman like he'd wanted nothing else in life. Slipping his fingers under her sweater, he molded his hands around her full breasts, teasing the pebbled nipples. Your skin is so soft, he marveled, then pressed his forehead to hers, his breathing labored. He lifted his head, his hand stilling. Did you hear that? Yes. She shook her head. I thought I heard something a few minutes ago, but then we were. Do you think it could be him? Tremors moved from her body to his. There's someone else in the office now. With regret, Xavier released her. But not before he let her slide down his body until she regained her footing. His raging case of lust would have to wait. Quiet. He moved stealthily to the door and laid an ear against the metal. I want to hear too. She nudged him in the ribs with an elbow. He refused to budge. Is that? She rubbed her hands over her arms with jerky movements. Hush. He felt her fear as sharp as if he owned it himself. Sophia laid an ear to the door. It's Sterling. What are we going to do? Steady. Let's be patient and see the drama play out. Xavier squeezed her hand, wanting to put her fears at ease. Deep down he knew they were trapped. Cracking open the closet door, he saw the glass and chrome structure that served as the portal master's desk. Sterling rifled through a stack of contracts on the corner and glanced in the cleaning person's direction. Hello, Alberto. Don't mind me. I'm not here to work. I need to pick up some paperwork, then I'll be on my way. The cleaning man's response was indiscernible, and Sterling didn't say anything more. The sweat coating Xavier's back turned to ice when the portal master looked up from his contracts and slowly scanned the room. Alberto, has there been anyone in this office since you've been here? Xavier held tight to Sophia's hand as the cleaning man answered in the negative. Her terror flooded the cramped space. Frustration from the situation held him captive. Did you see anyone on the staircase on your way up? Sterling's dark eyes took in every nook, cranny, and shadow of the office. Is someone on this floor? Again, Alberto confirmed he was alone. Sterling's gaze lingered in the general direction of the supply closet, then moved away. Very well. Carry on, but if you see any strange activity, please report it at once. I have a strange suspicion all is not what it seems. It never is. Xavier quietly pulled the door shut. He slumped against the wall, exhausted, and hauled Sophia against him. That was close. The hum of the Vacuum began once more as Alberto finished the last of Sterling's office. Too close. She shivered. How can we be certain Sterling won't be lurking in the building by the time we want to leave? We cannot be certain of anything, Sophia. We can remain vigilant and have a bit of luck that we'll escape unharmed. He pressed a kiss to her hair, content to keep her in his arms. You must trust me sometime. How many more narrow escapes can we get away with before Sterling reels in the net that surrounds us? Hysteria laced her voice. You need to leave. Don't say it. Let me remind you once more. You belong to me and I to you. There's no point in trying to ditch me. He absently stroked a finger over the front of her sweater, grinning when one of her nipples sprang to attention at the slight touch. I'm going to play the cards I have been dealt. You're the boss. She settled against him, obviously willing to wait. Damn straight. 15 agonizing minutes later, the office remained quiet. Then the distant drone of Alberto's vacuum sounded somewhere on the floor below. Sophia tugged at his hand. Come on. At this point I need a cup of coffee. Xavier gathered the file folders and exited the closet, blinking as his eyes adjusted to the dim light of Sterling's office. I'm so famished I could eat a person. She gawked at him. Are you serious? I thought we discussed this issue. By the gods, she was such fun to tease. He looked forward to a lifetime of such activities. You're going to have to learn how to take a joke. Chapter 14. Many different styles of shape-shifting or transformations are referred to in popular literature today. One is the bodily alteration, where the human shape physically changes into the animal or inanimate object. Depending on what the subject is changing into, the body will shift, stretch, compress, grow fur or scales, or expand altogether. This type of shifting is often a slow and painful process, and articles of clothing are usually lost or destroyed. Sophia snapped the book on lycanthropy closed and stared at Xavier. Any luck? She reached over the middle console of the Werewolf's SUV and poked him with a forefinger. Well, after breaking out of Sterling's office, they'd driven a couple of blocks over and parked in the relatively empty parking lot of a superstore. Xavier shook his head, stroking his goatee. Nothing yet. Give me a file and I'll help out. Maybe the search can go a bit faster. He handed over a manila folder and Sophia propped it open on her lap. This guy looks promising. A shiver rocked her body when his arm jostled hers as he leaned over to look at the paperwork. Says here he's a lawyer now, but originally came from Demon Realm. If that doesn't suggest a dragon, I don't know what will. Xavier chuckled. Just because a person is an attorney does not necessarily make them evil or a dragon. He closed his file and added it to the small stack on the dashboard. What else does the dossier say? Divorced, 40 years old, goes by the name Braden. She ran a hand through her hair and sighed. His office is supposedly located in Vincent Towers. Should we call for an appointment? I don't want a dragon masquerading as an attorney to know in advance I'm looking for him. He shifted positions, rolled his shoulders and straightened his turtleneck. Ready to go? Now? I haven't eaten yet. When she met his intense gaze, Sophia quickly dropped her eyes. His overt sexiness unnerved her. Can we pick something up on the way? As if to emphasize the fact, her stomach grumbled. Do you have to constantly worry about your stomach? He jammed a black fedora over his curls. Well, excuse me if I can't just eat a passing mailman. She glared before rubbing her scratchy eyes. I don't guess you'll want to stop by the apartment, so I can take out my contact lenses. Not really. You have beautiful eyes. They should never be hidden behind glasses. Doesn't matter, but thank you. You're still going to have to, because I need lens solution in my case. I can't just wear them all night. Xavier uttered a slight growl. Fine. I'll stop at a drugstore so you can take care of your issues. If only that were possible with one stop. What she said was, thanks. I knew you'd see it my way. He started the engine, letting the vehicle idle for a moment. Anything else about the attorney we should know before going in? Let me check. Sophia rifled through the few papers, then sucked in a breath. People refer to him as the dragon because he wins every case he works on. He's feared within his company, admired among his colleagues, and one of the most sought-after bachelors in the city. I'll drop you off at the apartment and handle him myself. The low, silky tone of his voice brooked no argument. Call Mona and let her know I don't think so, alpha boy. Sophia snorted. Anything you can do I can do. She shoved her hands into the pockets of her denim jacket and slumped in the seat. Besides, I'm not afraid of a lawyer. It's ridiculous to fear someone based on rumors. He's just a man. She whipped out her cell phone and texted Mona regarding their plans. He cleared his throat. Regardless of your foray into bravery, I vowed to protect you. You're staying at home. What the hell? This isn't life on the frontier. Her glare lost strength when he reached out to caress her thigh, moving his fingers beneath her skirt, dangerously close to brushing against more sensitive parts of her anatomy. What next? Keep me barefoot and pregnant. Is that a valid option? He glided his hand up a fraction of an inch to rub against the cotton crotch of her panties. He gave a soft laugh when she squirmed. I've been attempting to see you naked for a couple of days now. Mum. Tingles radiated up from her core to chase a wave of delicious warmth through her insides. I get that you want to keep me safe. I understand why. You don't want to put me into danger, but if we both go, we can get the job done sooner. She ran a hand over his arm to pat him on the cheek. Work first, naked later. Is that a promise? His golden eyes held hers captive. She sighed as her resistance to him crumbled. Yes, it's a promise. Sooner or later, she'd end up in the werewolf's bed. And for her sake, she hoped it was sooner, or else she'd spontaneously combust. How long do you think he'll keep us waiting? Sophia glanced at the carriage clock on the receptionist's desk and sighed. We've been here for 30 minutes. She thumbed through an outdated magazine before slapping it down on the table. It's almost 4 o'clock. A growl signaled Xavier's annoyance. No matter how often you mention the time, I still won't know how long we'll be kept here. Practice patience. You're just as irritated as I am. He drummed long, elegant fingers on the brim of his fedora. Admit it. I'm aggravated, but what would you have me do? Eat the receptionist? No. A tiny smile lifted the corners of his mouth. While we're waiting, answer me this. How well do you know your friend Mona? What are you getting at? She stared at him and shifted in her chair. I think I know her pretty well. A curl of anxiety sketched through her gut. I rescued her from a mugger 3 years ago, then invited her to stay with me. When I found out she didn't have family here. Why? You might find this interesting. Xavier held out a newspaper. Read it. Glancing at the logo for the Off-Realms Gazette, Sophia frowned. Was this lying out in full view? That was strange. Usually subscribers of the newspaper were not eager for mere humans to be privy to the news occurring beyond the mortal realm. It was folded inside a magazine. Someone obviously was interrupted. This will be a problem. She scanned the photo of 4 people, a man, a woman, and 2 teenage boys, then moved to the headline. First family of Messiah in hiding. Her eyes watered as she read the article. Missing daughter of the first couple sought for questioning. An old grainy picture of Mona accompanied the piece. Damn, I had no idea Mona's family was that important. No wonder she never wants to talk about them. I think the greater problem is what she is running from and why. Xavier brushed at a piece of lint on his pant leg. If she's wanted in any of the realms and the enforcement team comes to collect her, she could conceivably spend time in prison. Before Sophia could answer, the door to the attorney's inner sanctum opened. Piercing green eyes flashed from a face that should grace magazine covers. If you wish to talk with me this afternoon, do it now. I have to be in court in an hour. Sophia opened her mouth and shut it like a fish. Okay. Xavier put a hand on the small of her back as they proceeded into the office. Remember, you belong to me, Sophia. No exceptions. The werewolf strong whisper rang in her ear. She grinned at his barely audible growl. Baiting him was such fun. Don't worry, Wolfman, I can only tolerate one overbearing man in my life at a time. The spacious office was dim and warm. The furniture was massive and heavy, made from dark oak and thick black leather. Thermal-lined drapes of black silk covered the floor-to-ceiling windows behind the desk. As Sophia sank into one of the wingback chairs in front of the desk, she noticed the lit fireplace on the far wall, the heat source. Xavier's growl was the only indication he acknowledged the attorney's presence. Braden Hollister perched on the corner of his desk, and for the second time in 2 minutes Sophia was at a loss for words. a shock of chocolate brown. Hair fell over his forehead while brilliant eyes stared without emotion. Broad shoulders, muscled arms, and the way his lavender silk shirt clung to his chest like a second skin created dark fantasies in her mind. She caught a vague hint of a washboard stomach under that shirt. Oh! Her lips formed an O of appreciation as she looked her fill until Xavier kicked her in the shin. Why the hell did you do that? Nevertheless, the pain broke the spell. Sophia glared at the werewolf. Mine. He lifted an eyebrow, then turned his attention to the attorney. We need a favor. Her fingers itched to brush the hair from Braden's forehead, but one glance at the hard set to Xavier's lips reminded her of their mission. We need an item of a personal nature from you. Apparently, you haven't done your research. Braden crossed his arms over his chest. I don't do favors. Surely you could make an exception in our case. Tingles crept over her skin when she met the attorney's gaze. It's a matter of life or death. Miss Raines. The lawyer extracted a small leather-bound notebook and a gold pen from his breast pocket. If I made an exception for you, word would get out and all my clients would want the same treatment. Then where would I be? Don't represent charity cases and I don't do favors. Period. At least have the decency to hear us out. Her anger slowly built. Sophia gripped the armrest of the chair so tightly her knuckles showed white. You owe us that. What my mate meant was. Sophia shifted her gaze to the werewolf. If I meant to say a thing, I would have said it. We already covered this. Then stop wasting time. Xavier stroked his goatee. The corners of his lips lifted in a tiny grin. You dither. I do not dither. What the hell does that even mean? You do, you're always. The growl that filled the air didn't come from Xavier. If I may interrupt. This little spat, tell me how it is I could owe you anything. Sophia blinked at the undisguised venom in Braden's silky voice, then transferred her anger from one man to the other. For one, you kept us waiting in your reception area for a huge amount of time, and for another, your office is incredibly warm. She fanned herself with a hand. Shut up, Sophia. I'll handle him. Xavier frowned and sent her a warning glance. Sometimes, Xavier, you can catch more flies with honey rather than vinegar. She turned to the darkly scowling attorney. Are there any other objections, or shall we just get down to business? You don't wish to tangle with me, Miss Raines. She sucked in a breath when Braden swooped in close and rested his hands on the armrests of her chair. She felt Xavier's rage beside her as he jumped to his feet, a snarl wrenching from his chest. Her heart beat frantically. At the very real danger from both men, adrenaline surged through her veins as she stared into the vivid eyes of the attorney. Xavier laid a hand on her shoulder, dug his fingers into her flesh. His touch gave her courage to defy the dragon. Why should I be afraid of you? Contrary to popular belief, attorneys aren't the evil menace they're billed to be. He was so close she could discern the subtle pin striping of his suit jacket, each individual piece of stubble on his cheeks. You're a person like me, and if I were you, I'd back off because Xavier's about to attack. Braden held her gaze for what seemed an interminable length of time before pulling away to perch on his desk. I have underestimated you. She released the breath she held and slid a glance at Xavier. His thunderous expression chilled her skin and shot a thrill down her spine at the same time. His strength and wicked possessiveness made her want to forget everything and burrow into his arms. Forget the quest, forget the curse, forget the birthright, and just take him. Sophia swallowed and looked at Braden. Maybe next time you won't be so quick to dismiss people. She crossed her legs at the knee and settled her purse on her lap. With a growl that bared his teeth, Xavier seated himself, never taking his eyes from her face. If you two are done flirting, could we get back to the reason for being here? What? She glanced at him in surprise. I'm not flirting. If I was, I certainly wouldn't flirt with a dragon. She intended to bait the attorney. He was too smart to give up a tooth just because they asked him to. She needed to find another way. Damn it, Sophia, it looked like flirting to me. And that isn't acceptable from my mate. He kneaded the brim of his fedora, crushing its form. Just because I'm being friendly to the man doesn't mean I'm flirting. Sophia's cheeks burned. She hated the anger on his face, hated she was the reason for the emotion, but didn't know how to fix the situation. There's a difference between flirting and friendly. I'll not warn you again. I'm the only man you need to concern yourself with. Period. Do you understand? Yes. The whispered word vanished into the emotionally charged air. She squirmed in her seat until she faced the werewolf. His chest heaved with the force of his angst, until the desire and pure lust took over and all she wanted was him. Forget about it, Xavier, it's not worth this. We'll find some other way of lifting the curse. His golden gaze held her captive, his scent surrounded her, owned her and possessed her. Hers. Suddenly, sitting in the office seemed like an incredible waste of time. Brayden made a sound in his throat that Sophia interpreted as frustration. There's counseling available for people like you too. He coughed. How did you find out I'm a dragon? He retreated behind his desk and settled into his chair with the crunch of leather and the squeak of springs. That isn't common knowledge. It wasn't difficult. She refused to look at Xavier, but the anger that still radiated from him compelled her to lay a restraining hand on his arm. Besides, don't argue with me, girl. There's only one way you could have procured that information. The portal master told you. He pinned them, each of them, with a glare. If there's one thing I will not tolerate, it's a lie. Sophia swallowed and glanced uneasily at Xavier. I can honestly tell. You Sterling had nothing to do with our coming here. A glossy eyebrow rose in surprise. Sterling, huh? You must be intimately acquainted with him. This is an interesting twist. What is it with the two of you? She gritted her teeth. Do I give off some vibe that says I play fast and loose with the portal master? Do I have a sign on my forehead which declares I slept with Sterling? She swept the men with her anger. Tell me. I'm curious to know why you both think the same thing. Both men turned the same look of mild amusement and smugness on her. Did Mr. Layton say something along those lines as well? Brayden grinned as he exchanged a purely male glance with the werewolf. There must have been. Just cause. Xavier stroked his goatee. I accused her early this morning, but since then, we've worked the kinks out of our relationship. She's my mate and no other man has claim to her. He lifted an eyebrow, a challenge to the attorney evident in his hard gaze. Your mate. Interesting. Does that mean you have some hidden paranormal streak? Yourself. The attorney cracked his knuckles. Ack. With a strangled sound, Sophia launched out of her chair to pace in front of the fireplace as fear wrapped around her spine. She needed to distract the dragon. There's so much testosterone in this room, I'm surprised. We can all still breathe. Sophia. She stopped pacing as Brayden moved into her path. She hadn't seen him leave his chair. Look, you may be the most powerful attorney in this building, but I refuse to listen to more of your posturing. I already have one overbearing male. I don't need another. Xavier can leave. Malice dripped from the dragon's grin. Not without her. Xavier rose from his chair and moved toward her. I'll stay. Since the reason we need your assistance is for me. That won't be necessary. Brayden moved to his desk, his intense gaze resting on Sophia. I'll speak to her myself. I can handle this. She fought down a thrill of excitement as Xavier wrapped a protective arm around her waist. Remember what I said about breathing room. I'm sure you can, but I'm not leaving, not now, not ever. Xavier. Her chin trembled at his steadfast refusal to abandon her. She met his gaze, willed him to understand. Do you want the item or not? I can do this. Trust me. I do trust you, but it's a bad idea. He leaned in, his lips close to her ear, his scent assaulting her. How do you know he isn't in league with Sterling? It always comes back to him, doesn't it? She wrenched away from his grasp. Tears gathered in her eyes. If you can't trust me, we don't have a relationship. With a sound of exasperation, Brayden pressed the intercom button on his phone. Deirdre, please send security to escort Mr. Layton out of the office. Xavier, what do we do now? Sophia's birthmark flared to life under her clothes. She clutched her arm. Being separated wasn't part of the plan. She kept her voice a whisper, but she wasn't confident the dragon wouldn't hear. I'm not leaving this office, Hollister. Xavier squeezed her hand, then moved toward Brayden with his fists clenched. I remain with Sophia and will fight for that privilege if you provoke me. Now would be a great time to do that whole wolf change thing. She focused on the two men blocking the doorway and quickly closed the space between her and Xavier. If you have any other ideas, I'd love to hear them. Dressed in black suits, the swarthy, hulking men nodded to Brayden, advancing into the room, pausing just over the threshold. Please escort Xavier to our alternative waiting area. I changed my mind. I need Xavier with me. She clutched at his arm as fear snaked through her stomach. The thugs moved ponderously toward them. She glimpsed shoulder holsters under their dark jackets. We won't take up much of your time. Brayden gestured at his minions and grinned. It isn't necessary for me to speak with both of you. Since Sophia interests me more than the Wolfman, I choose to make the deal with her. Whatever it is I have, you apparently need it desperately, and I want to know why. You won't touch her. Xavier's growl reverberated through the room loud enough to crack the marble mantelpiece of the fireplace. Come, Sophia, we're leaving. He gripped her hand, swung around to the door, pulling her behind him. I can't allow that. Brayden removed a gun-shaped object from an inner pocket of his suit and aimed it at Xavier. Thanks for dropping by. He pulled the trigger and two wire darts smacked the werewolf in the chest. Xavier fell to the carpet, his face crossed with lines of pain and surprise as his body twitched. You tasered him? Sophia took a step forward, but the two thugs each grabbed one of Xavier's arms and hauled him from the room. She lifted her gaze to the attorney. Bastard. As freaked out as she was about Xavier's removal, it was nothing compared to the way her internal alarm system went off when Brayden closed the office. Chapter 15. She was alone with the dragon. Now that we've removed the unpleasantness, why don't we get to the crux of the matter? Tell me why you're here. As he advanced toward her, Sophia choked back fear. On second thought, I'll just go collect Xavier and we'll find someone else to help us. The room suddenly seemed too small to contain Brayden's presence. You came here expecting something. It's not my style to disappoint a woman. He cornered her between the low coffee table with the golden urn resting in the middle and the chaise lounge. What do you want? It's not important. Her heart hammered as his silky voice glided over her. I'm sorry to have bothered you. In her attempt to slink past him, her boot heel caught in the fringe of a throw rug. She tumbled backward onto the slick leather lounge. How convenient, Brayden murmured. He dropped beside her with his body half covering hers. Scooting into a semi-sitting position, her breath caught when she met the brilliant green of his eyes. What are you doing? She smelled his sharp, musky cologne and wrinkled her nose to stave off a sneeze. Let me up. I'm giving you what you've practically begged me for since you walked into my office. He kissed her lips. You have very expressive features. Don't think so. She pushed against his chest, but he swatted her hands away, as if they were insignificant insects. I can't get involved with you. The last came out on a squeak. Brayden ignored her protests and fumbled with the buttons on her shirt. Xavier's admonitions burst into her consciousness, and she could imagine his fierce scowl at her situation. You misunderstood me. As quickly as she rebut-toned the garment, his nimble fingers followed, undoing the progress. Then have I misunderstood your reaction to this? When his teeth closed on a taut lacy, bra-covered nipple, Sophia gasped and jerked against him. Fear slithered around her like a serpent, cold and just as deadly. She shivered, wishing he would leave her alone. That isn't what I want. She struggled, but the more she moved, the more she became wedged between the back of the lounge and the solid wall of Brayden's chest. As you wish. He sat up mere inches, allowing her a tiny bit of space. Let's exchange information. Fine. She shivered, from his breath on her skin or the way his smug voice clung to her consciousness. She couldn't say. She wished she'd studied dragons prior to the visit. Sophia buttoned her shirt, glad for the denim jacket on top of the shirt but equally annoyed she'd worn a skirt. Provided way too much a temptation for him. What do you want? In the back of her mind she thought about Xavier. Was he hurt? Brayden's grin bordered on lecherous. Besides burying myself in your tasty bit of flesh. He lifted a dark, glossy eyebrow. Tell me how you know the portal master. You don't exhibit the natural fear he invokes and you refer to him by his first name. She expelled breath she hadn't realized she held. If you must know, I work for Sterling. I'm a gatekeeper. She interpreted the expression on his face as shock and squirmed out from under the attorney. He enclosed her wrist in a grip of iron as he stood. Why would a gatekeeper come here? And why, if the portal master sent you, would you not get to the point of your visit long before now? Sweat dampened the back of her shirt. I never said Sterling sent me. In fact, I'm not here in an immortal court capacity. She hoped he wouldn't call Sterling to verify facts. Interesting. Brayden moved across the plush carpeting to his desk. Sophia had no choice but to follow as the pressure on her wrist never wavered. Why would you say that? How often does a gatekeeper do freelance work? I'm told the caseload in the courts is stifling enough. He shuffled through a sheaf of papers, cursing, when a pile slid off the desk to the floor. I wonder if Sterling knows you're here. He frowned and released her wrist. Pick those up for me, please. Why does Sterling have to be involved at all? Glad to be free of his grip, Sophia knelt to gather the fallen paperwork. As she stacked them, Mona's name jumped off one of the pages. She surreptitiously scanned the legal jargon. Apparently, Brayden was the attorney who represented an opposing party's lawsuit against Mona's family. She bit her bottom lip to stifle a gasp. She needed more information in order to help her friend. If seducing the dragon was what it would take, then she would have to try. Sophia swallowed hard as her mouth watered in preparation for retching. Prickles of revulsion crept over her skin at the thought, but Mona needed her help. A knot grew in her stomach at the thought of betraying her promise to the werewolf. She hoped he'd understand her motives. The niggling fact that he probably wouldn't pinged about her brain. She thrust it away. The plan would have to work. Mona was her responsibility. Brayden waggled his fingers. The paperwork? Right. She dropped the papers on his desk, then sidled closer to the dragon. Her throat suddenly dry as if common sense had fled with the saliva. Do we have to talk about the portal master right now? Surely there are other things you want from me besides information about Sterling. What's behind your change of mind? His hot gaze pinned her to the floor. For one terrible, heart-stopping moment, Sophia thought her plan wouldn't succeed. She teetered on the edge of panic, knowing she'd have to push her acting over the top to obtain the information. I wouldn't say that. After all, what kind of woman would I be if I didn't notice such a handsome man? Swallowing against her rising fear, she walked her fingertips up his chest, felt his increased heartbeat. Virility looks good on you. I can't imagine you in any other form besides a human. Bile soured her throat, but she ignored. The stakes were too high. Brayden hesitated for a few seconds, then smug grin crossed his lips. I knew you'd come around to my way of thinking. Every woman does eventually. Another glance at his desk sealed her resolve and justified the action even though every cell in her body protested. Did I have a choice? Her attempt to purr like a feline manifested itself as a squeaky whisper. She ran her hands over his muscled arms and shoulders. He can snap my neck in 2 seconds. Oh, God. Cold fear caused her hands to shake. Show me the strong-willed determination that makes you win every case. Tears gathered in her eyes as Xavier's image faded. It happened so quickly she didn't see him move. One moment Sophia stood at his desk, the next Brayden pinned her against the wall as his rock-hard chest pressed into her. She placed her palms on his shoulders, intended to hold him at arm's length, but he was too strong and easily captured her wrists in one hand. Remember your dual-purpose mission. Do you oftentimes work on high-profile cases? A flood of icy terror seeped through her body as Brayden let her wrists go in favor of kneading her breasts, molding them to his hands. Tears rolled down her cheeks as her struggles were quickly subdued. Occasionally, why don't we do something more constructive with those soft lips of yours instead of discuss my cases? His mouth crashed down on hers with enough force to draw blood. Brayden's intense green gaze bore into her while he sucked at her lip. A dry heave threatened. Sophia fought it down by sticking Mona's face into her mind's eye. She had to save her friend. Have you ever represented celebrities? She needed to keep him talking, find out what was going on with Mona. Give me one tiny little secret. I won't tell. She batted her eyelashes and ran her hands under his shirt, self-loathing her only companion beside the ever-present fear. Although Brayden's six-pack abs were magnificent, she couldn't help but think about Xavier's chest with its covering of golden hair. The gentle touch of his hands on her skin, the twinkle in his honey-hued eyes. A twinge of guilt pinged through her stomach. She should find the werewolf and leave. Since you asked so nicely, I do some work with the rich and famous. For example, I'm suing the first family of Maasai for slander and misappropriation of government funds. He gripped her hips and pressed his arousal into her stomach. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Her cheeks burned at the dual implication. Her fingers stilled on his heated, hair-sprinkled skin. So are they guilty? Braden shrugged. Aren't they all? He shoved his hands under her skirt to squeeze her rear end. Even if they're innocent, the government of Maasai is in turmoil. There will be upheaval, possibly civil war. He bit the skin of her neck, then pinched her nipples, laughing when she gasped. You're a pleasing handful. I can't do this. Her words were small in the looming face of the dragon. Let me go. She slumped against the wall, wishing she'd listened to Xavier. We're too far gone for regrets now. He gripped her hips and pulled Sophia, flesh against his body. There's one thing you need to understand about dragons. Please leave me alone. Suddenly, her attempt at seduction went horribly, inescapably wrong. She stared, unable to stem the flow of tears when he shoved a knee between her thighs. She tried to wriggle free of his hold, but he jammed his knee tighter against her. She grasped his shoulders, digging her fingers into the muscle there, hoping she could cause him enough pain that he'd release her. Paralysis held her captive to do anything else. Mating with a dragon will be the most erotic act you've ever done. Nothing will compare to it. You'll experience so many orgasms you'll beg me to end your misery. He licked a path down her throat and ripped her shirt open to continue the assault on her breasts. Your boyfriend will be jealous he can't come close to pleasuring you as I'm about to do. Her face wet with tears, she sent out a silent plead for Xavier's help. Actually, he's my mate. I doubt you'll ever come close to understanding the complexity of that sort of relationship. Good thing I don't plan to get involved in such a thing. Braden's hot breath seared her skin. When he pressed his knee more fully against her, Sophia whimpered. How long would it be before she shifted into stone? Wasn't this enough stress to bring on the change? I wouldn't want to be you when he finds out what you're doing. She didn't want to be her either, because Xavier wouldn't care who was at fault. He'd take them both to task. The semantics of your relationship don't matter. I'll banish all thoughts of your pretty boy. He chuckled as Sophia slumped against the wall. Once you've had sex with a dragon, you'll always crave dragon flesh. I'd be happy to take you as a lover, despite of your lack of beauty. What? She pushed at his chest, beat on the solid surface with her fists. He stumbled backward. She darted away. What do you mean? She awkwardly fastened the 2 remaining buttons on her shirt and wrapped her jacket tight around her chest. You're not blatantly attractive, but your curves more than make up for that fact. Braden chased her around the desk. We will finish what we started. I've changed my mind. Sophia had almost reached the door when Braden grabbed a handful of her hair and her head snapped back. Pain screamed along her scalp, brought fresh tears to her eyes. Xavier, where are you? I need help. Let me go. Certainly, after our business is concluded. Braden loosened his hold and reeled her into his arms. Xavier threw back his head and howled. No matter that he occupied the middle of a hallway decorated in staid shades of cream and blue in a peaceful office building, he howled loud enough to rattle the glass panels in the doors. He felt Sophia's overwhelming terror as if it were his own, driving him to find her. Slipping away from the men who held him, he loped down several hallways, then vaulted into the elevator. He jabbed at a button, waited impatiently as time seemed to drag slowly by as the car ascended. A light covering of blonde-white fur covered the backs of his hands. His canine teeth lengthened and his mouth watered in anticipation of a fight. He maintained control over the full shift into the wolf. He'd saved that for tearing out the throat of the attorney. For now he needed to assess the situation. As he stepped from the elevator when the doors opened, he heard Sophia scream. Braden is a dead man. A haze of red rage clouded his judgment and filmed his vision. Xavier crashed through the door, sending splintered chunks of the door into the air before him. Sophia, get away from him. Now. His nose itched, but he managed to stave off the shift. Not yet. Braden's hands fell away from her when Xavier snarled. Xavier. Her eyes wide and shimmering with tears, she ran across the office. She threw herself into his arms, apparently oblivious to his precarious grip. On sanity. Let's get out of here. He took one look at her torn and rumpled clothing, then thrust her behind him. The two thugs he'd managed to waylay scrambled over the remains of the door, pistols drawn. He ignored them. His fight was with the attorney. Just as soon as I do this. With a snarl worthy of a much bigger animal, Xavier sprang across the carpet and crashed into Brayden. I'll kill you for touching her. He kicked out at the man only to have the attorney duck away. The pleasures were mutually given later. The smug smile irritated Xavier. Further. Bastard. I'll kill you for that comment. Xavier's fist connected soundly with the dragon's jaw. Brayden stumbled to his knees. Get up. This is only the beginning. He curled his fingers into tight fists, then jumped back as Brayden lunged. Just so you know, her protests were very weak. She knows a real man when she sees him. Brayden's right hook caught Xavier on his chin while his left connected solidly in the werewolf's abdomen. Pain exploded behind his eyes as Brayden's next punch caught him on the side of his head. Once I kill you, I'll make it a point to have someone retrieve your soul so I can kill you a second time, just for my own amusement. He jumped on the attorney, grunting when the man went down like a brick wall. Xavier grinned as Brayden struggled to take a deep breath. The wind knocked from him. Xavier pressed heavily on the dragon's chest. This is for Sophia. At close range, the punch found its mark solidly into Brayden's jaw. Get off. Brayden spit out a mouthful of blood before throwing Xavier over his head. He landed in a heap. Springing to his feet, he headbutted the other man. They went crashing into a bookshelf. Heavy reference volumes fell to the floor around the two combatants. From one side, Sophia let loose words of encouragement. Get him again. Xavier. Clean his clock. In that brief moment of distraction, Brayden planted a heavy kick into Xavier's gut. The werewolf doubled over in pain, resigned when the giant minions restrained his arms. He threw an agonized glance at the single cause of his distress. Run. What about you? She inched toward the splinted door, her gaze trained on him. Damn it, woman, just go. Pain shot through his body as one of his captors kicked him in the ribs. He heard one crack. A glance at Brayden showed the dragon mopping his mouth with a handkerchief spotted with dark red blood. If in slow motion, Xavier strained against his restraints. Brayden withdrew a revolver from an inner pocket of his suit and pointed it at Sophia's heart. Hatred in his eyes. Take them both down to the basement until I can decide what to do with. Chapter 16. Pain. Xavier concentrated on it so he wouldn't have to talk to Sophia. They were in a dark, dank basement room in seemingly normal commercial office building in the heart of downtown. A damn prison. Why? Because his impossibly stubborn mate couldn't listen to orders. She went and ticked off a fucking dragon. A dragon. Even in his wolf form, he couldn't hope to best such a being. Xavier strained at the chained manacles that encircled his wrists, growled low in his throat when they stuck fast to the wall. Hell, what's the point? He struggled again, then collapsed against the cold stone wall, exhausted and angry. Getting mad won't help. The irritation in her voice didn't soothe him. I'm not in the mood for any more of your sarcastic comments. He didn't look at her, afraid if he did he'd either yell or say something he'd regret later. He thought again of her torn shirt, her mussed hair and her swollen lip. Anger shook his body, jarring. The broken rib forced him to stay still. What were you thinking? He could have murdered you or worse. Worse. Sophia's bitter laugh rang off the stone floor. Unless you've suddenly been transported back to Regency England, there's nothing worse than death. You're splitting hairs. Her cell phone shrilled from her purse. Sophia stretched, but her chains wouldn't reach that far. Eventually the phone went silent. Any suggestions on how to get out of here? Oh, plenty. These chains ooze brain stimulation. He had to know exactly what transpired between her and the dragon. Like being unable to look away from a car wreck, he needed to know if she'd been intimate with another man. The thought caused the angry red haze to drop before his eyes once more. What? About this? Maybe you should call Brayden down here so you can kiss him. Again. Xavier tugged at the chains. From the state of your clothing, it appears you and the attorney had a pretty cozy time after they escorted me Out. You don't understand. The words were small in the darkness. I didn't have a choice. The weak light from the naked light bulb at the far end of the room cast distorted shadows over the floor, obscuring her face even to his enhanced senses. Xavier snorted, hardened his heart against her. There is always a choice. Every day, every hour, people are forced to make choices in their life. And you're right, I don't understand. You're my woman, Sophia. Mine. What do you not get about that? I read. Just forget it. How do we escape from here? Not good enough. Have sex again with the esteemed Mr. Hollister in exchange for our freedom. I hope you enjoyed it, because after this stop I'm taking you away, maybe to one of the other realms with only me for company. I'm sure that'll be a huge party for both of us. Not to mention a gigantic letdown for you. Would he forever be linked to a woman he despised? What was the protocol for breaking a mate bond? I didn't have sex with him, Xavier. You should know me better than that. A wall of hope crashed over him to dissipate some of the red haze. How? You seem to excel at manipulating men, myself included. I'll admit I've used my femininity to get my way a time or two, but I've never manipulated you. I never do that. What I feel for you is, never mind. Why should I believe you? You flirted with the kid at the golf course, put the moves on the attorney, tried to seduce me, and the jury's still out on Sterling. He frowned when she turned away from him on her side of their prison. Who else, Sophia? No one. Her defeated sigh bounced off the concrete. You'll have to trust me. Trust you? Xavier's bark of laughter contained no joy. Did you trust me when I explained my relationship with Hannah? That was different. Was it? He leaned back against the cement block wall and closed his eyes. His ribs ached and a headache raged in his temple. A niggling seed of doubt grew amidst the pain. Why did they spend most of their time together arguing? Forget it. The trust between us is tainted. You've betrayed our sacred bond. Forgiveness won't come so easily. He pressed a fist to his chest as pain 1,000 times stronger than the physical pulse there. What the hell? He stole a glance at Sophia. Her downcast face and trembling lower lip nearly did him in. He didn't even react with lust as her shirt slid down over her thighs as she folded her legs to her chest. Instead, Xavier focused inward. Was his anger and disappointment a simple matter that she'd allegedly slept with someone else but wouldn't bet him, or did it stem from something greater? He yanked at the chain on his ankle. Surely he couldn't have developed such deep feelings for her in a short span of time. Wouldn't a man know it if he were in love? Didn't the simple fact that they were mates imply those feelings? If so, did he want her to love him out of obligation because she was his mate? He hated the endless circle of his tortured thoughts, but they marched relentlessly onward. The empty well in his chest flared to life, threatened to swallow his heart, take his soul. Did he love her? Xavier stared at Sophia again. He'd committed every feature, every line and wrinkle in her face to memory, knew each inflection of her laugh, looked forward to her smile. Did that mean he loved her, or was he simply aware of her because she belonged to him? Did his insane possessiveness of this one woman stem from a byproduct of the mating process? Or did his emotions run deeper? Damn. The scrape of her chains against the floor jarred him out of his thoughts. Close and cloying, the darkness seemed to press in on him. How was she dealing with their present circumstances? He remembered her panic in the supply closet. Sniffing the air, his heart plummeted as he smelled her fear and despair and self-loathing. 2 fat tears rolled down her cheeks. Sophia. Damn. He'd made her hate herself. God, what slime I am. There was a reason I acted like that with Brayden. He's representing someone who is suing Mona's family. I wanted to find out what he knew. I tried to seduce him because it was the only way I thought he'd give it to me. The information, not what you'll think. Mona's too clueless to take care of herself. It's a very flimsy excuse for your behavior. This time he tempered his anger to listen with an open mind. He at least owed her that. What happened? At first it was only a game. After a kiss or two I suddenly couldn't think of anything but you. I wished you'd swoop in and rescue me. No matter what he did, my mind always went back to you. She wiped away another couple of tears and sniffed. When I attempted to push Brayden away, he got mad and tried to take me by force. I'll kill him, make no mistake. Xavier yanked at his bonds and let loose a low rumbling growl when they didn't budge. You're mine, Sophia. I know, all right. You've told me 300 times. I would gladly remind you another 300 until you believe me. I do believe you. The ringing of her cell phone broke the silence. If you'd like to continue your quest without me, I'll understand. He grinned, the slow, steady smile of a man who's just found something valuable. She believes me. Hell, she believes in me. He changed positions and flexed his wrists in the shackles. You're a study of contrasts. You want to have the courage of 1,000 warriors, but you lack the confidence to carry it off. I understand the motivation behind your actions this afternoon. He paused, considering his next words. Mona's under your care and you want to help her. What I don't understand is why you chose that particular way to convince Brayden. It just felt powerful. She hesitated. Doubt played over her face. I don't like to manipulate men. It's not something I've ever done until. She frowned and wiped at the moisture on her cheek. I met you. You drive me crazy. Sometimes I want to yank your curls right out of your head. You push me to my limits beyond what I'm capable or comfortable doing. It's empowering. I was the catalyst that opened your eyes to the self-imposed prison you insisted on living within, but it was your abhorrence for confinement that prompted your own flight. His chest swelled at her praise. You'd have come to the same conclusion without me, eventually. No. If you hadn't bounded into my life, I'd still be toiling for Sterling. With no hope, no future, and no happiness. I'd be alone, unwanted. She audibly swallowed. At least with you, I know you'll keep trying to get me into bed because we're mates. That's a start, I guess, and other relationships have had much less to work with. I'll take what I can get. Sophia. Xavier's heart constricted at the resigned tone in her voice. He wanted her, but not if she didn't return those feelings, and definitely not just because they were fated to be together. He reeled from the implication. Only yesterday, he would have been content to have a strictly physical relationship simply on the foundation of their mated status. Now, it's not like that at all. He closed his eyes and banged the back of his head against the wall. Now he wanted it all, her mind, body, and soul. Her love. Anything less was unacceptable. He vowed to do everything in his power to convince her they belonged together for an eternity. Xavier yanked at his chains, grunting as he exerted his full strength. What are you doing? I intend to transform into a wolf, and would advise you to look away if you are squeamish or afraid. He pulled one last time at his shackles and met her watery gaze. It's time to see what you have been afraid to acknowledge these last few days. I don't think that's a good idea. The decision isn't under your control. He chuckled, and the soft sound seemed to be absorbed into the concrete walls. Shut your eyes. He let loose a loud howl. The lone and meager light bulb popped, plunging the small room into total darkness. Sophia panicked before her eyes adjusted to the obscurity and the soft green glow from the exit sign above the door. Xavier. Her voice was a whisper as she frantically squinted through the gloom to locate the werewolf. No answer. The hair on her arm stood at attention. The climate of the chamber shifted. No longer just a damp, dim prison. The air hummed with electricity and pent-up rage. Her breath caught as his body came into her line of vision, his curls disheveled and stark against the darkness. Wreathed in shadows, he knelt on the floor. His only sounds a curious mixture of groans and cries of pain. He strained at his bonds. The chains rattled against the concrete. Xavier. For the love of all that's holy, woman, please don't talk anymore. Transforming is hard enough without your interference. A cry of torment ripped from his throat, a high-pitched whine that ended in a growl. She scrabbled over the floor to huddle against the wall. Her heart beat frantically at the frenzied intensity of the sound. Bathed in the eerie green glow, Xavier stood, and for one terrifying moment, his silhouette hovered between the light and shadows, only a man. Then his hands clawed at his face as he gasped for breath. He fell to his knees, his bones cracking and popping from the act of his metamorphosis. Sophia bit down hard on her knuckles to keep from screaming when he arched his back and howled. A fluffy tail curled against the faint light. It was a low, mournful sound, and uncanny enough to cause sweat to bead on her forehead. She covered her eyes with dirty hands. Please stop. She pressed her forehead. to the cool cement blocks and fought down the revulsion that built in her throat. Even against the back of her eyelids she could see fur sprout from his skin as if it were grass. She saw the flash of white teeth in the dim light and the yellow eyes glowing in the darkness. Those images were superimposed on her mind's eye. Despite all she had done to postpone this moment, it had occurred in spite of her best defense. Beyond any doubt, she now had concrete proof that Xavier was indeed a werewolf. The knowledge shook her to her very soul. It was only a matter of time now before she'd be compelled to take him to Sterling, no matter their tentative relationship. Shivering, she raised her head. Silence filled every available space in the small room, broken only by the unrelenting drip-drop of a water leak in her ragged breathing. No other living presence existed. When the green light flickered and faded, Sophia freaked out. Xavier! The word came out as more of a croak than an inquiry. She licked her dry lips. Claustrophobia ratcheted around her brain until she wanted to gnaw her arms from her body in an effort to escape. Are you still here? Without warning, a dark shape sprang out of the shadows to crash into her chest. She let loose a scream that would probably raise the security force in the building. Terror of the unknown in the dark is as powerful as the mere suggestion of what is usually there. She covered her eyes and continued to scream until a persistent wetness on her fingers imparted a tiny bit of calm. His canine tongue brought Sophia to her senses. The exuberant tail wagging rocked her back and forth. She struggled to find breath. In case you were wondering, you're very terrifying when you howl. She slipped her arms around the coarse-haired neck. I'm so glad you're here. She squeezed until he squirmed away with a surprised yelp. What are you waiting for? Find a way out. A short bark signified his agreement and he bounded away into the shadows. Sophia pulled once more at her chains. If Xavier could get out of the prison, just how would he summon help? It wasn't every day that a wolf wandered through a prestigious office building. She took a deep breath. She missed his presence even if he was in wolf form. Her chin trembled. Dark loneliness crept in, crushing her. 2 seconds later the door swung back against the wall with a thunderous crash. The doorway framed Mona's petite silhouette. Sophia squinted. Mona? What are you doing here? She wrinkled her nose against a sneeze. What are you wearing? From her perspective, it appeared Mona had donned black leather pants with a black turtleneck and high-heeled black boots. It's my cat burglar outfit. I wanted to get into character. The thin beam of a flashlight cut through the darkness and swept the interior of the room. How come you're chained to the wall? Sophia blinked at the sudden blinding light and held a hand over her eyes. Oh, just hanging out. And you? She bit down on her bottom lip to keep from laughing. Mona wore a black knit cap over her masses of hair. The result was a huge, bulging sack on her head. Rescuing you, of course. She angled the light through the rest of the room. Why is Xavier in wolf form? Was that really gross to watch? When Mona tripped over a rough patch of concrete, she dropped the flashlight, plunging the room into darkness once again. I accidentally bumped into some gorgeous guy in the elevator on my way down here. He got his tie stuck in the doors. Don't think he was very happy about it because he started to morph into this really cool black dragon with creepy green belly scales. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place, well, except for the rock part. Imagine it'll take him a while to unstick himself from the elevator car. Forgot to ask him if he breathed fire or poisonous gas. Mona. Sophia gritted her teeth. Was being annoyed to death a valid excuse to commit murder? Yes. She scrabbled for the flashlight, then flipped it back on. Shut up and unchain me. Sophia blinked and half her world went blurry. I think I lost a contact lens. Chapter 17. Frowning, Sophia stared out the water-streaked window and fingered the mermaid scale around her neck. Midnight had come and gone hours ago, yet sleep eluded her. Too keyed up with unresolved anticipation and too exhausted to do something as mundane as rest. Besides, Mother Nature had decided to heap insult upon injury by letting it rain for the last few hours, muting the world and its problems. She just wanted to be done with the whole sordid affair. She glanced at Mona's whimsical country rooster calendar, and the large 29 mocked her. So late in the month, and she was no closer to helping Xavier complete his task. The incident with the dragon was a bust, and for what? She'd gained nothing. except a growing uneasiness that more than likely indicated a confrontation. With Sterling was in the offing. Come to bed, Sophia. She watched Xavier's reflection in the darkened window. When did you change? After escorting her and Mona home from the dragon's lair, he'd chosen to search out a more traditional dinner than the roasted veggie and lemon juice pasta she and Mona had eaten. Now he was clad in the same loose-fitting linen pants from yesterday. No matter how many times Sophia firmly told him the guest bedroom was his to sleep in, he always ended up at the foot of her bed. While he was in wolf form, it was his transformation into a human that worried her. Xavier shrugged, his reflection as elegant as his actual image. Not long ago. When I returned to the apartment, you weren't in bed. When you didn't come back after a decent interval, I searched for you. She kept her gaze on the outside. A soggy newspaper advertisement plastered itself to a street lamp. Limp, lifeless, exactly the way she felt. I'm not tired. She pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose and followed the path of a drop of water as it sped down the window, collecting some of its fellows along the way until it became a big blob. Neither am I. He moved the hair off her neck and pressed a kiss there. Why don't you keep me company and see what develops? She grinned at the touch of arrogance in his voice and turned to face him. In case you haven't noticed, the universe doesn't revolve around you. His bare, sculpted chest caught her attention. Giving in to the urge, she drew a hand over his pecs, shivering when he grabbed her hand and brought it to his lips. Come on. She moved toward the stairs. It may not revolve around me, but it has to take notice. He followed her, then paused midway on the staircase. I thought you were angry at me for the whole thing with the dragon. They'd been slightly awkward around each other since the dungeon. I was, but I've decided to trust you, hoping you'll learn from my example. Xavier. No more talk of the past. Now why do you insist on ferreting me away in your guest room? It's impossible for me to guard you from this vantage point. When he traced tiny circles on her palm, confusion swirled through her gut. You're a guest, and that's the guest room. Sophia broke away and pushed open the door at the landing. I can take care of myself, thank you. She let him precede her into the room, then stood uncertainly in the doorway. I know. You're duty-bound to protect me. I thank you for it, but I don't think there's a need. You don't always have to be so brave. Sophia padded over to sit beside him on the bed, slanting toward him. Oh, I do. His body heat radiated into her, warming her from the inside out, and imparted comfort and hope. Do you know what it's like to be terrified of something every day of your life? I have a bad feeling about our visit to Braden's office. Sterling will have found out about that little stunt by now. And Xavier laid a finger over her lips. She blinked, ignoring the urge to fall into his arms. You cannot worry about what you think may happen. He knows. There's nothing you can do about it now. He knows. What's more, I have proof of your paranormal power within the community. I won't lecture you for snacking on the more hapless criminals out there. At the very least, you've cut down on the crime around here. What a pity. A lecture from your lips is a benediction from the heavens. Knock it off, Xavier. I'm serious. She felt his gaze but refused to look up. Wasn't strong enough to withstand the power of his hypnotic eyes. I might betray you. There's always that possibility as long as I'm bound to Sterling. He stroked his fingers along the bare skin of her arm. You might, but I'm willing to bet against you. He grinned and stretched out on the quilt. The moonlight sculpted contours on his chest and shoulders, tempting her to explore. Stay with me tonight. He patted the empty space by his side. I'll behave mostly. I can't. It doesn't feel right. She rubbed her hands up and down her arms, and fought off a shiver. Desire swirled through her body as she stared at him, drank him in as if he'd vanish in a puff of smoke all too soon. Xavier. Then let's go to your bedroom. The location doesn't make any difference to me. Sophia squeaked when he pulled her down next to him. Why does everything always have to have a sexual connotation? I've never heard of the world's problems being solved by engaging in physical pleasure. The aroma of wood, smoke, apples and oak enticed her nose. She settled her cheek more comfortably against his chest, wanting to lose herself in his scent. She needed time to analyze why she felt safe with him, why she wanted desperately to let him make love to her, why she wanted to cuddle with the werewolf. Of course the problems of the world aren't solved by sex, but I've found that act goes a long way into distracting me from them. He kissed the inside of her left wrist. Let me also say there's only one woman I want to have that sort of intimate relationship with. Oh, her cheeks heated as his words sank in. But I promise your feelings of unease will fade once you give into it. He moved his lips over her arm to the crook over her elbow. No harm will come to you. While I have breath in my body, tingles of pleasure emanated from the pit of her abdomen and radiated outward. It's the room. Sophia closed her eyes as Xavier covered her face with whisper soft kisses. I've never spent more than 10 minutes in here since. He stroked a finger over her cheek and her breath hitched. Since what? He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. What is the terrible secret of this room? Sophia shivered. She recognized the intricate pattern of the protection ward he traced on her stomach. You're warding me? I thought it might set your mind at ease, but it pleases me you know what a ward is. Of course I know. I come up against them in my line of work. They're not always pleasant. She gave him a wobbly smile. I ward the house when I leave Mona alone. He fingers stilled. Tell me about the room. She gazed into his eyes. Compassion and encouragement lurked in the golden depth. A tiny sigh escaped. It used to belong to Evangeline, my other roommate. She ran her fingers through the hair on his chest. She was a wood nymph I freed. As I walked home from work one afternoon, I glimpsed a fading ward on a tree. Once I undid it, Evangeline was able to leave her prison. She was grateful but homeless, so I took her in. And you lived happily ever after? For a while. Xavier twisted a strand of her hair around his finger, and she closed her eyes once more, trusting him to protect her, to believe in her. She was very beautiful. Rarely did she leave the house without half a dozen men following her through the neighborhood. Naivety was her only flaw. She'd nagged me for months to take her to the court. Against my better judgment, I took her before Sterling so she could apply for residency in the mortal realm. And there she met with trouble. He traced her lips with a fingertip, grinning when she shivered. Go on. Sterling took one look at Evangeline and poured on the charm. She didn't stand a chance in the face of such blatant flattery and charisma. She fell for him hard, scoffed at my warnings, told me he was the most wonderful man she'd ever met. One night Sterling came through the portal. He seduced her. Not only did she willingly give herself to him, she also gave Sterling what he was really after, her magic. Sophia. Her eyes flew open. I need to finish. She guided his head down and took a kiss before continuing, nearly giving in to tears. I found her the next morning drained white as a ghost and near death. She told me what he did. As she slipped away, Evangeline gave me a message from Sterling. He told her to thank me for the gift. Sophia shuddered at the memory of Evangeline's waxy white face and haunted dead eyes. The next time I saw Sterling he gloated about his conquest. I lost all reason, tried to strangle him. Obviously it didn't work, but he did add 10 years to my sentence as a sort of penance. She rose up and met Xavier's gaze. It was never my intention to turn Evangeline over to him. I was going to give her safe harbor here along with everyone else, but she wanted. Xavier stroked her cheek. You cannot blame yourself because Sterling abuses his power. I'm surprised the immortal in charge allows it. They probably don't know what he does. If I'd never taken her in, Sterling would never have seen her. I'm rapidly running out of room here, but I can't help myself from protecting them. They all deserve a chance to be free, to be themselves. She scrubbed at the tears as they slid from her cheeks into her hairline. What do I do about you? Sophia settled against his chest, listened to the strong, even strokes of his heartbeat beneath her ear. I can't lead another person to their death. I'll be fine. You, my dear, are the one who needs safe harbor. Let me take care of you. Let me carry your fears and struggles for a while. He kissed her, a sweet, promise-filled kiss that neither gave nor took. It's my privilege as your mate. She stifled further sobs. Sophia hadn't expected to become so entangled with the werewolf, but his gentle words and easy understanding crumbled her remaining defenses. She was so tired of the fight. Why are you here? She watched the pattern of rain reflected on the ceiling from the window. I know. You're attempting to lift the gypsy curse, but why now? You've lived your whole life under it, so why all of a sudden are you anxious to ditch it? She lifted her head to stare into his eyes. Why did you pick me? I didn't. Xavier rolled her onto her back and hovered just above. The universe did, or fate if you would rather go that way. For whatever reason, we belong together, and it's all for the better if we come to care for each other by the end of the quest. Is that what you want to see happen? She brushed a soft blonde curl, her breath held as she steeled herself for his answer. If it's one of your stunts, and you lead me on only to tell me weeks later you were wrong, I'd be hurt and pissed enough to tell Sterling about you. Know this. He smoothed the hair back from her forehead. No matter what else happens, you and I will be together. If we have 2 hours or 2 lifetimes, I don't plan to let you out of my sight, troublesome though you may be. Me? What about you? Gentle ripples of need tickled her insides as she looked at him. What if we aren't successful in lifting the curse? He pressed a line of kisses on the skin of her neck. If All Hallows Eve occurs and I don't have the potion, not only will the curse not be lifted, but I'll be forced to become a wolf for the rest of my life. He shrugged and rolled onto his side, his eyes hooded. You won't be happy. The temptation of his naked flesh became too much. Sophia leaned close enough to run her tongue over his chest. She circled one of his nipples, teasing it into a hardened nub, grinning when he pulled away. You're correct. I've grown tired of being alone with my books and fine wines. I don't want to hassle with fur any longer, especially forever. I want to live life, but not as a wolf. He brought her hand to his lips, sucked each individual finger into his mouth. I want to have children, but on the condition they're free of this curse. If you're a wolf, you'll have wolf babies. They won't know any different. Of course, you'd be duty-bound to be with a female wolf, and that's not something I'm willing to go through, even for you. Damn it, Sophia. Xavier's voice was a low growl as he flung himself from the bed to prowl about the small room. I cannot live the remainder of my life as an animal. Do you understand? If there's a chance I can break the curse, I'll do everything in my power to do it. You, of all people, should sympathize with my desire to be normal. The unseen hands of worry twisted her insides. I'm sorry. Sophia scrambled from the bed to join him at the window. If I could change the events in your life, I would, but we have 3 days left. She touched his shoulder, winced when he flinched. We wasted a whole day on the dragon. We should have gone to the museum and taken a tooth from one of the dinosaurs. Surely the line between dragon and dinosaur is a blurry one. Xavier turned away to make another circuit of the room. She hated herself anew for the anguish he went through. With a sigh, she regarded the rain-streaked window. Let me go to Sterling. I'll convince him to lift your curse. In exchange, I'll give him. She broke off abruptly. What? You'll give the portal master what in exchange for lifting my curse? He questioned softly, his breath warming her ear as his arms went around her waist. It's not important. Sophia shivered. The excitement that unfurled in her stomach chased away the fear and anxiety. Ah, but it is, dear heart. For one moment you lived in a world full of clarity and fearlessness and allowed your true nature to shine through. Now, tell me. He turned her in his arms, captured her gaze. What were you so unselfishly going to give for my freedom? Please indulge me and say it's not your body. Fine. She swallowed around the lump in her throat. I'll offer my life and my freedom. She took advantage of his silence to kiss him. When the werewolf pulled her roughly against him, she wrapped her arms around his neck and plundered his lips, sucked the bottom one into her mouth, fenced with his tongue, and finally rested her forehead on his. Damn you, Xavier. I want to hide you somewhere that Sterling won't find you. I want to protect you. She drew in a long shaky breath, blew it out. I want you. She stared him down, conscious of her heated skin, her elevated heartbeat. You're like a fever in my blood, and I can't deny you any longer. His next kiss was hard and left her reeling. And you wonder why I don't wish to remain in wolf form. He drew her onto the bed and brushed the slender fingers of one hand over her hip. In light of this new information, I feel I must inform you of an important fact. Sighing with frustration, she lightly tugged on his chest hair. It better be important, werewolf, because talking is not something I want to do at this moment. Thank the gods I've finally cracked that rocky exterior. He shot her a smug grin as he fumbled in a pocket of his soft pants. I wouldn't say our trip was unsuccessful. She squinted at the small object he held aloft between his thumb and forefinger. What is it? Sophia adjusted her glasses and looked again. In the faint light, the object resembled a highly polished molar. This, my skeptical, sexy gargoyle, is the tooth of our dragon friend. He rested offering on the swell of her left breast that peeked over the top of her shirt. Do you remember when I threw the punch that knocked Braden to the floor? He spit the tooth out, and I grabbed it as we grappled. With a cry of pure joy, Sophia pounced on him and showered his face with kisses. That's brilliant. No wonder you picked the fight. I was duty-bound to fight him for his rough handling of you. If he attempts it again, I won't leave until he's dead. He claimed her lips in a savage kiss. Sophia giggled when as his goatee tickled her skin. I can't say I'll never doubt you again, but this is your best work yet. Oh, I haven't begun to show you my best, darling girl. He gripped her hips and pulled her across his chest. Give me enough time and you'll sing my praises for the next 40 years or so. I've told you I'm not easily impressed. There are way too many unresolved loose ends before we stumble into a happy ending, if there is such a trivial thing. Still, her spine tingled with excitement at the possibility. She captured his face between her palms. In all honesty, I don't want to see you shift into a wolf again. It's painful to watch and scary, so let's rid you of the curse. He blinked rapidly, as if he wanted to clear his eyes of tears, but it was too dark for Sophia to be certain, and surely, big alpha men didn't cry. Xavier smiled. You talk too much, woman. He dropped a kiss on her collarbone. Please feel free to show your admiration for my genius in any way you choose. Xavier, she squeaked as he slipped his questing fingers under her sleep shirt and fondled her breasts. Xavier. Sophia scrambled for the tooth, held it tight in her fist. She stared at the werewolf, her breathing heavy, then, putting her lips against his ear, she whispered, first one to my bedroom gets to undress the other. Her heart pounded in time to Xavier's heavy tread on the stairs. As soon as the words left her mouth, he'd vaulted from the bed as if it were on fire. A smile tugged at her lips as she followed with a more leisurely gait. She'd let him wait a bit longer, tease him in retribution for all the tormenting he'd done to her in the last few days. Still, anticipation swirled inside her, turning her from a once calm, semi-rational being into an emotionally crazed woman who couldn't wait to get into her man's pants. Her smile widened as she paused in the bedroom doorway. He lay sprawled on her bed, his hands behind his head and his long legs crossed at the ankle. I beat you. So you did. Damn, I wasn't fast enough. Her mouth watered. Warmth gathered between her thighs as her gaze swept over him to pause at the bulge at the front of his pants. She pushed the door shut and clicked the lock. I guess this means I'll have to let you take off my clothes. She ignored the flutter of alarm that attempted to claim her attention. Her need for the werewolf never wavered. It's bad form to break a promise. Xavier slipped from the bed to join her in the middle of the room. His eyes gleamed in the weak light streaming through the blinds from a street lamp. If you wish to change your mind, I won't object much. There'll be plenty of opportunities. No, life is uncertain enough. I want no regrets. Holding his golden gaze, Sophia slowly drew her sleep shirt over her head, tossed it away. Her breasts swayed slightly from the movement. I want you, Xavier, and that won't change. For one terrible moment she thought he'd changed his mind, but then he growled low in his throat and crushed her into his arms. You've tempted me beyond reason. He kissed her, took possession of her lips, as if he already owned them. Now it's my turn to torment you. He stroked his fingers over her bare back, leaving tiny flames in his wake. That's not fair. She rubbed her cheek on the soft hair of his goatee, enjoying how it tickled her skin. No complaints here. She nipped a line of kisses along his strong jaw, teased a spot just to the right under his chin. When he moaned, she did the same to the other side, before trailing her tongue down his throat to play at his collarbone. His masculine taste triggered a craving for more. With a few indecipherable words, he scooped her into his arms and carried her to the bed, laid her down, then joined her on the mattress, his body covering hers. Your skin is so soft like velvet or... A wicked grin parted his lips. Ice cream. He licked a path over the column of her neck, blowing lightly on the moistened skin. Sophia shivered at the exquisitely cool sensation. Like that, do you? Perhaps I should continue. Before she could form a witty comeback, her world spun crazily to the side. Xavier pushed her arms over her head, claimed her lips in a kiss so hard their teeth clicked together and left her gasping for breath. When he moved down her body to tease her nipples, she arched her back, giving him greater access. He licked each bud, circling the tips until she lay whimpering beneath him. She tried to free her arms, but he held her wrists with one hand, his elegant fingers a gentle bond. Xavier, enough. I need to touch you. Desperation clung to the words. Not yet. He released her wrists in order to trail kisses down her chest, biting the soft flesh near her belly button. There's so much more I want to do. He hooked a finger into the elastic waistband of her plain cotton panties and gave it a little tug. Tell me what you want. Sophia's eyes crossed as he smoothed his palms over her legs, drawing the underwear down inch by inch. He placed kisses on her belly, her hips, his goatee scratching the sensitive skin of her inner thighs. The heated wetness between her thighs increased. Did he notice? I want you. I need to feel you. Inside me now. Patience. He finally separated her from her panties and dropped them on the floor. You aren't ready. I am. Sweat formed on her forehead. When he pressed the heel of his palm against her mound, she nearly jumped off the bed. Xavier, please. She writhed against his hand. He eased a finger along her folds, teased her entrance while tormenting her swollen nub with his thumb. Ripples of pleasure emanated from that spot, and like disturbances in a pond and flowed upward to encompass her whole body. Pressure built inside, coiled with the deadly accuracy of a snake, striking in the form of thousands of pinpricks of light and feeling. Good Lord. Stars formed behind her eyelids as her inner muscles contracted around his fingers. She moved her head restlessly against the pillow, opening her eyes to look at him. His grin was wide and purely, unequivocally male. Now you're ready, except next time we won't go this fast and the orgasm won't be so small. Leaving the bed long enough to remove his loose-fitting pants, Xavier soon returned to kneel over her, caressing her skin as if she were the harp and he the musician. His arousal pressed urgently into her stomach. Paybacks can be hell, werewolf. Sophia wrapped tentative fingers around his hard length, then grew bolder as he nodded encouragement, moving slightly to provide her greater access. You're quite something, aren't you? He was silky soft and hot to the touch. She caressed each wrinkle and pucker of the skin, traced the vein on the underside of his member, laughing when a shudder shook his body. If you continue, there will be an early ending to this play. His voice held a fair amount of strain. He jerked in her hands as his eyes rolled back in his head. She rubbed her thumb over his tip, pleased at the moisture she drew forth. We wouldn't want that. She stroked his length, applying pressure then exchanging it for feather-light touches until he growled and claimed her lips in a frantic kiss. For all that's holy, woman, let me love you. In response, she wiggled her hips against his. He gave a cry of masculine triumph and shifted his weight onto his arms as he positioned himself over her. Sophia opened her legs wide. Her heart raced. Her blood pounded loudly in her ears. Love away, wolf boy. She gripped his shoulders, dug her fingernails into his skin until she was sure she'd leave marks. The tip of his erection bumped her entrance, seeking permission. Sophia lifted her hips, gasped when he slid easily into her slick channel, sighed as he buried himself to the hilt. She shifted slightly to accommodate his size, marveling at how well they fit together. Xavier. The darkness swallowed the single word. A growl emanated from his throat. The sensations tickled her stomach, then he slowly withdrew. Sophia reached for him, not wanting him to leave, but he had other plans. He clasped her hands, pressed them into the mattress and slid his shaft inside once more. You feel so good. Soon he found his rhythm and she met him thrust for thrust. She pushed her hips to his, matching his every move as he pounded into her with powerful strokes. Her body shook and her skin tingled as the electric dance continued until Xavier's shouts ended with a partial howl, low and primal. Her cry of Completion was small in comparison. She slipped over the edge of reality, welcomed the feeling of weightless floating as she rode the last pulses of pleasure. When she could think clearly, she opened her eyes, conscious of Xavier's body pressing hers into the mattress. Not having words that would equal what she just shared, she placed a kiss on his sweaty curls and wiped away the tears rolling into her hair. He stirred against her and her inner muscles contracted. She smiled, inhaled his signature scent mingled with the aroma of lovemaking and sighed. Hers. Her mate. Always. It was nice. Chapter 18. Get out. Xavier swiveled around at the pixie's angry tone and looked sharply toward the back hall of Sophia's apartment. A barrage of towels, bedsheets, and fleece blankets spewed from the linen closet like a pink and yellow avalanche. A few seconds later Sophia appeared, picking up the mess as she went. When she caught sight of him, she smiled. Hey, stud muffin. She threw her armful of laundry into a chair. As much as he hated the moniker, Xavier welcomed the softer side of her. He recalled just how accommodating she'd been the previous evening and returned the grin. Am I right to assume your good mood heralds the coveted 3 ounces of magic dust? Did your pixie cooperate? Hope coated his voice. Did she notice? Her grin wavered. Frida flat out refused to help me. I can't very well shake the pixie to get at her magic, can I? Sophia tucked him into the living room and pushed him onto the sofa. Listen, Mona's at the grocery, the imps are locked up, Frida's sulking, and Calvin won't come out while you're here. Think he's finally realized he can't challenge you and he's keeping hidden, so why don't we make the best of this tiny window of time? What did you have in mind? He had an excellent view down her scoop-necked sweater, ached to reacquaint himself with her breasts. I think you know. She slipped into his lap, straddled him. I'm feeling the need to take my wolf out for another trip around the block, if you know what I mean. The last time went by entirely too quick for my liking. Her giggle went straight to his groin. I know. He shifted as things grew uncomfortably tight in his slacks. As much as I'm tempted by your offer, and you have no idea just how much we have. 2.5 days left to assemble this potion. His heart lurched to see the disappointment in her blue eyes. Are you sure? She wriggled against him, grinding her hips into his. Xavier groaned. I mean, really sure? She pressed her lips to his in a teasing kiss. I can make it worth your time. Damn. He wrapped his arms around her, then spent a few minutes exploring the soft, perfumed skin of her neck. He felt her shivers, caught the pure eroticism of the moment, and groaned again, this time in bitter disappointment at the situation. Unfortunately, time is something I simply don't have at this point. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Know this. I intend to explore every inch of your body with my tongue, kiss every pulse point, learn every sensitive spot of your skin until your doubts vanish and the only thing you know is my incredible hunger for only you. As he claimed her lips in a searing kiss, he knew she wouldn't forget so soon. She made a soft mewling sound that rushed through his blood. If it wasn't for the fact he'd be a damn animal for the rest of his life if they couldn't make the potion in time, he'd drag the woman to her room and keep her there for days. Everything else paled in comparison to her. He slipped his hands beneath her sweater to tease her lace-covered nipples. He ached to see her naked body, flushed with desire for him. Their last coupling wasn't enough. He wanted more. Sophia, let's. No, she laid a finger against his lips. You can't toss a chance to be human for a jump in bed. I won't allow it. I want the guarantee you'll be in my bed. As a man, not a wolf. Her gaze was so intense he thought he might drown and be happy to do so. It might have taken me a while to come around to your way of thinking, but now that I'm here, I don't intend to let you get away. She faltered, dropped her gaze. If you're a wolf then, Sophia buried her face in the crook of his neck. You're just going to have to find a way to make me one too. Last night she said she wouldn't do that. For a moment Xavier couldn't do or say anything except lift her face to look into her eyes. He blinked at her sober expression. She's truly amazing. You cannot. He held her close, content with stroking her back as words failed. Whatever happened in the cosmos to give this woman to him, there'd be no way he could adequately repay that generosity. What? No snappy comeback. Her breath warmed his ear. I think I'm getting to you. She pulled back, A brilliant smile parted her lips and lit her eyes. I won't deny that statement, especially after last night. He slowly drew her forward, intent to spend a few moments teasing mouth when the front door slammed open to admit the roommate. Damn it all to hell. After this mission is over, if you don't consent to move in with me, I'll personally kick each and every being in this apartment out. No exceptions. He leaned his forehead against her with some level of frustration. No arguments from me. She stroked his cheek, her smile still in place. Use force if necessary. Geez, get a room you two. Mona shook the rain from her umbrella, then deposited a few canvas grocery bags on the kitchen counter. It looks like the sun's trying to come out. Maybe there'll be a rainbow. Her eyes sparkled with her grin. It's been ages since we had a good rainbow. Sophia sucked in a quick breath. A rainbow? Do you think? It could be possible. She'd never been as beautiful as she appeared in that moment, with her eyes opened wide with hope and a faint blush on her round cheeks. Xavier hated to spoil it by moving. I never considered the probability before. She slipped from his lap and padded to the window. He quickly followed, not willing or able to be apart from her. The rain had indeed slacked to a desultory drizzle, and the sky had lightened to a pale gray. Stranger things have happened. He touched her shoulder. Ready to go? We could be lucky and find the magic dust. Wild horses couldn't tear me from it. Guys. Mona cleared her throat. I found this stuck to the front door. Think you might want to take a look before you head out. She waved a black envelope. Don't open it. Panic ran through Sophia's voice as she lunged for the stationery just as Mona broke the red wax seal. It's an immediate summons. Oh no. Xavier knew exactly what the letter meant. Send me instead. I can't. You know the rules. Sophia shook her head. Red words glowed in the air. Your presence is requested without delay at the immortal court. The air surrounding the two women filled with thick red smoke winding around them like a rope. Xavier sprang forward, tried to yank Sophia from the smog, but his fingers slipped, glanced off as if it were a silky wall. Break the ward, Sophia. It's too strong for me. I can't. The magic is too powerful. Her frantic gaze met his. The rules state whomever breaks the seal of an immediate summons will also be transported along with the summonee. Xavier, go. Find the rainbow's end. Without me, there's no time to waste. Sophia. He darted into the red mist, but the women vanished and the haze disappeared. Stumbling into the kitchen counter, he threw back his head and howled. Are you sure Sterling's schedule is clear today? Sophia heard the whine in her voice and hated herself for it. She gripped the armrests of her chair with nervous fingers and exchanged an anxious glance with Mona. Honey, I'm telling you the truth. Astral glanced away from her computer screen as she fished around in her blue beehive hairdo for a pencil. He asked me to clear his afternoon when I issued you the summons. That's all I know. Thanks. She frowned as Mona calmly flipped through an outdated magazine. How could her friend remain so unfazed? The old familiar dread and fear bubbled through her stomach, and she wished she were anywhere but there. For an hour, she and Mona had waited in the reception area, but Sterling had yet to make an appearance. Astral, what's the deal with the shakeup in the courts? Are they really inviting humans to sit on the bench? A smug grin lit the secretary's face as she looked over the tops of her reading glasses. It's true, and Sterling's pitching a fit. The 8 immortals decided their courts were a tiny bit biased, especially when beings of Sterling's ilk are involved. So, in order to add a bit of fairness to the functions of the court, they're allowing 2 mortals to join in each realm. She tapped the pencil against her desktop. It'll be interesting. I'll bet. Where are the Samhain festivals this year? All over the mortal realm near each portal. I'm surprised you haven't heard about them since there's one in the park near you. Sophia shrugged. I've been a bit preoccupied. Her cheeks burned when she thought about just how much she's got a boyfriend. Mona tossed the magazine onto a table at her side and leaned forward. He's gorgeous and ow. Her words stopped as Sophia stepped hard on her foot. He's a sharp dresser was what Mona meant to say. She threw her roommate a hard look. He's also a pain in the butt sometimes. Astral cocked her head. Honey, aren't all men worth their salt? Sterling's office door opened. Showtime. Great. Sophia glanced at Mona in trepidation. Send up the gatekeeper. She knew one moment of profound panic as she struggled to her feet. Mona, are you coming? No. I think I'll just wait for you here. She rifled through the rest of the outdated reading material before selecting a tattered copy of a periodical. I'd rather not see him in action. Some moral support you are. Sophia trudged up the staircase, then pushed open the partially open door to Sterling's office. I'd like to say it's a pleasure to see you again, Sterling, but we both know that's a lie. She cringed as the door slammed shut behind her at the tiniest flick of his wrist. Sit down, Miss Raines. It was an order, not an invitation. There was no need for an immediate summons. She wet her dry lips. Her knees shook as she sank into the soft leather chair in front of his desk. I disagree. His fingers flew over his computer keyboard. You'd have ignored a normal summons. He hit a key. You're in serious trouble. Why? Did you foresee my doom in your tarot cards, or maybe you've recently purchased a crystal ball? She pleated the strap of her purse in her lap. Spare me your attempt at humor. Sterling stood in one fluid movement, then perched on the front of his desk. I had an interesting visitor this morning, who gave me an earful of your recent escapades. He plucked a white fiber from his sleeve and gave her a malicious grin that sent chills over Sophia's skin. Oh. She refused to give him the satisfaction of showing fear. I hope you've heard only good things. You know how rumors start. Don't play games with me. Sterling's eyes blazed red before resuming their original onyx hue. He left the desktop to pace about the office, his movements carefully controlled. Braden Hollister had some remarkable news to share. Prickles of alarm crept up and down her arms at the mention of the dragon's name. I see. Is he a friend of yours? She bit her lip as her birthmark flared to life with excruciating pain. Don't pretend you don't know who I'm talking about. She jumped. His voice came from directly behind her, his lips inches from her ear. It escapes me for the moment how you found him, but let me assure you I'm none too happy to hear you paid him a visit. I'm even less amused to find out you didn't go alone. Sophia swallowed around the ball of fear in her throat. Sterling once more came into her line of vision. You must be talking about my boyfriend, Francis. She felt enormously pleased for being able to remember the false name Xavier selected. If we ran into Mr. Hollister, it was purely by accident. Enough. His eyes flashed red. This penchant of yours for lying isn't endearing. He gripped her chin between his thumb and forefinger until she had no choice but to meet his gaze. The man is more than he seems. I don't know what you're talking about. Sour bile rose in her throat. Above all, she wanted to shield Xavier for as long as possible. Perhaps it has escaped your notice that your fair-haired boy toy is in reality a werewolf, and what's more, he's telling people far and wide he's your life mate. His smile was a study of cruelty as it smirked across his face, leaving that chiseled visage thunderous. Ah, the truth is in your eyes. You've never mastered the ability to hide your emotions. He resumed pacing, hands clasped behind his back. I'm disappointed in you, Sophia. Relief washed over her. The truth was out in the open. Now she could at least try to put a spin on the tale. So what if Xavier is a werewolf? I didn't have concrete proof of his status until recently, and remember you advised me not to bring in any more fake paranormal subjects. She pushed at her glasses. You don't like that, remember? But it's not the whole story. That depends. Restless, she left her chair, almost colliding with Sterling. When he didn't offer up further comment, she sighed. Xavier is a werewolf. That much is true, but in his defense, he's trying to lift a gypsy curse to become human, so he won't be a paranormal for long. Her heart lurched when she realized she missed Xavier, longed for his comforting, overprotective presence. The state of his humanity doesn't concern me. He came to a halt near the office door. A frown marred the hard set to his lips. Tell me, what are his plans once he's free of the curse? Her cheeks burned anew. Should she answer truthfully, tell her boss she hoped as soon as Xavier's curse was lifted, he'd throw her to the ground and jump her bones? Would Sterling find the humor in that? I hope he'll stick around. Right now we're still attempting to gather ingredients for the potion. Potion, huh? Damn. An expression akin to joy spread over Sterling's face, out of place with his evil persona. The gypsy said she'd lift the curse if we brought her the ingredients for a magical potion. Xavier will need to drink the concoction by the end of All Hallows Eve. Interesting. He tapped a forefinger against his chin, his dark eyes gleaming. She fought against the urge to vomit. Why interesting? Nothing to be concerned about, Miss Rains, but make no mistake, I will have the werewolf eventually. He won't come willingly. He's a stubborn man. Sterling smiled, and Sophia nearly bolted from the room in terror. Oh, he will, because I have something he desperately desires. She laughed at the absurdity of his statement. There's nothing you have that Xavier could possibly want. He's your opposite in every way conceivable. Her insides clenched when she remembered the way Xavier's eyes glowed when he looked at her. You could never understand what drives him to succeed. Poor trusting Sophia. You forget, I have you. Her knees buckled and she slumped into her chair. Nothing would stop Xavier from coming after her, not even the threat of death. Tears sprang to her eyes. She blinked them back. Once he's free from the curse, you won't be able to touch him. He'll be fully mortal and beyond your grasp. True, but then I don't expect him to succeed in his quest. He straightened his tie. This interview is over, my dear. I'll be in touch. What do you mean he won't succeed? We're close to obtaining the last of the potion compounds. The urge to run screaming from the room pressed in on her. She needed to return to Xavier, hide him away, keep him safe, and reassure herself that he could survive an attack from Sterling. I'm sure you are, but because you're bound to me, I control your destiny. He moved to his desk and seated himself behind it. Did you really expect me to let you wander off into the sunset with a happy ending? He picked up a pencil and began to conduct an imaginary orchestra. After all, what would happen to my reputation if your life was sealed with a kiss and you married your true love? If his laugh could take on an existence, it would be a black, shapeless thing, the type of entity that haunted children in dreams. You love him, don't you? My poor, pathetic underling has gone and fallen for a werewolf. She gave up trying to deny it to him or herself. Xavier had gotten under her skin, past her defenses and into her heart. Now she'd do anything to keep him away from Sterling. She shoved her glasses up the bridge of her nose. When the words wouldn't come. After the death of Evangeline, I, in my capacity on the judgment panel, added 10 years to your servitude because you pissed me off. That brings you up to, what, 90 years? What would you say if I were to null your contract and let you seek the employment of your choice in the realm of your choice? What would I have to do? Long experience with him had taught her to be very wary of anything he said. The portal master waved a hand in dismissal, tossed the pencil on the desk. Bring the werewolf and the gypsy potion to me. I'll discuss my plans for you further at that time. He tapped a few keys on the keyboard. But do have a care. You have little more than 2 days. After that, Golden Boy will be nothing more than a furry pet. You'll be bound to me for what will most likely be the rest of your miserable life with no hope and no love. His grin was wide. That's the sort of ending I prefer. But the office door flew open with enough force to crack the window glass, admitting a highly agitated Mona. Sophia, we need to go. I saw that dragon person wandering around downstairs, and I think he recognized me from the elevator yesterday. She rocketed into the office, her dark curls streaming behind her. Ooh, is this the portal master? She came to an abrupt halt near Sterling's chair. You look so much different than the last time I saw you. You were all dark doom and gloom then, with threatening curses and dire warnings. Of course he's the portal master. Sophia's jaw hung open when her roommate batted her eyes. You really should try to smile more, sir. A face as handsome as yours doesn't look as good as it could with all that scowling, and your unfortunate choice of wearing black all the time isn't doing anything for your complexion. She leaned forward to straighten his tie. Silk. Nice. Sterling blinked in amazement. Pardon me. The silky purr of his voice heralded dire things. Sophia jumped from her chair. Mona, leave the nice portal master alone. But maybe he wouldn't be such an evil man if he had a friend. Maybe he just needs someone to talk to or a home-cooked meal. She smiled at him. Now I can't cook, but maybe you'd like carry-out. Mona. Sophia hoped she wouldn't be blasted to the Arkadva mines right in front of her. Come on. Sterling cleared his throat as the stupor of surprise wore off. The lost daughter of the Masai family. His eyes gleamed red and he rested his gaze on Mona. I regret to inform you my heart is as black as the night. I have no redeeming qualities whatsoever, but thank you for your concern. How do you get your eyes to do that cool glowy thing? Can you teach me? Mona scooted closer to him to peer into his face. Sophia doesn't ever let me do anything fun like that, but I guess you can't blame her since I tend to break things or catch things on fire. Glowy thing. Sterling made a weird choking sound. What? Sophia stifled a laugh at the flabbergasted expression on his face. Mona's constant chatter had broken down lesser men than the portal master. Your point, Mona. She gathered her purse then slunk to the door, keeping a cautious eye on her boss. Yes, why exactly are you here, Miss Masai? Sterling got to his feet, staring at Mona as if she were a puzzle he couldn't quite figure out. I've been lenient regarding your case up to now, but if you wish, I'd be happy to turn you over to the proper authorities. The dragon, for one, is very interested in you. Mona's lavender eyes clouded with uncertainty. I'm happy where I am, thank you, with the exception of Sophia's strictness. She smiled and twisted a strand of hair around her finger. See, if you would just not frown so much, I'm sure you wouldn't feel the need to be so terrorizing all the time. I'm the portal master and I'll be feared at all times. Can take your wretched soul and bend it to my will. Sterling's roar reverberated through the small office. Get out before I change my mind. Sophia hustled Mona down the staircase and past Astral's desk in record time. Are you happy now? You ticked him off. That won't bode well for anyone, least of all me. He's not that bad, Sophia. I think he's just misunderstood. You've got a lot to learn about life if you think a dark angel is misunderstood. Do you realize he could zap you with his magic and you won't exist anymore? Mona waved her comment away. Don't be silly. He just needs to spend some time with better role models. Promise me you won't disturb Sterling further. Sophia ushered her friend down the hallway that held the mini galaxies. I've got enough on my plate worrying about Xavier. I don't need your drama too, which leads me into my next question. Why are you hiding in the mortal realm? It's complicated. Fair enough. Sophia sighed. Just don't get into any more trouble. I'm kinda busy with Xavier's issues. Even more so now. When they stumbled through the portal into the guest bedroom, Xavier rushed to Sophia sighed and gathered her into his arms with a low growl. Tell me. She held up a hand. So help me, the rain better slack off by tomorrow morning. Because if we don't find that damn rainbow soon, I'm going to run away. Chapter 20. Xavier grinned when Sophia patted the head of each of the cows they passed. One bovine acolyte decided it wanted to be with her, and followed along behind. Every time he looked at his mate, he saw a new facet to her personality, but what he admired most was her gentleness of spirit. She honestly cared for all beings that were incapable of caring for or looking after themselves. The knowledge made his heart lurch painfully. As much as they belonged together, he feared fate still held a wild card and would cast more obstacles in his path before he could rightfully claim her. Poor thing. I think she's lonely. A pretty blush colored Sophia's cheeks when she met his gaze. Can we let her come with us at least for a while? She's a cow, not a pet. His rumble of laughter floated on the chilly air. It would be in the cow's interest if you'd find a way to tell her to stop following you. What do you mean? The best she can hope for is to live out her days in this field, but I suspect she and her sisters will grace the tables at a nearby steakhouse soon. Or if it would set your mind at ease, I could make her death quick and painless. Of course, he wouldn't eat as a wolf in front of her, but he couldn't resist the opportunity for teasing. You'll do no such thing. She turned and faced the one brown cow whose long, lashed eyes steadily regarded her. Listen, I know you think I'm probably your friend. She stared into the trusting brown face. At any other time I'd love to shoot the breeze with you, but I'm kinda busy today. The cow remained silent. When Xavier snickered, Sophia shot him a dark look. I'll handle it. Squatting down, she said into the cow's ear. I didn't want to tell you this, but that man over there is a werewolf. He'll eat you and your sisters without a second thought. So please, I beg you, stay here. I promise if you do this one thing for me, I'll find you a great home with all the grass you can eat. The cow continued to stare, occasionally chewing her cud. Sophia, we need to leave. He slipped an arm around her shoulders. If you'd like, I'll buy a field you can populate with all the cows you want. You'd really do that for me? Yes, and more. I'm incapable of denying you anything, cows and all. I'll hold you to it, but this is what you get for teasing me. She pinched his arm, then squeaked as he grasped her hips and drew her against him. What are you doing? This is what you get for teasing a werewolf. He leaned in and brought his lips crashing down on hers. She met his first advance by thrusting her tongue inside his mouth. He refused to let her take control even if her initiative went strained to his groin and pushed his arousal painfully into his fly. Xavier devoured her lips, slowed the kiss as he nibbled and nipped them, then changed the tempo once more by claiming her mouth hard. He bent her body over his arm for greater access, touched his tongue to hers, wooed it, made love to it, and finally sucked on her bottom lip to finish the embrace. Sophia grew pliant. A soft sigh escaped her. She clutched at his lapels, her knees buckling. Desire swept through his body, as much from her reaction as from the tiny sound she made. He returned to kiss her swollen lips with no margin for error, wishing to leave her with such an undeniable example of his feelings. She wouldn't forget it for months. She sagged against him, limp in his arms. If he let go now, would she fall to the road in a boneless heap of flesh? We're running late. I wouldn't want to miss the rainbow for a simple kiss. His lips twitched with amusement as she attempted to right herself. A simple kiss, huh? Her chest heaved with her labored breathing, but her eyes sparked a brilliant blue. I'd hate to ask you to demonstrate a complicated one. I'd be happy to, just not at this time. You're not ready for that. He tilted his fedora at a rakish angle over his left eye. Come along, woman. We have a date with destiny. Woman. She made a sound of annoyance or frustration, he wasn't sure which, and charged ahead of him on the road without a second glance at him. I meant no disrespect. He gave a playful smack to her rounded backside and growled. He ached to bury himself inside her warmth once more, but they needed to finish the quest. There'd be plenty of time during the years ahead to mate with her. I'm certain you know in what spirit I issued the word. Never fear, werewolf, I'm beginning to understand you and take no offense. Be warned, there will be paybacks. I look forward to it. His gaze caressed the soft curves of her back, the slight nip of her waist, the flare of her hips. Pride swelled his chest. She was his, and he'd do everything in his power to keep it that way, if not for his sake then for hers. Wolves made it for life. He could never survive without Sophia. I love her. So deep in thought, he didn't become aware Sophia had stopped until he crashed into her. His arms automatically closed around waist, pulled her close. Is there a problem? Not with me. Her lips parted in a smile. What's the deal? Contemplating the meaning of life back there. You could say that. Reluctantly, he released her and looked up the road. It would appear we're at the rainbow's end. Astonished, the quarter of a mile pass with ease, Xavier assessed their new location. On a slight hill before them, the tip of the rainbow had crashed into the ground. Freshly turned dirt marred the perfection of the hillock. The multi-hued curve itself was more magnificent than anything he could imagine, sparkling and shimmering as if it had a life of its own. Perhaps it did. It's wonderful. Sophia's words were low and breathy, putting him in mind of her whispered comments following sex. He stifled a groan but kept his gaze trained on her joy-filled face. I told you this wouldn't resemble your storybook tales or pictures. She bestowed a bright grin on him as she fiddled with her glasses. I had no idea a rainbow could be more substantial than refracted light through water. She slipped her hand into his. Can I touch it? Xavier nodded and tugged her forward up the rise. Let's find out. He glanced at her damp hair and the thin wet shirt that clung to her breasts. His mouth watered, and again he wished for more time, sure the fates mocked him. A low-pitched hum emanated from the rainbow, audible as they approached. Sophia gasped and pointed to a spot near the rainbow's end. Xavier, look. Told you there'd be gold. Not only were there gold coins, there were loose gemstones in every color imaginable, strands of pearls, diamond tiaras, gold, and silver goblets. She moved closer to the fortune. I've never seen anything like it. Forget about the baubles. They're meaningless in the vastness of the universe. What you should really gawk at is the vessel. His voice was low, pitched and full of awe. Xavier dropped her hand. Your so-called treasure rests in the trunk of a 1957 Aston Martin. He took an involuntary step forward to caress the gleaming navy blue fender. It's in pristine condition. Do you know how much this is probably worth? He poked his head through the open driver's window on the right-hand side of the car. I'm impressed. It features a 140 brake horsepower, 2,922 cubic centimeters inline twin-cam 6-cylinder engine and 4-speed manual transmission, just to name a few of its attributes. It's also a DB2/4 Mk2 coach. He withdrew his head with some reluctance. It's the most beautiful object I've ever seen. Sophia cleared her throat and crossed her arms over her chest. That is apart from you, of course. He grinned at her obvious annoyance. But then I don't consider you an object. Right. I have no idea what any of that car jargon means. Glancing down into the wealth of riches, she smiled. I never thought I'd see you salivate after something as simple as a car. A simple car is a dirty slur on a wonderful machine such as this. He trailed his fingers over the door handle before he drifted to stand next to Sophia. Once more. What I wouldn't give to acquire this piece of art. Now I've seen it all. You have automobile lust. She snickered. Come on. Help me load some of this loot. Wait. The hair on the back of his neck prickled, signaled alarm. He pivoted. Slowly, surprised to see another woman standing there, anger deeply etched on her face. Keep your hands to yourself and no one gets hurt. Unconsciously, Sophia stepped behind Xavier. Who are you? She leaned close to the werewolf and whispered in his ear. I really hope I don't know her. Platinum blonde hair hung to her shoulders in a thick bob, swinging each time she moved. A swift pang of jealousy cut through Sophia's stomach. She'd always wanted to have hair like that. 2 inches shorter than Sophia, the woman possessed voluptuous curves that bordered on old Florentine decadence and gave plenty of places for her silvery white gown to cling. My name is Alexia. I'm the defender of the treasures of the rainbow. Her light, melodious voice floated on the air like a child's bubbles. I must ask, your intentions? Sophia narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? She stepped out of Xavier's shadow. Why don't you tell us why you want to know? Kid gloves, Sophia. The werewolf planted his left hand firmly at the small of her back, the other he offered to Alexia. My name is Xavier Layton. He tipped the brim of his fedora. I'm here to ascertain if you'd part with 3 ounces of magic dust so I may complete a potion. Look, I don't care what you've got going on in your life. Alexia crossed her arms under her curvy bosom. Her full lips turned down in a pout. Do you plan to stick around for a while? Shrugging, Sophia inched closer to the Aston full of loot. We hadn't planned on it. She frowned and scanned the immediate area. Shouldn't there be a leprechaun here? You'll have to excuse her. Xavier reeled her back to his side. Sophia is under the assumption she would see a bearded man in green. He gave Alexia a disarming smile. Perhaps you should explain a few things first. She sighed. You're right. Twirling a strand of hair around her forefinger. Her silvery blue eyes rested on Sophia. You look familiar. Have we met? I hope not. The knot in her stomach reminded Sophia of its presence. I see so many people. It's hard to say. She slid a glance to Xavier, but he only had eyes for the car. You wouldn't happen to know a guy named Sterling Abignan? He's my boss. Sophia clutched Xavier's hand, glad for his comforting, if distracted, presence. Which one were you? The unicorn. The one who escaped. Sophia's heart pounded a frantic beat. She remembered Sterling's rage when the woman had given him the slip. He was mad for 3 days after you left, refused to talk to any of us. He broke quite a few of the office windows before Astral finally calmed him down. A ghost of a smile parted the unicorn's lips. I went into hiding. Things weren't all that bad. I got my first vacation in 10 years out of it. Oh, you think those 3 days were idyllic and stress-free for me? Alexia advanced toward them a few steps. She clenched her pale hands into fists. The 3 silver bangles on her wrist tinkled. Sterling sent his enforcement unit after me. I only avoided them because I stumbled across a rainbow. Really? Sophia kept Xavier between the angry unicorn and herself. They were a rare and evasive breed of people who harnessed unusual magical powers. Gee, didn't know what to expect from Alexia since unicorns were good at hiding but very rarely studied because of their proclivity for keeping out of sight. Well, what do you think he did to me, the gatekeeper whose job it was to haul you into his office? He's not a pleasant man to cross. Alexia snorted. Once the goons left the area, I decided to settle down here. What was the point of continuing to run? She circled around them as if they were a maypole. When I found the rainbow's end, I stopped to ask the leprechaun directions to the nearest town. Aha! With a cry of triumph, Sophia jammed a finger into Xavier's ribcage. I knew there was a leprechaun. You win this time. He wrapped a strong arm around her waist and easily hauled her to his side. You both need to remain stationary. I grow dizzy watching you move about. When Alexia grinned angelically, Sophia stiffened. If it weren't for Xavier's hand on her waist, she would have rushed the unicorn. Fine. Pinching his arm, she drew in a deep breath. He growled but kept his hold firm. Please continue, Alexia. I'm sure Sophia will behave herself from this point forward. At least you have manners. I didn't really expect anyone working for the portal master to be polite. She ignored Sophia but batted her eyelashes at the werewolf. Marvin was the resident leprechaun who traveled with the Rainbow Guardians. She edged away to sit on the shiny hood of the Aston. He asked me to stick around for a few minutes so he could run down the road for something to eat. Like an idiot, I agreed. How was I supposed to know he could only be free of this pathetic job if someone showed up to replace him? The werewolf ran a hand through his curls. Then you feel Sophia is at fault because you're now the keeper of the treasure? To be fair, she had no direct interference on your current situation. She'd never harm you intentionally. Oh, Xavier. Her heart lurched from his defense. She stopped trying to be free of his grasp. Thank you. She teetered at the edge of those golden pools of his eyes. It's about time someone believed me. His lingering fingers warmed her waist. I've never doubted your word without just cause. He chucked her under the chin. And I've met Sterling, so with enough information from both sides I can form my own opinion. He gently set her aside, then took a few steps toward the ticked-off unicorn. Alexia has no reason to trust you yet, so your earlier anger is misplaced, Sophia. So much for my champion. Fine. She leveled a semi-patient look at the unicorn. Why are you pissed at me? Alexia gazed at Xavier as he draped himself against the driver's door of the car. Because this job is so boring. She clasped her hands together. Tiny, dreamy smile tugged at her lips. What I'd really like to do is go to Hollywood and host my own talk show. A talk show? Sophia closed her open jaw with a snap of teeth. What? Have you seen some of those hosts out there? I can do a much better job, but I'll never get the chance to try because I'm stuck here. The sparkling stream of the rainbow's beams beckoned, recalling to Sophia's mind the reason why they came. Have you tried to get away? Did you sign a contract which prevents you from leaving? Did the leprechaun explain the rules? She met Xavier's amused gaze. When he winked, prickles of excitement careened through her stomach. I'm just asking because the magical world is oftentimes very literal. She's correct, Alexia. Xavier pushed away from the car. There's no evidence of a ward binding you to the rainbow. Sophia forgot the unicorn's plight as Xavier strolled in her direction, his stance slow and intent as a jungle cat on the prowl. Good luck on the Hollywood thing. She licked suddenly dry lips, anticipation crawling over her skin at the hungry look in his eye. Raw charisma oozed from him to smack her in the head. At the last moment she stifled a sigh. Damn. Hey, sexy. He'd closed the distance between them and stroked her cheek. Ever thought about making love in one of the most awesome vehicles created? Oh no. Alexia shook her head so violently her hair swung. You two aren't going anywhere. Taking a slim dagger from the folds of her skirt, she waved it in a menacing fashion. I'm not taking any chances. You'll remain here as the rainbow's guardians because I'm leaving. Can we have our 3 ounces of magical dust? Sophia bit her bottom lip. Xavier met her gaze, his golden eyes shuddered. That's why we came in the first place. Her heart thumped as Alexia slammed the Aston's trunk lid shut. A shrug lifted her plump shoulders while a pout decorated her ruby lips. Sure, but you'd better do it soon. The rainbow only lasts for 30 minutes. at a time before it moves to a different location. She glanced at a silver watch on her wrist. 5 minutes left. With a grin, she wrenched open the driver's door of the car and flung herself behind the wheel. The least you can do is let us have the treasure. Sophia's steps faltered. Alexia revved the engine and turned the car around. Damn it. No, I could kill you. She stuck her head out the window. I'm taking the treasure with me. I'll use it to create a new life in Los Angeles. The Aston alone should fetch $500,000. She slithered back into the car. In a flurry of grass blades and pellets of dirt, Alexia peeled out of the clearing. 2 seconds after reaching the road, she disappeared from view. Fuck. Indeed. Xavier stroked his goatee, his voice sad. I'm sorry. Sophia squeezed his arm, felt his muscles tighten. It's my fault. Nonsense. He brought her hand to his lips. I'll feel the loss of that Aston for some time to come. He sighed and gave her a wobbly grin. Unfortunately, there's no time to mourn, especially without a good glass of wine. Let's gather the dust before the rainbow disappears as well. Sophia dug the leather pouch from her blazer pocket, then tossed it to him. The scale and tooth are in there. Don't lose them. Give me some credit. I've been dreaming of this moment all my life. Now that it's so close, I won't let anything stop me. Sorry. She followed him to the rainbow shaft. The vivid colors shimmered and beckoned, almost danced. When she poked a tentative finger into the beam, pleasant warmth not unlike tepid tap water greeted her. How bizarre. Plunging a hand into the green stripe, she giggled as the fine grains flowed through her fingers. It's alive. Of course it is. Did you think someone flipped a switch that lights the rainbow? His eyes twinkled and a grin creased his tired face. I guess I didn't really think about it outside of the scientific explanation. Cupping her hands under blue, green, and yellow, she watched in fascination as the sparkling dust flowed into the cavity she created. It's amazing. The tiny crystals emitted a faint high-pitched humming. It's awesome. Xavier undid the strings of the leather pouch. Watching your reaction to something as mundane as a rainbow is refreshing. Makes me rethink my life. He held the open bag into the red beam until the glittering dust overflowed the confines. When you let your true self crack through that hard outer shell, I admire that woman the most. Sophia's gaze faltered. She ran her fingers through the whole of the rainbow, as if it were a water fountain. Thanks. The vivid colors faded until they were only a shadow of themselves. Reluctantly, she pulled away from the rainbow, then sighed when it vanished. Altogether, that was the single greatest experience I've ever had. Shaking the remaining dust from her fingers, she rubbed them on her skirt. Too bad we have nothing to show for chasing it down. I wouldn't say that. Why? Sophia held her breath as Xavier bent to retrieve an object from the flattened grass where the Aston once rested. What is it? Flutters of excitement skipped in her stomach. He held a gold coin between his thumb and forefinger. Let's call it a souvenir. With a flick of his thumb, he sent the coin sailing through the air in her direction. Keep it close. It might come in handy. Chapter 22. A few hours and one long hot shower later, Sophia waited in the hall, quelling the urge to glance at her watch for the 10th time. Xavier, what the hell are you doing? We need to go. We've been together for a handful of days and already you're henpecking me? The werewolf came around the corner to bundle her into his arms. Can I look forward to a lifetime of this? If you're smart. Her smile wobbled into oblivion as he claimed her lips in a gentle kiss that sent sweet spirals of heat curling all the way down to her toes. When he allowed her to breathe, she sagged against him. You wore me out, and you haven't seen my best work. He plucked at a piece of lint on the black sweater she wore. It's extremely sexy to see you in my clothes. I'm just glad you had something that would fit, since you did tear my shirt. Not for the world would she tell him exactly how much she liked wearing his sweater. The cashmere smelled like him, and she could almost imagine his arms around her if she closed her eyes. Well, I am an animal. Not for long, which reminds me we need to go. I have no idea how crowded the festival will be, and yes, before you argue about that, I know we have a few hours until midnight, but I don't want to take any chances. She stood on tiptoe and kissed his goatee-covered chin, giggling as the freshly groomed hair tickled her lips. Wherever you go, I go. He eased his body away from hers. Will we not don costumes to blend in this evening? Are you kidding me? Sophia rolled her eyes and followed him down the hall, toward the front door. Shift into your wolf form. Xavier pulled open the door. Not a chance. He retrieved something stuck to the wood. Sophia's birthmark flared under her sleeve. Something's wrong. She glanced at him. His eyebrows slashed down on his forehead and his mouth twisted with an angry glare. Xavier. Her stomach pitched when he held up a glossy black envelope. Oh no. Her name glowed in scrolling acid green ink on the front. How did he know I was here at your home? Does it matter? He met her gaze, his own hard as butterscotch candy. Our association with Sterling ends right now. No. She laid a hand on his arm. Don't. We can get to the festival and lift your curse without involving him. You'll be free. Fear closed her throat. Please. I may be free, but you will not. I made a promise to you and I intend to do everything I can to keep it. We have more than enough time. He broke the red, waxy seal. Let's go kick some dark angel ass. Once the envelope opened, the room swirled around them, filled with apple green smoke, and the room around them vanished. Sophia blinked as she materialized in a new location. Flames of black candles flickered on every available surface, what looked like an empty courtroom. A long slender mirror ran the length of the back wall and reflected her terrified image. She swung around and darted her gaze about the room, but the mirrored image couldn't be challenged. She was alone. Xavier. Bile rose in her throat. The sour taste made her dry heave, but she swallowed it down. Xavier, where are you? Darkened wooden benches were the only witness of her frantic passage through the room. Flecks of mica glowed in the black tiles on the floor, distracting Sophia from her mission of escape. A door at the back of the room opened. She jumped and slowly turned, knowing who would be there. Her gut instinct wasn't wrong. Sterling paused in the doorway. His eyes glowed red in the dim light, bright enough to match the scarlet of the satin vest he wore over a black button-down shirt with flowing sleeves. He moved forward into the room. Sophia sucked in a breath and clamped her hand over her birthmark. It seared her skin as if it were a brand. What have you done to Xavier? She inched slowly between the seats and as unobtrusively as possible shoved her glasses into place. Sterling seated himself behind the judge's bench. In one hand he fiddled with a small object, but she couldn't see what it was. Wherever he is, let him go. This is between you and I, not him. She paused near the last line of benches. She gripped the smooth, solid wood as if it were a lifeline to sanity. All in good time, my dear. The candlelight around him twisted his smile into a gruesome, shadowed mask that etched his face. We have a few things to discuss first. He set a vial on the polished wood in front of him. The longer you delay in agreeing to my request, the closer you get to not lifting poor Xavier's curse. His eyes flared, twin pinpoints of red hatred. She stared at the elixir, Xavier's only hope, yet she said nothing. I'm disappointed in you, Sophia. Not only have you harbored an illegal paranormal, but you've also made him fall in love with you. How do you know that? Her heart slammed against her ribs until she thought it would burst from her chest. Xavier's name ran like a litany through her head. She had to find him. It's written clearly on his face. However, that isn't what I find so amusing. Standing, Sterling moved with fluid swiftness from his bench to the floor in front of her. Where did your humanity come from, Miss Rains? Long as I've known you, your paranormal side has always guided you, never led you astray, as you faithfully turned supernatural beings over to me. Maybe all I needed was for someone to believe in me as a person, as a woman. Sophia glared at her boss, intent to win the battle of wills. With Xavier, nothing matters to him except me and my happiness. Isn't that sweet? Now the only thing you're missing for a blissful ending is your freedom. He moved a few steps toward her. Which is why you're here. We need to work out some sort of arrangement. She swallowed a few times as fear threatened to choke her. What do you mean? She looked at a coat rack in one corner, focusing on the black judge's robe, but the hypnotic pull of his crimson eyes compelled her to stare at him. The heat from those eyes shot straight to her soul and she stumbled a few steps backward. It's really too bad you're bound to me for 90 years because I'm feeling generous tonight. He circled her with a panther-like intensity. I'll release you from your contract, and I'll even throw in the one thing you want above all else, the annulment of your birthright. The breath whooshed out of her with the force of a small tornado. Why would you do that? She narrowed her eyes. You've never offered it to me before, so what will you gain from this bargain? A dark grin parted his lips. Ah, that's the skeptical Sophia I know. He caressed her cheek, laughing when she recoiled. What do I want? No one ever thinks to ask me that question. They just assume my being a fallen angel nets me anything I desire. His gaze traveled the length of the room before returning to her. Obviously, I want to sit on the immortal court, but since they're restructuring with mortals, I have to set my sights higher. Get to the damn point, Sterling. Sophia gritted her teeth as she curled her fingers into fists. Time's running out. Love has also given you a spine, I see. He paused in front of her. I want your soul. If the immortal courts won't take me, I want your soul, which means I'll have more power in me than a whole bench full of them. When she... Why, you ask? Because the soul of a gargoyle is a very rare thing. Most gargoyles are born without one. However, you, my dear, are part human, which means for people like me, your soul is the most sought-after item imaginable. What difference does it make if you have it? What will you gain? Fear rooted her to the floor as Sterling's eyes bored into her. Cold sweat formed on her back, wetting her clothes. The remembered words of her father came back to her. In falling for Xavier, she'd forgotten to guard her soul. Don't be any more naive than you can help. He captured her chin in his hand. Fear seeped into Sophia's skin at his touch. A human soul is a much prized possession, and since I've been steadily collecting them for a while now, the addition of yours will give me backdoor immortal status. Since the people of the realms refused to elect me to that post, I've decided to take it by force. I'll sit on the court and have total control over all the realms. Who knows what I can achieve from there? His grin bordered on madness. Maybe use the humans to build myself an empire. You're crazy. A soul is as unique to one person as their fingerprint. As non-transferable. She wrenched away from his hold. Go to hell, Sterling. I have been there, but I find the mortal realm much more sadistic and evil than the devil's own playground. The amount of hate, lust, greed, and anything else one can desire is staggering here. Very comforting and very workable. He gave an exaggerated sigh. Perhaps this will change your mind. He snapped his fingers. The door opened again, and this time one of Sterling's bodyguards escorted Xavier into the room, dumping him in a heap at her feet. When the goon left, Sterling nudged Xavier with the toe of his shoe. He's not dead yet. Don't you think it's interesting the last 2 hours or so of his life as a human are spent here when he could be at the festival, preparing to drink his hard-fought potion? Sophia dropped to her knees beside the werewolf. She ran her fingertips over his battered face. The faint outlines of bruises highlighted his cheekbones and one temple, while his bottom lip was bloodied and swollen. Xavier, talk to me. She shook his shoulder. Relief washed through her when he stirred, and, with a faint groan, opened his eyes. Be strong, we need to escape. Oh, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Sterling's laugh sliced through the emotionally charged atmosphere. The only way the felled werewolf can leave is if I receive your soul. Even then, he'll have a hard time of it. He snapped his fingers. A set of chained manacles encircled Xavier's wrists and ankles, binding him to the floor. She pulled at one of the bonds as hysteria rose and threatened to engulf her. Come on, Xavier, you've got to rouse yourself enough to break free. She rested her cheek on his chest. His heart beat strong and steady, giving her hope. You're so close. You've lived your whole life wanting to lift the curse. She lifted her head and met his golden gaze. You can't give up now. Xavier shuddered, pushed himself up on one elbow, and cupped her chin in one hand. Don't trust him, Sophia. If you release your soul, you'll eventually die. It's the force that drives you to succeed, to know right from wrong, lets you live, love, or even feel a host of other emotions. He brushed the pad of his thumb over her cheek. It's not worth it. That's your opinion, werewolf. Sterling yanked Sophia to her feet. Now you listen to me, Miss Rains. Her teeth chattered as frigid cold seeped into her from his grasp. As much as his red eyes provided heat, the rest of him was as cold as the Arctic. She struggled His fingers bit into her wrist while he wrapped his other hand around her throat. If you want Loverboy to have any sort of life at all, you'll do as I say. His fingers tightened. Sophia gasped for breath as her airway became restricted. Xavier wants to be human, you want your birthright lifted, and I want your soul. It's not a hard decision. She clawed at his fingers, but his grip didn't lessen. I'm the only one who can make all of this happen for you, so don't be stupid. Or try any heroics. He brought his face close to hers. His sulfuric breath made her stomach pitch. I have no qualms about killing you, him and every other being you're sheltering. You know that. Leave them alone. She gasped, tried desperately to draw air into her lungs. They've done nothing to warrant such attention. His fingers didn't budge. Perhaps not, but there are others interested in your little friend Mona. He opened his eyes wide as if surprised. I'm afraid I let it slip to Brayden, where she's been hiding all this time. He was most interested in the news. His chuckle caused Sophia's insides to clench. Maybe they'll find each other at the festival. Wouldn't that be something? I can promise if the dragon doesn't kill her, I will. He squeezed her throat. It won't be the easy, painless death like Evangeline's. Trust me when I tell you these killings will be violent and bloody. He thrust her backward. Do you want that on your conscience? Sterling plucked a rolled scroll from thin air. Can you really live with yourself after so many deaths in addition to those already on your conscience? Tears stung Sophia's eyes as she looked at Xavier. He strained at his bonds, but since he wasn't at full strength, even dental floss would hold him. Her gaze lifted to the demonic red eyes of the portal master, and the words of the fortune teller echoed in her mind. Lives hung in the balance, hinging on one decision from her. Life or death. Hers or all the people she cared for. Her father was wrong. The heart was the most valuable commodity a gatekeeper owned, because once it was given away, the cost was incomparable. What's it going to be, Sophia? One little word from you will mean the difference between pain or pleasure. Just one tiny word of agreement. Sterling sidled close, slithered an arm around her shoulders, and turned her to face Xavier. Look at him. He's merely a shadow of what he can be. The power to deny him his life's dream rests in your hands. What's the good of loving someone if they won't be in a form to return that love? She wavered as her mind spun over possibilities. Sterling tightened his grip. Don't you want to sacrifice everything? He'd do it for you. God, it's true. Hasn't he shown time and again how much he's willing to kill? For me to die for me? Xavier. She took a step toward the werewolf, but Sterling kept a tight grip on her. If I can do this one thing to ensure you'll live a happy life, how bad can it be? His intense eyes pleaded with her to change her mind, to be strong. Please understand. I'm doing this for you, for Mona. You guys mean everything to me, and if I can guarantee your safety, I will. There is no guarantee with men like Sterling. Xavier shook his head and let loose a low, menacing growl. Sophia, listen to me. We'll figure out some other way. We can beat him, I know we can. He tried his bonds once more. The muscles in his arms and shoulders strained under his shirt. If I could shift. Now, none of that. Sterling released Sophia in order to strike Xavier on the jaw with a forceful backhand swing. No interference from you, werewolf. As Xavier slumped to the floor, Sophia rushed forward, but Sterling wrapped his arms around her, staying her flight. I want your word you'll leave him alone. She struggled against him, shivering from his touch. I'll give you my soul, and in exchange you won't harm him further. That goes for the rest of my friends too. She met his fiery gaze, trapped between hot and cold worlds, and what she saw in his eyes terrified her. He had no soul, no heart, only dark, tormented blackness that seemed to go on forever inside that terrible red glow. Would that be what waited for her as well? Granted. He released her so quickly Sophia stumbled. He took a fountain pen from a pocket in his vest and handed it to her with a flourish, then unrolled the scroll he'd plucked from the air. The last thing I need from you is your signature on the dotted line, if you please. He licked his lips, eager anticipation evident in his expression. Sophia, no. Xavier's cry hurled itself through the air as she touched the tip of the pen to the scroll. He has nothing to gain by keeping us alive, you know this. Think, sweetheart. What he says doesn't make sense. A snarl followed the impassioned plea, echoing in the empty room. I have to try. She scrubbed at the moisture on her cheek, willed him to understand. I'd do anything for you, Xavier. You know this because you do. The same for me. Slowly she scratched her first name. If I don't make it out of here, know that you made my life worthwhile. The pen hovered above the paper as the words blurred from her tears. Sign your damn name. Sterling shook the scroll. His eyes blazed hot enough to rival the flames on the candles. Now, a black ink blot fell to the parchment. It stretched out into a weird pattern, almost resembling her birthmark. For a second Sophia stared. Her hand shook. Power rolled from Sterling in waves to clash with the anger unleashed by Xavier as he growled and the chain scraped across the floor. Xavier let loose a howl of frustration or resignation. She couldn't tell. I'll never leave you, Sophia, now and always. I'll be by your side no matter what form we're in. For the space of a few heartbeats she hesitated, then before she could change her mind she scribbled her last name, blinking in shock at the evidence of her own stupidity or Xavier's salvation. Now release me from my birthright. Movement to her left showed Xavier in the throes of shifting. Like the last time he shifted in her presence, she couldn't watch, but kept her gaze focused on the portal master, who rolled the scroll up and tucked it away into the air. From whence it came, in its place came a round glass bottle that resembled a Christmas tree ornament. What's that? A soul vessel. Now breathe over the top, please. He held the mouth of the bottle to her lips. Any time, Sophia. I have other things to do this night. A dark eyebrow lifted in emphasis. Wetting her lips with the tip on her tongue, she put them together as if she intended to whistle, but instead of sound, she blew air across the bottle's top. Sparkling orange vapor filled the vessel, swirling around the glass, clearly not comfortable with the new residence. When her breath expired, Sterling corked the top. Remarkably, he threw back his head and laughed, the sound a rusty and squeaky, as if tired from disuse. Poor trusting Sophia. Did you really think I could remove a birthright? Tucking the bottle carefully into his pocket, he emitted the laugh again, and this time it gained strength, multiplied in layers until it bounced, jarring through the courtroom in angry, ugly waves. Only an immortal can do such a task, but I appreciate the confidence in my ability. What? She staggered forward, clutched the judge's bench for support as her knees wobbled. You said if you had my soul, you'd be an immortal too. Ah, then you didn't pay attention. I said I'd have the power of an immortal. I didn't say I'd be one. There is a difference, and in your case it's the difference of life and death, isn't it? He reached slim fingers into a pocket of his vest and removed a vial of yellow liquid. Oh, and what do I have here? Looks like the medicine you need to keep your gargoyle half under control. Without her soul to provide strength or courage, Sophia slumped against the wooden piece of furniture. Damn you, Sterling. Fortunately, that has already been done, my dear. He hurled the vial in Xavier's direction, grinning when it smashed against the dark floor with a curl of yellow smoke. Oh, looks like I dropped it. I need that. Invisible fingers of fear gripped her heart and squeezed. She gasped. Oh my God, without my soul I won't have the strength to change back into a human. That's the plan, Toots. He patted the top of her head. And look, your boy toy is transforming too. What a happy occasion this is. Sterling's grin stretched his lips tight. Too bad he'll be locked in this room with no chance of escape. In 2 hours he'll be stuck as an animal. You'll be a statue. And me? I'll be at the festival, and if all goes well, hijacking the immortal court. Brilliant, no? With a tiny sigh of defeat, Sophia swallowed the remainder of her tears. Her mouth worked, but no sound emerged. She scrabbled for purchase on the bench, knocking a wooden gavel to the floor in her quest to remain upright. She glanced at Xavier. Blonde fur covered most of his body as bones cracked and popped. His head was thrown back as agony painted his face into a grotesque mask. She transferred her gaze to Sterling, annoyed when he wiggled his fingers at her. Enjoy your holiday, Miss Raines. He kicked Xavier as he passed. Xavier, half transformed, snarled but continued to writhe on the floor. I know I will. He slipped out the door. It slammed closed behind him with an air of finality, and the clicking of the lock rang sharp as a pistol shot. Sophia's limbs grew heavy as her transformation into a statue began, encasing her legs first and slowly making its way up her body. At the last second she snatched off her glasses and let them clatter to the wooden tabletop. I'm so sorry, Xavier. No other words were spoken as the stone swallowed the rest of her body and cemented her to the courtroom floor. Chapter 23. Xavier padded around the courtroom in another endless loop. His nails clicked against the tiled floor, and a near-constant growl punctuated panting breaths. The shift had come upon him too late to stop Sterling. He swung around at the end of the room and his gaze zeroed in on Sophia. Sharp arrows of pain pierced his heart to see her as a statue, her gargoyle birthright. Because of him, she'd remain that way for the rest of her life, and because of her he'd remain at her side until midnight struck and beyond. Perhaps fate did have a sense of humor after all, albeit a very warped one. Soul mates and lovers who would die to see each other free from their paranormal sides were now trapped in those very shells. He lifted his head and sniffed the air. Melted paraffin, black candle wax, dripped and hardened down the front of the furniture. How long had they been here? Xavier snuffled around Sophia's stone feet. Acute sadness. At least she still lived inside the concrete. He scratched at the floor and whined. Where there was life there was hope. Circling around the statue, Xavier emitted a sharp bark and rammed his body into Sophia's hardened legs. Pain radiated from every nerve ending. He let loose another whine, then sat down on his haunches, crossed his front legs, and laid his head on his paws. He wished he could talk to Sophia, set her mind at ease. He felt useless in his wolf form, but no matter how he wished to change back into a human, the shift wouldn't come. At least he'd had the opportunity to tell her he loved her before the madness took over. He growled. His feelings ran so much deeper than he allowed even himself to admit. He couldn't live without her. She was the reason he did anything now. And if Sophia remained locked in stone, he might as well be a wolf until he drew his last breath. Frustrated, Xavier bounded to his feet, then paced. He stood, looked upon the frozen face of his beloved, and howled with all of his strength. The mournful sound reverberated about the small space, echoing off the floor until he thought his ears would bleed from the noise. He paused in order to suck in much-needed oxygen, then howled again, this time with more force. He wanted everyone to know of his suffering, even the heavens if they deigned to listen. A tiny piece of concrete fell from Sophia's shoulder to hit him on the snout. He cocked a furry eyebrow, patted around her legs, aware of one undeniable change. Small stress cracks ran through the thick stone and streaked through it like dark veins. He yelped, releasing his loudest bay yet. Springing back, he growled, watching with the canine equivalent to joy as fist-sized chunks of rock fell to the ground. He woofed and ran back and forth in front of her. Chips and pieces of every size rained onto the floor with the enthusiasm of a meteor shower. He yelled again, this time with excitement. Several seconds later, Sophia tumbled out of the pile of rubble and collapsed onto the floor, naked, shaking, and covered in a thin film of gray concrete dust. She coughed, then blinking, turned onto her side and stared at him. Xavier. Happiness to see her in her human form caused his tail to wag exuberantly. He barked, licked her face until she pushed him away. He jumped over her to lick the other side of her face and neck, her skin soft and smooth to his tongue. He barely tasted the dust as the natural sweetness of her body came through on his palate. Xavier, stop it. Sophia frowned. I've told you before, your doggy breath really stinks. She wrapped her arms around his shaggy neck and held him close. Thanks for the enthusiastic welcome, but I'm ready to get up now. He whined in response, which became a low-pitched growl. Front paws transformed into hands that rested on the swell of her stomach. His snout shortened and whiskers vanished to smooth into his normal human face. Xavier heaved a contented sigh as he gathered her more comfortably in his embrace, ignoring the bits of rock that dug into his side. I thought I'd never have the opportunity to speak with you again. He pressed gossamer kisses to her cheeks, her closed eyelids, her lips. Since we'll miss the chance to lift the curse, I can think of no better way to spend my last moments as a human than in your arms. What are you talking about? Sophia pushed at his chest before capturing his face between her palms. Why can't you lift the curse? Her blue eyes held him captive, sucked him down into their cool depths until he was quite content to remain there. The pinpoints of darkness that lurked around the edges gave him pause. Surely a simple courtroom can't contain such a determined man. I've never wanted you more. He crushed his mouth to hers, wishing for more time as his erection pushed insistently against her abdomen. Sterling took the potion with him when he left. Therefore, midnight will come and go without me. Oh, you mean this potion? She opened one hand. Stuck to her palm, covered in cement dust, was the vial of dark liquid. I snagged it before I turned into a statue. I had no idea if we'd be able to use it or even get away. Don't you think we ought to try? She lifted her head. When she held his gaze, none of her old sparkle remained. I mean, I did face off with the portal master and I did give him my soul, but it won't mean anything unless you use it. White-hot needs slammed into him as she wriggled beneath him. The urge to bury himself in her slick warmth consumed him. Xavier fought it, knowing time was short, and if they were successful, a lifetime of lovemaking lay ahead of them. There are no words I could say to describe what you mean to me. He stood in one fluid motion, acutely aware of his state of arousal as her gaze rested on that portion of his anatomy for long moments. He offered her a hand, then hoisted her to her feet. Remember what you feel at this exact moment, because I promise you the satisfaction you seek later. All right, but I have to say I don't feel much of anything for you or anything right now. She emitted a tiny squeak when he squeezed her hand with more force than he intended. I have this huge, unexplainable emptiness inside just here. She pressed the hand holding the potion to her heart. Yet deeper, like something big wants to swallow me, pull me into an endless depression. Her gaze flew to his face. Pain and shadows clouded their depths. Is it because my soul is gone? All of Xavier's earlier joy crashed into the pit of his stomach. He shook his head in an attempt to deny or understand. Meeting her gaze, he knew it was true, and he knew he couldn't let her continue on this way. No. He clenched his hands into fists, let loose an anguished howl, and rushed the door. Sophia cringed as glass broke and wood splintered. Why was Xavier so upset? Did her soul mean that much to him? Her gaze crept to the man as he threw himself against the weakening door. Memories from the past few days flitted through her mind like a movie reel on steroids, but she couldn't summon any sort of feeling for him, no matter how hard she tried. They'd been together. She remembered tender moments and conversations, recalled the feel of his body against hers. None of those times triggered anything but cold emptiness. A churning void, a black hole, seemed to swallow her heart, with no hope, no future, just a vast bleak darkness stretching on interminably, almost as if she now approached life with a clinical detachment. She stifled a sob, yearned for something to fill the blank gap that only the finality of death would end. When the door gave way under Xavier's repeated battering, Sophia sighed. His naked backside alone was worth remaining alive for. Would she ever feel pleasure again just from looking at him? A shiver racked her body, recalling her own lack of clothing. She darted to the coat rack, grabbed a black judge's robe, and gratefully bundled it around her form. The monotonous sound of the zipper gave her a tiny drop of comfort and the strength she needed to follow the werewolf. At the last minute, she remembered to snag her glasses, then popped them on the bridge of her nose. Xavier. She picked her way over the rubble. Xavier. She grimaced when he threw an uppercut jab to one of the guards, then slammed an elbow into the guy's midsection, felling him to the ground. I really think you should find some sort of clothing. The Samhain festival is not exactly nudist colony material. Kinda busy here, sweetheart. Perhaps outfit planning can be your job. He grappled with a second guard, never taking his gaze from his objective. Damn werewolf. Sophia couldn't help watching as Xavier knocked his adversary out with a spectacular punch to his chin. He sure can fight. She serenely stepped over the man on the floor, satisfied with the aesthetics of his quick action. Now listen, Xavier, I'm not taking you through the portal in your present state. I mean, I can appreciate a good-looking man the same as the next girl I think, since that. She wriggled her fingers toward his abdominal region, not able to see past the rampant portion of his very male anatomy. Belongs exclusively to me, right? So, you really need to get your butt into some clothes and cover it. He glanced over his shoulder. His eyes blazed an intense golden color before resuming their usual honey hue. Your possessiveness gives me hope. You remember our relationship? Of course I remember. I just don't feel anything about it. She doubled back into the courtroom and yanked a second robe from the coat rack. Here, put this on. We've got, Sophia glanced at her watch, 30 minutes to get to the festival. Find that tree and lift your curse. She threw the robe at him. Come on. Winding through the darkened halls proved to be a challenge. She bumped into countless corners and the occasional table or potted plant. Sure, Xavier had wolf vision, but did he stop to help her? No. Annoying man. Only looking out for himself. Eventually they reached the elevator bank. She jabbed at the only button, tamping out the urge to pace. When the doors opened, she shoved him into the car. Cam, exit hallway. Please. Will do, ma'am. If he thought it odd they wore judges' robes, his eye gave nothing away. Sophia ignored Cam's imposing presence, his overwhelming body odor, and his one eye in order to look at Xavier. It's my fault we're in this mess and I'm sorry. She pressed a hand to her heart, gripping folds of the robe in her fist. I wish I lost my memory along with my soul, because not being able to feel my love for you but knowing I do is terrible. The vague hollowness in her chest expanded until she feared she'd be sucked into it. Listen to me, baby. He wrapped her into his arms, rested his chin on top of her head. We'll fix this, and even if we don't, I'll do everything I can to make you experience it again. He laughed softly. Except that love might be that of a girl for her dog. Funny. She heard the steady beat of his heart beneath her ear and bit her bottom lip. Would she ever remember? I hope you're right. The elevator pinged and the doors slid open. Destination reached, ma'am. Cam held the doors as Sophia dashed through. She glanced back and met Xavier's worried gaze. What would happen to her if they? She couldn't think of that. Now. Hurry. Grabbing his hand, she tugged him down the hall of galaxies into the glass cubicle and through the portal. She slammed open the door in Evangeline's room, dragging Xavier with her down the stairs. The festival is 2 blocks away at the park. I need to find some shoes, so I'll meet you there. She shoved a hand into one of the deep pockets in her robe and withdrew the gypsy's vial. Take this and do what Mirela instructed. No matter what else happens, lift your curse first. I refused to leave you. Damn it, Xavier, there's no time to argue. She wrapped his fingers around the vial. Go. I'll be there as soon as I can. She prodded him in the ribs with an elbow. Her lower lip trembled when it appeared he would defy her request. Please. You're mine, Sophia, and I will fight for you. Never forget that. He claimed. Her lips in a searing kiss that left her knees trembling, then bounded through the front door before she could attempt to sort out a reaction to the embrace. Tears blinded her as she stumbled to her room and pawed through the discarded clothes at the end of her bed. Crying was a waste of time if the person didn't realize why they did it in the first place. She tore the robe from her body and replaced it with worn jeans and soft knit hoodie, then slid her feet into a pair of loafers. Mona. Her call remained unanswered. Frida, Calvin, is anyone here? Not. Even the imps came out of hiding. The silence pressed in until Sophia thought it would crush her. She took a deep breath and left the apartment, pulling the door shut behind her. Did Sterling get to the little band of beings? She hunched her shoulders against the slight breeze as she rushed along the sidewalk. The lateness of the hour meant no trick-or-treaters, but in the distance a low buzz of conversation and revelry filled the air. She quickened her steps. Xavier. She repeated his name in an unending circuit. The mantra matched her quick footsteps. As she neared the party, she threaded through the festival goers that careened along the walkway, disguised in masks and costumes, some drunk, some merely high on life. Sophia snickered as a man clearly dressed as a fake wolf passed by in a rubber mask with tufts of faux fur glued to the backs of his hands. Real werewolves did not look like that. Xavier. Shoving through the thickening crowd like an upstream salmon, she stood on the tips of her toes, straining her eyes to locate Xavier or even Mona. A string quartet played off to one side. Their melody blared strong and driving from the amplifiers. People danced and cavorted around a huge bonfire. Their bizarre and comical masks made gruesome by the flickering light and shadows. She kept to the edges of the festivities, slinking along as she avoided the more inebriated individuals. Where is Mona? Did Xavier find the 100-year oak? She blew out a frustrated breath. A line of people snaked past her. Sophia squinted. certain some of those assembled were not merely humans in costume. They must be part of the beings that came to vote for the next immortal court. Officers. She crept along the serpentine formation, listening to snippets of conversation, but not able to use any of what she heard. At the head of the line, a table draped in black linen stood with 3 costumed characters. Seated behind it, votive candles and orange blown glass globes flickered in the breeze. A stack of voting slips lay in front of each representative. Immortals, and they freely mixed with the human population. A movement from the corner of her eye caught her attention. Sterling sidled over to the table and engaged one of the men in a low conversation punctuated by angry hand gestures and intent glares. She needed to move. Ducking through the tightly packed line, Sophia emerged on the other side and gasped. Xavier. The werewolf lounged with a shoulder against the trunk of a huge, gnarled oak tree that must be 5 feet in diameter. His stance appeared to be one of casual elegance, but she knew better. His eyes glinted bright gold, almost yellow, his muscles tense and ready for action. He acknowledged her stare with the briefest of nods and a wink. He fingered the cork on the vial in his hand. At least he'd conjured a brand new brown silk suit that hugged every lean muscled inch of his body. Damn him and his convenient magic. She made a move to join him, then stopped at a slight jerk of his head. Sophia turned slightly in the direction he indicated. She froze. Mona, dressed like the muse she claimed ancestry with, ran across a clear patch of grass, her eyes wide as she glanced over her shoulder. Sophia followed her gaze, squinting through the smoke from the bonfire and the crush of people, but it was the collective gasp of appreciation that alerted her to the potential danger. Her blood ran cold, her knees quivered until she thought they might not support her weight. A massive black dragon appeared on the edge of the party, its sickly green underbelly gleaming from the fire, and twin curls of smoke issued from a long snout that bristled with wickedly sharp teeth. Brayden. She took a step forward as the dragon lumbered in Mona's direction. The crowds parted, clapping and cheering as if the animal was a prop designed for their amusement. She couldn't blame them for being fooled. He was quite impressive, and the ground shook with each sure, calculating step. She slid her gaze to Mona. In her obvious terror, the smaller woman tripped over the many extension cords that snaked over the ground. One of her feet caught in the rat's nest, her white fingers showed in sharp relief as she clawed at the cords. From the church a few blocks away, the bells in the old tower chimed the midnight hour. Sophia's attention careened back to Xavier as he began the steps of the ritual. She longed to go to him, make sure he performed them correctly, wanted to be there at the exact moment he gained his human status. But the tableau between Mona and the dragon wouldn't let her be free. Clang. The dragon bore down on her roommate. Mona emitted a high-pitched squeak and pulled violently at her accidental bonds. Clang. Sophia glanced at the immortal court table. Her eyes met the angry red gaze of Sterling. Sweat drenched her skin when he edged in her direction. Clang. Her teeth chattered as the cool breeze collided over her damp skin. She looked again at the werewolf, then back to Sterling, and nearly retched up the meager contents in her stomach. The portal master veered off his course to her and instead walked purposefully in Xavier's direction. She couldn't move. Time had seemingly paralyzed her feet. Clang. She threw an agonized glance at Mona. The dragon closed the distance between them with slow and deadly accuracy, now looming over the girl as the curls of smoke from his snout ruffled her curly, upswept hair. Who did she help? Who deserved to be spared more? The clock called the 6th note. Swallowing her terror, Sophia made a decision. She'd rescue Mona, then if she survived the encounter with the dragon, she'd see to Xavier and Sterling. As a human or a wolf, he was more than capable of handling the portal master. Mona needed her more. Clang. A loud commotion at the immortal court voting table jarred her from her purpose. A woman in mossy green robes and flowing russet hair stood. This madness must stop. Order will be restored in the 8 realms. An 8th note from the distant bell tower echoed on the suddenly silent air. No conversation, no singing, no laughter broke the stillness. Only the relentless count of time as the clock rang out the 9th note. Then the 10th fell into through the darkness with the force of a thunderclap. Sophia sought out Xavier. He too had paused, the vial of potion hovering at his lips, uncorked but untouched. Xavier, drink it. Harsh and ragged, her Voice shot through the quiet but had no effect. The 11th note quivered in the heavy night. His hand never moved as his gaze met hers. Sophia collapsed onto the cold grass, and the never-ending hole in her chest swallowed her, consumed her from the inside. As the 12th clang of the bells declared the hour of midnight, one of the immortals, a dark-skinned man with well-kept dreadlocks, brought a silver gavel down on a wooden square. Time stood still, shimmered in a wash of dancing glitter, and sped up at the same time. The world as Sophia knew it swirled together in a mash of colors, tilted sideways, then vanished altogether. Chapter 24. Sophia blinked at the sudden change in location as she regained consciousness. Instead of the general Halloween revelry she expected, a quiet, peaceful courtyard stretched before her. Soothing bushes of colorful night blooming flowers lined the walkways, perfuming the air. Somewhere in the background, the faint tinkling of water from a fountain rang delicately through the air. Her heartbeat slowed to normal and her blood ceased its relentless rushing in her ears. She inhaled, comforted by the flowers and Xavier's spicy scent. Xavier! She stirred, stretched her sore limbs, surprised to find she sat on a white wooden chair with Xavier to her right, his arm around her shoulders. Welcome back, gorgeous. The smile he gave her nearly melted the fillings from her teeth, but the emptiness in her chest blanketed all other feeling. She blinked in response. They're just about to announce the new members of the Immortal Court. What? She glanced up, taken aback at the velvety black sky that twinkled with thousands of sapphire blue stars. A full moon, white and bright, provided enough illumination to see clearly the columns of the Roman-style building. Steps led to a dais, and on the raised platform rested a sturdy table of white marble that sparkled as if a million ground diamonds were used in the making of the piece of furniture. The election? Sophia twisted slightly in her chair. Rows of chairs occupied by various beings filled the grassy space. Behind her, everyone held red paper ballots in their hands and identical looks of rapt attention on their faces. She swiveled around, meeting Xavier's amused gaze. What about the potion and Brayden? Her skin prickled as a shiver crept over her. Where's Sterling? What happened to Mona? Perhaps you should pay attention to the proceedings. The answers will be forthcoming, I'm sure. He removed his arm from her shoulders in order to lace his fingers with hers. This is a moment in history you need to witness. She frowned and then really looked at the werewolf. Nice suit. Wish I had magical skills. When he let loose a growl that tickled inside her chest, Sophia grinned. Never mind. I recognize the Earth Mother, but the other two are unknown to me. Miss Rains, why don't you come up here and share with the rest of us, since you obviously intend to keep talking? The man with the dreadlocks pinned her with an annoyed glance. We can't conduct our business through your jabber. No, I'll just stay here, thanks. Her cheeks burned as the dark-skinned man stood. I promise to be quiet. She squeezed Xavier's hand, glad for his solid strength. The man's eyes blazed with silver heat. Please join us on the stage, since this next bit concerns your life. A spark of resentment flared deep inside as she stood, walking up the grassy center aisle. You know, I've been pushed around by immortals all my life, and when you guys aren't messing it up, it's the lesser beings like the portal master that control my fate. She glared at the man. I'm kind of annoyed about it. No, scratch that, I'm ticked off, at least I hope that's what it is rolling around inside me, and I'm not taking it anymore. I'm glad you feel that way, because it's exactly why we're enacting these changes. The man chuckled, and the sound skittered around the assemblage as they too laughed. I'm Father Time, or Aeon if you're Greek. When Sophia lifted an eyebrow and remained silent, he continued. With the recent restructuring of the courts, I've also attempted to update my image so you can call me Daddy T. Well, that's definitely one myth busted for me, seeing Father Time as anything besides an old guy. She cocked her head and studied the jovial man. Gray velvet robes embroidered with red scrollwork swept the ground in majestic grace. Heavy silver necklaces dangled from his neck, the most prominent bauble a fist-sized letter T, eclipsed only by a 6-inch hourglass. How's the makeover working for you? Not bad. He smoothed a manicured hand over his dreadlocks. Too chunky. Jeweled rings winked in the moonlight. This is the Earth Mother, Danu. He nodded at a tall, graceful woman who stood at the introduction. Her auburn hair gleamed with streaks of gold. And that other lovely lady is Lyricae, representative the fates sent over since they were unable to attend tonight's meeting. Pleased to meet all of you. Sophia slid a glance over to the slight woman, who remained seated behind the table. A thick white ponytail bobbed at the back of her head, which matched the rest of her 50s soda shop ensemble, complete with pink poodle skirt and neck scarf. Just come in from a Halloween party. Yup, since no one told me I'd be pinch hitting tonight until the last minute. She shot a telling look at Father Time, but he merely grinned. Sophia rubbed her temples as a headache loomed. I don't care about any of that. I mean, I'm sure your problems are important, but I'm kinda in the middle of something huge. At least I was until we came here. Miss Rains. She continued as if Father Time hadn't spoken. I work for the Immortal Courts system and I have to tell you, it really stinks what you've done to it. She wrapped her arms over her midsection and paced before the long white table. Do you realize I've made more enemies working for Sterling than a mob boss does in a lifetime? Not to mention my boyfriend stuck as a wolf forever. Since you whisked us all here before he could drink the gypsy potion. Her words stumbled to a confused halt as she caught Xavier's gaze. His very warm, golden brown human gaze. Wait, why isn't he a wolf? Hello. Father Time twisted one of his rings around his finger. If I could get back to explaining why we're all here? Or would you rather keep up the diva act? I'm sorry, just nervous. You have every right to be. He fingered the scant hair on his upper lip. Currently, time is at a standstill in the mortal realm until we sort through a few things, namely the whole Portal Master debacle. You have no idea what he's done. That will do, Sophia. You forget we're immortal and therefore aware of everything that goes on in the 8 realms. She huffed. Yet, somehow Sterling took my soul in exchange for letting Xavier live. She gave him the thumbs up sign. Way to keep on top of things. Soon as the words were out of her mouth, she wished she could reel them back. Father Time crossed his arms over his chest as a thunderous scowl darkened his face. Girl, if you interrupt again, you'll be banished from these proceedings. He moved to his chair behind the table and settled himself. Let's finish this. Time's a-wasting. He chuckled, nudging Danny with an elbow. Did you see what I did there with the time since I am Father Time? The Earth Mother brushed a lock of shiny hair behind her shoulder. Before the voting starts, there are a few loose ends which need to be tied. Seems Sterling Abignon is the common denominator in all of them. She opened a huge book, scanned through a few pages, sticking her forefinger on one entry. Will Sterling please rise? Sophia swung around as a murmur moved through the crowd. Sterling stood. Tightly controlled anger scrawled across his features as his eyes glowed red. I was well within my rights as the Portal Master. I stand by every decision I've made and sincerely hope you'll take that into account in my bid to sit on the court. He stealthily approached the stage. Even if I'm not elected, I'll take my spot by force thanks to Sophia. You. She ran to the edge and leaped off, tackling the Portal Master. They tumbled to the grass as she pummeled him in the chest with fisted hands. I want my soul back, you damn bastard. She kneed him in the crotch before he rendered her immobile with hands around her neck. He squeezed and cut off her oxygen supply. Black spots danced in her vision. People, stop fighting. The Earth Mother's cry went ignored once the werewolf entered the fray. Release my woman. Xavier's howl reverberated through the courtyard, grew in intensity until Sophia thought her eardrums would burst from the noise. She clawed at Sterling's fingers, able to turn her head in time to see Xavier latch onto his back. No one touches her but me. Now remove your fucking hands from her person unless you want them ripped from their sockets. He bit down on Sterling's shoulder. The Portal Master cried out in pain, but the pressure on Sophia's neck eased. She scrambled out from under Sterling, slipping her glasses back into place. Xavier, let go. He's not worth the fight. Sophia stretched out a hand, but he snarled and knocked it away. This no longer concerns you. I need to settle a score with him. He pulled back and cold-cocked Sterling. The crunch of cartilage sounded as blood gushed from Sterling's nose. The werewolf grunted when the Portal Master slumped face first to the ground. His body muffled the soft tinkle of breaking glass. Defending you against him is becoming tiresome. I didn't ask you to rush to my rescue. Sophia struggled to her feet and planted her hands on her hips. What the hell is your problem? I'm capable of Dealing with Sterling. She nudged her boss with the toe of her shoe. He groaned but didn't attempt to stand. Sophia, Xavier, I must ask you to. The Earth Mother voice faded. A thick curling column of orange smoke rose from beneath Sterling to twine around Sophia's body. She inhaled the scent of fresh citrus. The citrusy, grapefruit aroma made her mouth water. Then the almost viscous cloud entered her body. She opened her mouth, encouraged it down her throat as if it were a supernatural milkshake, since it seemed that's where it wanted to go anyway. She emerged, gasping, and her gaze flew to the werewolf. Xavier. She ignored the members of the immortal court, ignored the curious glances of the crowd, ignored everything in order to concentrate fully on the man who stood not 2 feet away. His chest heaved, eyes blazed, and upper lip curled in a snarl. Sophia's vision swam with sudden tears. I'm so glad you're here. She stepped over Sterling, who stirred with a moan. I can feel again. Your soul has been returned? Concern painted Xavier's voice. He captured her hands in his. Do you remember what you mean to me? As if an emotional faucet had been turned on, high thoughts and feelings flooded through her mind in a torrent so strong her chest constricted. Pain stabbed her heart from the onslaught. Terror for their situation froze her brain, followed by a fierce protectiveness for Mona, but a tidal wave of love swept those lesser emotions aside. It rushed through her body, warming every recess, filled her being with a searing, unwavering sense of peace and belonging. She fell into Xavier's arms as sobs shook her frame. I thought I lost you. When I realized you didn't drink the potion, and then Mona and the dragon and Sterling was there. She pressed her lips to his, stopping the disjointed flow of words. I love you. I don't care if you're a wolf and I'm a statue, my feelings will never change. Sophia. His voice wobbled with strain. She shook her head and covered his face with tiny kisses. Just promise that. If I'm a rock, you'll put me out in a garden, but don't pee on me to mark your territory as a canine, okay? She ran her fingers through his curls and snuggled closer to his body as another thought emerged from the jumble in her head. Prickles of awareness entered her bloodstream to supercharge her nerve endings. I want you right here, right now, naked and sweaty, and Sophia. This time exasperation was evident in his strangled cry. As much as I'd love to take you up on that offer, this is hardly the time. He pushed her to arm's length and gestured toward the stage with his head. This brings the whole bizarre evening back to me. Father Time and the 2 other immortals stood at the edge of the stage. 3 pairs of eyes bore into Sophia with 3 identical expressions of amusement. Mortals are so annoying. I can't believe we're letting 2 of them serve on the court this year. Take it up with the fates. Lyrica planted her hands on her hips. Look, is this mortal fest going to take much longer? All Saints' Day started like 20 minutes ago, and it's a bit of a busy time for me, you know, with all the thread measuring and cutting and whatnot. You are right, Lyrica. The Earth Mother clapped her hands. Thank you all for coming for this historic vote, but unfortunately we need to address a few concerns before the voting can actually take place. Therefore I will send you back to the mortal realm with Lyrica. She'll collect your ballets. With one snap of her slender fingers, the crowds and the 3rd immortal disappeared. Sophia glanced from one remaining immortal to the next. What does this mean? For Xavier and me? The midnight deadline passed and he didn't drink the gypsy potion. I won't be able to survive in this form without Sterling's tinctures. What about Sterling? Does he get to walk away with no consequences? Apprehension sat heavily on her shoulder. Where's Mona and Brayden? Phew. Sent them with back, won't he keep hunting her? Sophia glared at Father Time. Daddy T? I need answers now. You're a bit pushier than I was led to believe, but I like you. He cracked the knuckles of one hand then the other. Sterling will be punished for crimes against lesser beings. His supernatural powers are to be stripped at the conclusion of this meeting. From the grass where Sterling lay, he groaned and sat up, holding his nose. His eyes flashed red, but he said nothing. Daddy T nodded. Next, your issues. Afterward we'll deal with your friends. He fiddled with the hourglass dangling from one of the chains. Now about your future. Guilt crept into his expression as he met Sophia's gaze. We decided a few days ago to go ahead and lift Xavier's curse. There really wasn't a need for the whole potion quest. What? Sophia struggled in Xavier's arms, finally succeeding in facing the immortal. She would have broken free except the werewolf tread heavily on her. Instep. What are you talking about? He held up his hands and rolled his eyes. Guess you didn't get the memo? No. Maybe it got lost in the shuffle what with all the summons and things. She attempted to break away. Xavier pulled her backside against his body. It would be to your benefit, sir, to hurry this along. Sophia gets grouchy when she's hungry and jerked around by circumstances beyond her control. Xavier's growl rumbled in her ear. I can't guarantee I'll subdue her much longer for obvious reasons. Blame it on the fates or me. The fact is all the immortals were involved. Destiny chose you and Xavier as soulmates, but we didn't know if you would actually suit, so we told Mirela to send you on a mission for the potion. Forced you to interact together in a variety of circumstances. Danu flashed a grin. Think of it as speed dating only accelerated. What difference does it make whether Xavier and I liked each other? She attempted to break free of the werewolf's hold, annoyed when he held her with apparent ease. The Earth Mother descended the steps and approached them. It's a restructuring year for us, and we'd like 2 humans to sit on the court, but not just any humans. Her vivid lavender gaze held Sophia's. We need you. Sophia, you have experience in both the mortal and Elias realm. You'd bring incredible insight to the panel and could be a fair judge. And in order to gain my compliance, you decided to dangle Xavier's mortality in front of me like a carrot to a donkey. She slumped against the werewolf, glad for his strength and presence. You could have just asked me, but I'm very grateful Xavier will be a human for the rest of his life. Father Time joined them and warily glanced at the werewolf. We do apologize, Mr. Layton. There's no excuse for our lack of paperwork. Obviously our whole system needs an overhaul. He held out a hand. No hard feelings? Should I shake? Xavier's whisper warmed the shell of Sophia's ear. Or would you rather me fight him on principle? She elbowed him gently in the ribs as a reply. Apology accepted. He clasped the other man's hand. What of Sophia's humanity? I refuse to contemplate a life without her by my side as a living, breathing woman. Butterflies took flight in her stomach. She turned in his arms. What did I ever do in my miserable life to deserve you? Sophia slid her hands under the jacket of his suit, enjoying the heat of his body. I couldn't begin to tell you, but it's been said I can be hard to live with. Xavier pressed a kiss to her forehead. Even though I'm no longer a wolf, I will kill any man who dares talk with you. She laughed and patted his chest. That could be a problem for the postal people, the UPS guy, or heaven forbid a cashier at the store. She broke away from her impossible werewolf and faced the immortals. Can you remove me from my birthright? I want to be free. I suppose in retrospect it was the very reason Xavier came searching for me. Stabs of need rocketed down her spine when he brushed his fingers on the nape of her neck. Your birthright of a gatekeeper will be rendered null and void with your agreement to serve out a term of 2 years on the immortal court. Father Time's grin revealed a mouthful of big white teeth. That's the best I can do. I'd like to promise you a happily ever after, but I have a feeling your young man will be sure to provide that with absolutely no prompting from me. He gave Sophia an exaggerated wink. Xavier growled. The older man backed away a few steps. All right then. Will you do it? That depends on what the job entails. She swallowed down the wad of sudden fear clogging her throat. Who will I serve with? Father Time and the Earth Goddess exchanged an uneasy glance. Myself, Danu. The 3 fates or their chosen representatives, and Daddy T ran a finger around the collar of his robes, his dreadlocks quivering. The dragon. Brayden. What? Sophia's knees buckled. Xavier's hands on her waist kept her upright. Why? He's a menace to society. He's mean shrewd. He hates my roommate for no other reason than she's clumsy, and he's a litigation lawyer. Regardless of his chosen profession, I'm afraid you and he are our votes for the mortal members of the court. Without your help, nothing will change in the realm's government. The Earth Goddess sent her a sly look. I would think that, after what you've been through at Sterling's hand, you would be open to equality for mortals and half-mortals. Damn. Sophia wavered, but refused to give in so easily. Indeed. Danu snapped her fingers. An archway to her left shimmered with pearly white light that moved and flowed like water. This portal will take you home, or you may choose to remain here in this realm. It is not as exciting as others, but you will have plenty of time to think and reflect. In order to serve on the court, do I need to remain here? Sophia gripped Xavier's hand as conflict ion raged through her chest. If that's the case, I'll have to turn you down. I can't leave Xavier. He's my life, and without him, I might as well keep my birthright and work for Sterling. Xavier wrapped his arms around her, held her so close she could feel the beat of his heart. I return the sentiment, however, if the court is something you wish to do, I'll make the sacrifice. The look in his eye caused a rush of liquid heat to gather between her thighs. With some difficulty she transferred her attention to Danu. If you remove my birthright and allow me free travel, I'll serve on the court. Done. Staying in my realm is never required. I always like to ask in the hope someone will want to stay. No one does, regardless of how beautiful the place, or because they already have satisfactory lives. Father Time cleared his throat. Keep in mind, this is the only favor you can incur from an immortal. The rest of your life will depend only on you. I'm perfectly happy making my own mistakes, learning my own lessons, experiencing my own joys. That's the human condition. Magic would cheapen the lessons. If Xavier is with me, none of it matters. Her eyes misted with tears as once again emotions overtook her when she spoke of the werewolf. Turns out, he's the only person I need after all. Request granted. As a representative for the immortal courts of the 8 realms, we have made our decision. Father Time removed the top from his hourglass. Show me the birthmark. When Sophia pulled up the left sleeve of her hoodie, he poured a few grains of sand on the inside of her wrist. So, shall it be? Go in peace and long life. We'll notify you when the next term on the bench begins. Sophia attempted to pull away from Xavier's hand as he moved toward the portal. What about Mona and her family? She's hiding from the bounty hunters. And Braden's already got it in for her anyway. He'll sue her or worse, and there'll be civil war in Misai. The pearlescent glow of the portal bathed her in its light. And Sterling? What about him? You are not a mother hen, Sophia Rains. Now is the time for you to live your own life. Let the immortals worry about everyone else. That's our job. You deserve a respite from the storm. Danu steered the two newly turned mortals into the portal. Remember, just because you may not ascertain the reason behind a decision doesn't mean it's not the best for everyone concerned at the time. Before Sophia could utter another word, Xavier tugged her into the portal. Chapter 25. Sophia and Xavier stumbled out of the portal, falling hard into a pile of dry leaves. She gasped for breath, landing on top of him. He grunted as she glanced around, pleased to find they were once again in the park. Those immortals really need to fix that portal. He sucked in a lungful of air. He shifted to accommodate her length. True, but somehow I think they have much more pressing issues to deal with. The sharp, earthy aroma of leaves and pine wafted around her to blend with Xavier's cologne, recalling her attention to the events they just lived through. If I wasn't actually there and awake, I'd swear I had a very weird nightmare. The soft night sounds of insects droned from hidden dark places in the foliage, creating the perfect backdrop for lingering Halloween activities. From the other side of the greenway, muffled laughter reached her ears. I'd like to think it's a wonderful dream, all things considered. He skimmed his hands along her hips. Are you okay? I think so. What else could she say? My life has been shaken up until it barely resembles what it used to be, but the lives of my friends are in total flux, so maybe I should just shut up and be grateful? He frowned, obviously picking up the annoyance in her voice. You don't tell the truth. Pushing Sophia onto her back, he looked down into her face. Does your birthmark hurt? I don't feel it at all. Sophia stirred beneath him. Which is weird, right? For as long as I could remember, it's been there as a reminder of what I am. Or was I guess? She shook her head and squirmed under him. Leaves and the occasional twig stuck in his curls. He resembled a wild, changeling creature. Except his overt sex appeal destroyed that image. We're wasting time. I have to find Mona, make sure she's okay and safe, and look for. No. Be still for one moment. He gripped her left wrist and eased the sleeve of her sweater up. She followed his gaze, gasping in surprise. Nothing but smooth pale skin appeared. The crown-shaped birthmark had disappeared. Xavier placed a whisper-soft kiss on the empty spot. It seems you're now a mere Mortal, are you happy with your decision? Very happy. Simply talking about it caused a tickle in the pit of her stomach that radiated upward into her chest. She couldn't believe it was real. I used to dream of the moment when I wouldn't be a gatekeeper or bound to. Sterling. Now that it's here, I'm not sure what to do with my free time. She glanced at him, taking in his twinkling eyes and bewhiskered chin. Well, there are a few things I can do. What about you? You'll never be a wolf again, will you miss it? Was it indeed the life he wanted? The not knowing put a damper on her joy. In some ways, yes. I knew the animal side of me from the first moment of life, but now the wolf has departed, I feel like myself, only enhanced. He smoothed the hair away from her forehead. I'll miss the ability to change clothes with magic, but at least now I'll not go through so many of them. You may still have it. His eyes were shadowed in the moonlight. Try. He snapped his fingers. Nothing happened. He still wore the same suit he arrived in. Mystery solved. A frown marred the perfection of his lips. Can I ask you a question? Her stomach roiled with uncertainty. Anything. Now that I wield absolutely no power in the supernatural realm, do you still want me? She touched his chin, tracing his goatee with a fingertip. If Nan's grocery doesn't need me, I won't have a job. I'm nothing. I have no identity. All of her life, she'd known who she was and tried to fight it. Now there was nothing. What if the soulmate thing was based on her being a gatekeeper? The thought made her want to vomit. Don't belittle yourself, sweetheart. Xavier stroked her cheek, holding her gaze with his golden one. You're everything to me. I choose to believe if you'd never been a gatekeeper, I'd have still sought you out. Oh. Her heart fluttered as he read her thoughts so well. He cupped her face. I wasn't wrong when I told you we were destined to be together. Months ago, I dreamed of a woman who possessed power and the strength of kings. I thought it a sign. Once Hannah told me of her vision and she had seen you. I knew fate didn't lie. The strength of kings? What does that mean? She couldn't keep staring into his eyes lest she fall head over heels. Maybe after all it didn't matter. Your birthmark. It was in the shape of a crown. Kings wear crowns, and from everything I've witnessed, your strength is what kept you sane through it all. He gave her a smile and pressed his lips to hers in a gentle kiss. Forgive me if what I said makes no sense. Seems I've lost the ability to articulate properly when I'm with you. Tears blurred her vision, but she gave him a watery smile. Oh, does this mean your mind turns to mush because of me? Exactly. I'd rather die brainless and in love instead of lonely yet in full possession of my mind. You're sure? I'm giving you this last chance to change your mind. She broke his hold in order to slip her arms around his neck, burying her fingers in the hair at his nape. I'm happy with life as is. That's what I wanted to hear. A tear fell to her cheek. The chilly autumn breeze cooled the moisture on her skin. Honestly though, we need to find Mona. I'll never forgive myself if that dragon got to her. He uttered a sound of sheer annoyance. I love you, Sophia, and nothing you can do or say will change that fact, but, woman, and I mean this with the greatest possible affection, leave it alone. She's an adult and can handle her own life, mistakes, triumphs and all. But, her protest was cut short when Xavier claimed her lips. He fitted his mouth over hers in a way that was both tender and possessive. His tongue fenced with hers, charging and retreating in a primal dance that left her breath ragged. She bumped her hips against his, smiling to feel his very ready erection drilling into her stomach. I think somebody's happy to see me. Will you two please get a room? No one wants to watch you get it on. What the hell? Sophia jerked away from him and peeked over his shoulder. Mona stood nearby with an extremely annoyed and undeniably human Brayden Hollister in tow. Xavier stiffened. She squeezed his forearm. Let it go. Werewolf. He's not worth it. He ignored her warning. Don't you have somewhere, anywhere else to be, Mona? He struggled to his feet, pulling Sophia beside him in one fluid motion. Damn it, Xavier. Once again he cut her off. Leaning close to her, he put his lips to her ear. At dawn you will pack your belongings and move into my home. Cannot deal with the constant interruptions from your drama club. No argument from me. She licked a sensitive spot on his jaw, knowing it would bring him to his knees. A deep shudder gripped him. Besides, right now, I give anything to be in your big empty house. Imagine the room's a person could get lost in and all that soft furniture just waiting to be used. She cocked an eyebrow in challenge. Ah hell. He visibly swallowed, then glared at Mona, only acknowledging. Brayden with a nod. What are you doing out here? This isn't the most ideal time. Sophia laughed as she caught the slightly crazed look in his eye. Quick glance to the urgent bulge at the front his pants quickened her heartbeat and sent molten heat through her body. Get him out of here and alone. Now. The mantra galloped through her mind to the frantic beat of her heart. Mona, why? Are you with the dragon? Wasn't he trying to kill you? She moved forward then. Snatched up her friend's left hand. What's this? She tapped the wide gold band that decorated the other woman's ring finger. Well, Brayden was chasing me and sometime during that whole thing he caught me. I sorta picked his pocket and found a ring. I thought it was pretty and slipped it on. Mona's eyes were big and overly bright in the paleness of her face. It fits, and just look at the shine. Of course it fits, you idiot. They're dragon bands, equipped with a powerful brand of magic unique to dragons. Sophia dropped the younger woman's arm as if burned. You're in deep crap, babe. What does that mean? Mona looked from Sophia to Brayden and back again. Am I in trouble? Xavier grimaced and rubbed a hand over his face. Yes. My best guess is you are. Dragon bands are how dragons and bounty hunters keep track of prisoners. Once the jewelry is in place, only a dragon can remove it. Sophia smirked. Mona had really done it this time. If they are true dragon bands, you and Brayden can only be separated for lengths of 20 feet. Any farther than that will result in physical illness and even death on each part. She sighed as Xavier slipped an arm around her waist. Skitters of need danced over her skin. I hope you and Brayden have made up your differences. Oh, then we're fine because Brayden hasn't put his ring on yet. The dragon cleared his throat. Yet being the operative word. With a grin. Full of malice, full-blown charisma, and more than a little anticipation, the attorney slowly slipped a gold band on his ring finger. Why don't we take a trip to visit your family, Miss Musai? I have a list of questions I'd like to ask them. Sophia took a step forward, suddenly afraid for her friend. You have no right to force to her. Mona, let me. No. This is our time. Xavier pulled her to his side, keeping her in place. With a strong arm. It's her problem. She got herself into it. Let her find her way out. His golden gaze kept her as immobile as his grip. I'd advise you not to meddle in things you may not understand. Who knows what destiny has in store for her? Don't sabotage her life's journey like Hannah almost did to ours. With a tiny sigh, Sophia nodded. I really hate it when men are right. Get used to it. I have many opinions. She rolled her eyes. Mona, I wish you luck. Brayden, I wish you even more. Don't keep breakable things around her, and no sharp knives. I got much better things to do with my time than babysit. But Sophia, I need you. Mona's whine cut through the crisp, clear air. Urgency compelled her to quit the ironic scene. She didn't want to rip Xavier's suit off in front of God and everyone, but if things didn't move quickly. Sorry. You're Brayden's problem now. She gripped her mate's hand and led him toward the park entrance. Xavier, I want you hot, naked, and in bed. First I have one stop. What for? He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close for a hard kiss that turned her blood to fire and her brain to puddles of goo. I'm in desperate need of a few beers and a couple of hamburgers. What? His jaw dropped with no less shock than she felt at the announcement. Aren't you a vegetarian? You've spent a good portion of our time together denouncing the consumption of meat. She sent him a grin. His gorgeous golden eyes darkened to tawny brown. Yes. But it's been a very stressful day.